Gonna happen. Let's wake up a little bit, all right? We have to get to know each other. We're gonna have a long day. That's gonna be fun, not gonna be boring. So with that being said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. See, there we go, there we go. So I know some of us know each other, some of us don't. So with that being said, to make everybody get to know each other as we take breaks, just would like to do a little turn around and say hi to everybody. So let's start with this table right here. You guys mind turning around, saying hi. Just look at all the tables. There we go. The lone soldier over there, sir, if you don't mind doing the same. That area over there, same thing, saying hi, getting to know everybody, see each other's faces. This table right here. There we go. Not at me, everybody else. That table over there. Great. Sir, that's the man right there. This middle table right here. Great. The SMI team. There we go. See, most of you, everybody know you. Table over there. That table over there. Our table over there. Hurrah. And our last table over there. Great. So we didn't do an introduction. It's going to take a little bit while, but I just, in a way, want to break the ice. Once again, the point of this is to connect. The point of this is to make sure that everybody gets to know one another and definitely network, pass business card, and everything like that. So thank you all for being here today. Today has been a phenomenal day. Even though it's a little bit rainy, it's phenomenal weather. And this is what we love. My name is Carlos Morita. I'm the Director for Campus Engagement. I oversee veteran success and alumni affair here at our campus. And thank you for coming to our campus today. Right now, if you could please stand for the marching of the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Now, we have a couple of phenomenal people coming in. So just so you know, once again, be friendly. Let's give them a round of applause that they made it. There we go, there we go. It's not about making anybody feel bad. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you to a Regional Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Vice Provost of University of South Florida here at Sarasota Manatee campus, Dr. Brett Kemker. Sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you all. Welcome. I appreciate you getting up bright and early. I appreciate Luke Bency for providing some coffee for us this morning. Thank you. The University of South Florida, on behalf of Karen Holbrook, our chancellor here, and myself, we really want to honor you. This brain trust is very important to us. This brain trust here is essential to everything that we stand for and that is tables like this with our Future Brain Trust here. Please, I want you to acknowledge that we have a 3D experience going on now, which is very, very rare, right? Appreciate that. Take the time to speak with the interns. They are the future. They're very interested in what we're doing here and what you're doing, which is, I think, phenomenal. Brian, how many do we have online this morning?
I know we had at least 25 or 30 earlier. I don't know about now.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's try to keep them involved and engaged as much as we can. Again, this is your campus. We are partners with you. Feel free to, when you get a chance, to take a look at our beautiful campus here, and we look forward to working with you in the future. At this point, I think I'm supposed to introduce Luke. Is that right? Luke Bency. Everybody knows him. You know him, you love him. Luke Bency.
With that introduction, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kempker. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to CARVERCON 2021. Just as a little point of background, who I am and how this all came about and what we're actually doing here today. So my name is Luke Bency. I'm the Managing Director of the Washington, D.C. consulting firm Security Management International. And in 2018, myself and my colleague, Leo LeBay, the godfather of Carver from the CIA, came up with the idea that maybe we should do a conference based around the Carver methodology. So in 2018, we put on a Carver event up in Washington, D.C. We did it at the Grand Hyatt, invited all the government folks from Washington, D.C., and sure enough, we had a snowstorm. And so it kind of put a damper on that day as far as attendance. But at the time, Jay Riley from USF, as well as some other USF folks, were in the room and said, you guys need to come down to Florida. Forget this snowstorm, Washington, D.C. thing. Come down to Florida. We'd love to host you at USF. And that's kind of interesting what happened. So my wife and I actually moved down here a couple years ago. We were commuting back and forth to D.C., but now we're living down here, and we actually got much more involved in the university. And as a point of reference, up in Washington, D.C., over the last about a dozen years or so, we had about 100 interns from the Washington, D.C. area that would join us, work with us at SMI. And most of these young people came from Georgetown, George Washington University, James Madison, William and Mary, places like that. And I'm proud to say that of the over 100 young people that worked for us from those Washington, D.C. schools, about 80% of them went on to either work for a 3-letter agency in the government, or they went to a large defense contractor or got good jobs and all of those things. So we're very proud of that. So then, fast forward, and after the relationship that started with USF, we came down here, and USF, Casey and Dr. Holbrook and some of the other folks said, why don't you do an internship program with our students here? We have a cybersecurity program at USF. We have a great criminology program. Please, we'd love to send students to you as well. And we ended up getting 2 students, our first 2 USF students who are in the room again today, and I'll certainly embarrass them, Paige Morrison and Sammy Arambali. And so they came up to Washington, D.C. They worked in our Washington, D.C. office for the summer, did a great job. We actually, Paige got published in the Counterterrorism magazine. Sammy got published in Harvard Business Review. Up there, so that was a big deal. They got Carver certified. They took the Carver training course, and now both of them work for congressmen. Paige works for Congressman Buchanan, and Sammy works for Congressman Stubbe. Is that correct? And actually, Sammy, who's a Marine as well, and worked in Carlos's office here, he just passed his foreign service exam for the State Department. So we may have Ambassador Arambali here in the future. And that's a pretty, if anyone doesn't know, that is a tough test. That's like taking the SATs or the LSATs again as an adult. It's pretty tough, so congratulations on passing that. Another student who's not here that I will mention is we had a young lady, Isabelle Fernandez. Isabelle, I believe, came over born in the Dominican Republic, came here to USF. She was actually a single mom, I think, even when she started here at the school in the criminology department. And her goal was to work in Customs and Border. So we brought her up to Washington. She met with the deputy director of the Customs and Border up there. And actually, she is graduating. She actually decided to stay in Florida, but she is graduating next month. From the Department of Corrections, and she'll be an officer from there. So Sarah and I are proud to go up there and attend all the graduations of all our former interns. The other thing I'd like to say is you'll see some of the young people here today in gray polos. I made them wear these ugly gray Carver polos. They're all fighting me on it, but thanks for being troopers about that. So if you see the young people today, or the folks with SMI here, this is our new class of interns. We have 10 of them from USF. We're very proud for that. So definitely talk to them, give them some advice about what to expect in life. I know a lot of them want to go up to Washington, D.C. and do the 3-letter agency and all that. Or we got some folks, Connor's going to go in the military here in a month or so. So give them advice. So we ask you for that. And the last thing before we start the program is I want to give a thanks to and talk about a program that we're doing with Dr. Javidi back here, who will be speaking later today. We started what's called the GSOC. That is the Global Security Operations Collaborative. And what that is, if you notice driving in this morning, there is a building just down the street where the USF bookstore is. So we've taken a space in there. Dr. Kemker has been kind enough to give us some space in there. And we're using that almost as we can't say lab, but we'll call it a collaborative, where the students can come and they can work on projects that are related to national security, to international affairs, to criminology, things of that nature. Where the university is providing computers and terminals and all these things for them. So we're very excited about that. And maybe in the future one day we'll be reaching out to some of you if you'd like to come and speak at the university, talk to our folks, or even do a joint program. We have some consulting projects that we do that actually the interns are working on some paid programs for some clients, both government and private sector. So we have resources for you as well if you'd like to engage any of them in work. So again, talk to them today. So with that, let's talk about CARVERCON and why we're here and what we'll talk about today. If I can switch this, am I hit the right button? Maybe not. Oh, and thanks for coming today. All right, there we go. Oh, I want to start off, I'd like to thank our sponsors. So this is not possible without two major organizations. And obviously that's Carlos's Office of Veteran Success. We do this in conjunction with them. The proceeds from the event all go to our veterans here at USF. So we are taking donations. We didn't put donation cards on the table, but we will be providing you a link to a website if anybody wants to make a donation to the young men and women in uniform. A lot of credit to them. They are protecting our nation in uniform. Some of them are serving as interns with us. Some of them also work full-time jobs and they're full-time students. So these young men and women are really doing some talented things. So again, thank you, Carlos and the Office of Veteran Success. And then the other group that's really the people who pay for this. Let's be honest with that. So the University of South Florida, the Corporate Training and Professional Education. They're the ones who kind of provide the funding for everything. So we really want to thank them. They do have a little booth on the outside. They're doing corporate training all through Fortune 500 companies as well as the government. I know they do some training for SOCOM and CENTCOM and MacDill Air Force Base up in Tampa. So if you have any interest in any kind of corporate training as well, they would be happy to speak to you out there. So big hand to them. All right, and let's get into it. So why are we here? That's the big question. What is Carver? What are we doing here today? What is this funny word Carver? And our mission today, your mission today, should you choose to accept it, because we have a big intelligence CIA kind of theme going, it's to better understand the security threats and vulnerabilities facing the global environment, utilizing the CIA's Carver Target Analysis and Vulnerability Assessment Methodology as what we call our red thread for discussion. So as we talk about all these security topics today that relate to homeland security, to international affairs, to criminology, to cybersecurity, sort of the red running theme that will go through it will be this Carver methodology. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Carver, what Carver is, don't worry, you will be. By the end of the day, you will all be Carver experts. And in fact, at the end of the day today, the godfather of Carver, Leo LeBay, the man at the CIA who invented it, he will be piping in from Las Vegas and sort of giving a little bit of a background of how it came into being and what he sees as the future of our global security and how Carver plays into that. So let's talk about this Carver methodology. What is it very quickly? I'll give you a quick overview and then I'll sort of roll into my presentation. But Carver is an acronym. It stands for criticality, accessibility, recoverability or recuperability, either word, vulnerability, effect, and recognizability. So when you are either looking at a potential target as you want to attack the target, you can use the Carver methodology. If you're looking to defend your property, your critical infrastructure, your cyber capabilities, your own family, you can use Carver as a defensive methodology by using this 6 criteria to sort of score, to both qualitatively and quantitatively determine what your vulnerabilities are and what your probability to attack may be. Okay. So just as a little background, and Mark Helton from CIA will be up here and he'll talk about this a little bit as well. But for background, so Carver actually started in the old OSS days back in World War II as CARV. Now, back in those days in World War II, CARV was a methodology used by the OSS, the precursor of the CIA, to determine where we could drop our bombs. The Air Force, or back then it was the Army Air Force, could drop their bombs against enemy targets to get the most bang for the buck. Where do you drop the bomb that you really can get the biggest effect? And back then, CARV alone stood for criticality, accessibility, recuperability, vulnerability, and a spy. And a spy basically meant your ability to be able to see. Comments? So then something happened in the 1970s. So during the 1970s, we sort of call the 1970s the modern age of terrorism. And if you think back, those who can remember back to the 1970s, you had sort of the emergence of terrorist groups in Europe. You had a lot of the right-wing groups. You had the Bader-Meinhof gang, you had the Red Army faction, you had people like that. You had the PLO, you had hijackings that were going on. You had the Munich Olympics massacre that took place. You had a lot of hijackings of Cuban planes going to Cuba. So the 1970s really became what we call that modern era. As such, the CIA was sort of tasked by the president and everything to say, hey, guys, terrorism's happened all over the world here. What are you guys doing here? Are you earning your paycheck? And so basically, the CIA got in a little bit of trouble because there was terrorist attacks, and the CIA is not meant to respond. That is not the job of the intelligence community. The responder, the FBI responds, law enforcement responds. That's not the job of intelligence. The job of intelligence is to preempt and to know where these threats are coming from beforehand. So as a result, the Special Activities Division of the CIA, the paramilitary wing of the CIA, said, all right, how do we get ahead of this? How do we know where the terrorists are going to strike next so we can get in front? So what they did was they dusted off the old CARV method from the OSS and kind of worked around the numbers or the letters and came up with Carver. And then that became sort of a way that the CIA could go out in advance, look at critical infrastructure, places like that, and say, if I was a terrorist, where would I strike next? Now, fast forward to September 11th. September 11th, we all know what happened, and there was this rush to create a Department of Homeland Security, and a lot of money was spent, and a lot of people were brought on, new agents and officers and things like that, to sort of preempt the next attack out there. And Carver sort of came back into the mainstream. It became useful again, and now Carver, which was once only used by the intelligence community and the special operations community, suddenly became used by the private sector. So, I can't tell you the number of Fortune 500 companies I talk to, and I talk to their security directors, and they all know Carver. They're like, yes, we need to train our people on the Carver methodology right away. So we like to rack and stack our own assets in our company using the Carver methodology. So, moving forward today, if you can keep that in the back of your mind, that everything is based upon Carver, it'll sort of help our discussions move along and kind of tie everything together a little bit. So, as I said, CARV, I'll give you just the quick definitions of what each of these letters mean up here. So, criticality are your single points of failure. Basically the degree of importance to the system. Is there a choke point that if you take out, you blow up this one pipeline, you cut this one wire, you take out this one person, everything shuts down? That's the criticality. Accessibility is the ease of access for the bad guy to approach and get in and to be able to disrupt your operations. Recoverability is just that. How quickly can you recover? Do you have redundancies in place? Do you have backups? If you take the power grid offline, how quickly can the power be restored? Things of that nature. Vulnerability is your overall level of exposure, your overall level that you have your pants down, basically. Effect is the scope and magnitude of it. And the thing about effect, it's not just, people think, oh, it's body count or anything like that. Well, yeah, certainly it is. Loss of life and injuries is certainly, at the top of the list. But there's other things as well, such as the psychological effect that goes with it. I always like to use the, again, for those who remember the anthrax attacks we had right after 9/11. We had the anthrax letters that went out to the National Enquirer. They went to some senators, some people in the news, and I believe it was 5 people died of anthrax. Now, I'm not going to discount the death of even one person. But with the death of 5 people with the anthrax letters, look what happened to our country, our mailing system. Things were shut down. People weren't handling. Everything had to be decontaminated and all of these type of things. Well, 5 people will probably die today on Florida's roads, sadly. But again, there was this psychological effect that went into it as well. So you don't discount the idea of psychology. One thing that's really interesting too, and this is a debate that and we can discuss this later, maybe the panel or somebody else will touch on this topic. So when I was going to school in the 90s, I was getting my master's degree in the 90s, there were only about 5 universities out there that had a national security studies program. They were all Washington, D.C. based schools that did this. Now every school, I would say half the universities out there have a national security program. But I remember that the first thing that you learn in any national security program is, what's the definition of terrorism? And, it's funny, the traditional definition, even though there is no one set, I mean, the FBI's definition is different from the CIA's, is different from the White House, is different from Homeland Security, different from the UN, NATO, everything like that. There is no real set definition. But it essentially was, terrorism is any type of violence that's carried out against a civilian population in order to bring about political change. That was always the definition. Back in the 90s, that's what you learned. Now, you could argue that definition might be even irrelevant, because we have violence against civilian populations, government populations, but is it to bring about political change? If you look at the Paddock incident in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas shooting, or even an active shooter event at a school, is that terrorism? Or is that violence? Is that a crazy person? I mean, whatever it is, it gets this label of terrorism. So I think that right now we are at a point in our society, our community, whatever it is, that we don't even have a hard definition or a hard understanding of what terrorism even is or is not anymore. So that's what we talk about when we talk about effect. And then the last thing we talk about is the recognizability factor. How easy is it for the bad guys to know that this is a soft spot in your organization, in your system, or in your people? There's a vulnerability. And when we talk about recognizability now, and I know that General Leacock will hit on this later today, the insider threat it's always been there, but I would say the ability now of our adversaries in the world, and adversaries could be terrorist groups, they could be other, it could be China, it could be Russia, whatever. their ability to penetrate our own people using things like social media, like LinkedIn. Yeah, I forget what the stat was. There was something that said 1 out of every 4 people on LinkedIn, particularly if they have a government clearance or a government job, are falsely or pretended to be approached by someone claiming to be someone they're not, when it's really a foreign intelligence service just trying to fish on them. And a lot of times, for the guys, it'll be a pretty girl saying, I'm so-and-so, and really it's not a pretty girl. There's actually, somebody on the other side, some big guy, an intelligence officer on the other side who's sending that out. But there's certainly the cases of this happening. There was the famous Robin Sage incident that happened a few years back where that happened, where a lot of generals and things like that were actually targeted by a pretty girl who was saying she wanted to move up and learn to be an intelligence officer or a security professional, and really it was some guys from some nasty countries behind the scenes. So the recognizability factor, particularly with social media and how everybody's profile out there these days, is incredibly dangerous. All right, and when we use Carver, we use this as our scoring system. We have the Carver matrices. So we score it on a score of 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst thing that could happen. So criticality 5 is the absolute worst. 1 is good. So if you look at the numbers here, what you do is you compare assets. So this is try to give you a real simple example here. This is a water treatment system. We all have water coming out of our taps. So if you're a terrorist, if you're a bad guy, and you're going to attack the drinking supply here at the University of South Florida, and you're looking at prospective targets, you say, well, if I was going to attack, what are my targets of opportunity? Well, I have, number one, I have a big water treatment reservoir where I could put maybe some poisonous chemicals, cyanide in there. I've got the chlorine gas tanks where all the chlorine is used to clean the water, and they're all stored together. Or I just have some pumps where we can pump water in different directions into different rooms. So if we go through using our scale of 1 to 5, you can see that the criticality of a water treatment tank is actually a low. People think, oh, well, you throw something in there. The dilution factor of these tanks are so massive, the dilution you'd have to basically dump a truck in of chemicals to really hit the system. But the accessibility on it is very high at a 4. Recoverability is pretty easy. Vulnerability is easy, or isn't that hard because of the height or the locks and things like that. But then you look at the chemical gas containers. If you can get into the chlorine gas, put some kind of explosive device in there, now you're blowing up chlorine gas, and you're getting a poisonous chlorine gas cloud out into a community and things like that. So you work through your numbers, and as you see at the bottom, so you have like a 15 out of 30. So 15 out of 30 is 50%, pretty basic math. A 22 out of 30 would be 73%. 19 out of 30 would be a 63%. So what you're doing is you're going through and you're racking and stacking all of your assets using this sort of as a criteria. So that's about as simple as I could explain Carver. It's much more in depth than that, but that's for points of basic understanding. Are there any initial questions, comments, anything like that about Carver before I move into sort of my presentation here? And I know we've got people online. If somebody online has a question, I thank you everybody for piping in there too. Just write it in the comment box, and we can share any comments that way if they come in. It's funny, last year we did this because of the pandemic. We actually did this 100% virtually last year. We had 700 people virtually join us. This year we charged $10, and the numbers plummeted. We may have to go free again. I don't know, but anyway, no, we appreciate it. Anybody can jump in. So what I would like to do now is I'd like to just go into my presentation, and what I want to talk about is what we call the coming fight for global security and strategy in a post-pandemic world. I'm a big strategy guy. In fact, we have a course that we teach through the Office of Corporate Training and Professional Education called Cognizant Security Strategy. And what that means is no longer are the old school ways of thinking pre-pandemic, are they relevant in a post-pandemic world? The world is much more fluid in terms of decision making now. So we're going to talk a little bit about how strategy and leadership has changed following the pandemic. Okay. I don't know if that's working. Oh, there we go. So what I'll be talking about for the next few minutes here is, number one, understanding the threats that are out there, the need to have a process in our new post-pandemic world, and the difference between strategy and tactics. It's funny, you talk to people, everybody tells you, hey, do you know the difference between strategy and tactics? Everybody says they know what it is. And then you ask them, well, explain it to me, you know? And people, well, you know, it's kind of like, I always go back to the Supreme Court justice who said that it's like pornography. I know it when I see it. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. It's kind of the same with strategy and tactics. You kind of know it when you see it. So we'll get into that a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about strategic leadership as well. Okay? So let's start off. The threats have not gone away. In fact, the threats are greater than ever. You could make the claim, whether that be active shooters have tremendously gone up. It seems like the flags are always at half staff these days because of active shooter. The cyber threat is off the charts. We have some great cyber experts who'll be addressing that later. State-sponsored terrorism, gangs. I know we have some gang, Garrick Plonzinski there was actually the gang officer of the year for the state of Florida. Pandemics. I actually used this exact same slide in 2019 for CARVERCON when we did it here, and I wanted to put this one up because back then in 2019 nobody was thinking of pandemics, and now how relevant this exact same slide is 24 months later. And then the threat with rogue nations, you could call it, whether that's North Korea, whether that's China making a play on Taiwan. I mean, there's definitely a lot of global issues going on out there. Nothing is immune, whether that's people. If we're talking critical infrastructure, our ports. I know we have Vincent Volpe and John Martinicki today are going to, later this morning, give a presentation about the supply chain security. We're all wondering, you know, why is there no Gatorade and toilet paper on the shelves of Publix anymore? Well, it's because there's supply chain issues, and there's a big security threat and risk that goes with it. We saw it when that ship actually got turned sideways in the Suez Canal, how one ship can shut down commerce. So the bad guys take notice of this too. They study and see, oh my gosh, one ship shuts down a channel. We could use this in the future, and this could be planned for any kind of operational use. So let's talk about our adversaries. So we always had this thing, oh, criminals are dumb. Terrorists are dumb. No, they're not, sadly. I mean, a lot of them are. But a lot of them are pretty smart people. A lot of them have medical degrees even. But when we talk about our adversaries use a process, use a plan, just like we use Carver. So for those in law enforcement, you've probably seen this many times, the criminal planning cycle. And the criminal planning cycle, you know, everything starts with a target selection, and then the bad guys do their surveillance against the target. And then they start to train, and then maybe they deploy for their operation, they commit the crime, and then they escape. And then maybe they'll go on to exploit it somehow with follow-up ransom, things like that. So that's always been the criminal cycle. But let's now talk about the terrorist cycle. Thanks for advancing this. So this actually comes from CIA. This is from the CIA's Counterterrorism Center. And as you can see, this is the terrorist cycle. And it's very similar to the criminal cycle. You know, they begin by selecting their target. They do their sort of version of Carver. And then they begin to plan. They recruit the people necessary to carry out the operation. They do their training. There's usually in a terrorist attack, there's a lot more logistics that may involve travel, moving parts, explosives, things like that. There's fundraising that goes on with terrorist organizations. Terrorist organizations are very good at raising money. I think maybe Vincent will touch on that as well later today. There's the recruitment aspect of it. And while this is all going on, they're trying to maintain their security so they don't get caught. And they're also doing ongoing propaganda for the group as well. The difference, I think, a lot of times between the terrorist planning cycle and the criminal planning cycle is in a terrorist attack, in a lot of cases, as we all know, there is no escape. It could be a suicide attack. It could be a suicide by cop type situation, things like that. So that would probably be the key difference. Okay. All right, so let's talk about what is a threat. So we'll just throw out a real simple definition here when we talk about the threats that are out there. And we'll say a threat is an expression of intention to inflict evil, injury, or damage. Pretty simple stuff. Okay, let me show you this next slide here. So 10 years ago, Leo and I would go out and we'd do our trainings on terrorism, things like that, and we'd say this is a threat spectrum. And threat spectrum is pretty simple. You've got along the vertical there your potential impact, worst possible thing that could happen, and then along the bottom is the likelihood that this could happen. Well, the worst possible thing is probably a nuclear bomb goes off. That's the worst security thing. And you know, those in the intel world, we hear the stories of the suitcase nukes. The Russians have a nuclear device in a suitcase and all that. That was always the worst possible thing that could happen. But then the likelihood of that happening is it's pretty remote, luckily, knock on wood. But if you start moving across the board with things like radioisotopes, getting your hands on something like that, okay, that becomes more plausible. That becomes more realistic. And then even with chemical agents, biological agents, whether or not COVID, make that argument. But at the end of the day, you would see that it was always explosives, right? Bombs and bullets. At the end of the day, those people in law enforcement intelligence, you're worried about the bombs and bullets. Now, this was 10 years ago for the threat spectrum. Let me just add, click. This is where we've gone today. This is how things have changed. And I always tell this to the interns. I said, the world that I came up in, going through school and then going in the intelligence world, I dealt with that. You guys are gonna deal with this, which is, I think, maybe a lot worse. Because now you're talking about the cyber attacks, shutting down power grids, shutting down water supplies, whatever you want to do, is much more likely and probable and devastating. Active shooters, like I said before, seem to be gone off the chart. Vehicular attacks. So let's say you can't get your hands on a weapon. You've got a 3,000-pound weapon that most people have access to with a vehicle. And then drone attacks. Drone is the big elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. You think about a USF game, you know, or even, let's talk Michigan Stadium, 100,000 people on a Saturday, a college football game. Somebody flies a drone over the top of that stadium. And let's say they drop, not an explosive, let's say they just drop talcum powder, baby powder, over a section of the stands. How do you know that's not anthrax or some other kind of agent? But then the question is, not did you drop an anthrax or some kind of powder on them, but how do you test them? How do you quarantine them? How do you move them? People are going to say, are you going to go in the stadium? There's no plan for this. Okay, section 133C, you all must stay in your suits, and biohazard guys in you know, full PPEs are going to come in and quarantine. No, that's not going to happen. People are just going to scatter. We had this at the Washington Nationals game just last month. Somebody drove outside of the stadium in DC of the Washington Nationals baseball game, fired a gun outside of the stadium, and what happened? People went rushing out the gates. So if you think about, you know, sort of where we're going with attacks, like I said, the bad guys aren't dumb. You look at the Ariana Grande bombing, concert bombing that happened, that was about maybe 5 years ago now. So what was the plan with that? A smart security guard luckily stopped the bomber from getting in. But the new MO of terrorists, strike at the end of the show. Don't, you know, security at a football game, at a rock concert is always good up front. But what happens when you get to the fourth quarter of a football game? Security goes down. People start breaking things down, right? So that's sort of what happened at Ariana Grande. They wanted to go in at the very tail of the concert when they knew everything was down, set off the device inside. The people who did not get killed would run out the door. A second device, a second bomber would be outside. That's the new MO out there. You look at the Nice truck, the vehicular attack that happened in Nice on Bastille Day a few years back. Same thing. End of the parade, guy pulls in with what he says is an ice cream truck as they're breaking down the event. Guy says, hey, I've got ice cream. Well, it's the end of the event. What are you coming in with ice cream at the end of the event? And the guards lift up the barrier, and he just steps on it and drives through and kills how many people just driving through. So again, we have to give our adversaries, even though we don't want to, we have to give them some credit that they have a process and they're doing a target analysis as well. Okay? So let's talk about what do we do? Well, security is complex, and we have to break this into our own process, our own sensible steps. But we need to answer some basic questions. The first one is the solution even worth it? Is it worth it? I mean, we can all have our own TSA stories all day long of whether or not TSA and all of that is successful, if it's done correctly, incorrectly, all of these things. Is there a trade-off? Are there additional risks that arise because we do security one way? Does something else become more vulnerable? Right? So we need to focus on a process. And this is sort of where strategy begins to take over. And I'm a big Peter Drucker fan. I think Peter Drucker is one of the greatest business minds of the last 50, 100 years. But he says, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And I think, you know, politically, our politicians, they say, oh, we'll throw money at it. That's the solution to everything. But there needs to be a process, and there needs to be a way to manage and measure success. So again, I'm a football fan as well. I actually played football many years ago for Nick Saban before he was at Alabama. But Nick Saban was always a big fan of the process. It's not about winning the game. That's the big misconception. You know, Nick Saban will tell you this thing. I don't go out there. I don't plan the season to say we're going to win the national championship or anything like that. I go out saying, how do we perfect this process? And if we perfect this process, wins and everything will just be a result of that. And the other thing Saban used to say all the time, I love this quote: mediocre people don't like high achievers, and high achievers don't like mediocre people. So you get the naysayers and the weak-minded and stuff off your team right away when you're doing your strategy. So everybody's got a process. Mark Helton will be here in a little bit from CIA. The intel world, there's a lot of processes in the intel world. You have the intelligence cycle. You have what's known as the recruitment cycle. I think Mark will touch on that, what it takes to recruit an asset, recruit an insider, recruit a source. Okay. And then for purposes of what we do with Carver, a lot of times, we have what's known as the critical infrastructure process. So with critical infrastructure, we go out and we look at physical, cyber, and we say, all right, how do we go through a process to determine where we're weak? You will never have 100% security on anything. It's so expensive. I think it was Eisenhower said you can never, it's too expensive to ever have complete security. So you have to really pick and choose, using common sense, but still having some kind of justification for it, how you're going to protect everything you can with the limited resources available to you. So that's where strategy comes in. So what is strategy? All right. So again, when I was back in school, and I don't know how it is for our students here today, but when I was going to school at GW, all of our professors at GW were former CIA officers. It's funny, there's kind of a really known thing in DC. All the CIA people go to George Washington. In fact, I think there's more GW CIA people than any other university. And all the Georgetown people are all the State Department people. That's the #1 university for State Department is Georgetown. So it's kind of this change of mindset too between the two. So they're both awesome schools by far. But when I remember in GW with all of our CI instructors, you had to do the mandatory reading. You had to read Jomini, and you had to read Klauswicz and Machiavelli. You had all the Sun Tzu, all the texts and things that you had to read. And go back, please. Sorry. So when we talked about Jomini, so Jomini was the general who fought under Napoleon, and he was the general who documented all the Napoleonic Wars. And according to Jomini, he said that the way that you have perfect strategy and the way that you win battles is you do it through logistics. He was a big logistics guy. You plan, you have all your logistics in place, and you kind of move along those things. So Jomini sort of came along first, and he was the gold standard. Shortly after Jomini came Karl von Clausewitz. Now, because we are in Tampa, and because the Tampa Bay Bucks are really right outside the gates of USF, we have to throw in our obligatory Tom Brady reference here. So, question for you: how is it a man who's 44 years old, who would probably be the worst athlete in this room, go to 10 Super Bowls and win 7? Well, I would argue that Tom Brady has more to do with Clausewitz than he does with Jomini. And why is that? Because strategy is about decision-making. It's about self-discipline, and it's about decision-making. And if you go and look at what Clausewitz says, I think it sums up Tom Brady pretty well. And that is, Klauswicz says that real strategic leaders, real strategic thinkers, decision makers, have this innate ability inside of them called kodoi. And kodoi is this notion or stroke of genius that when the chips are down, when the pressure's on you, instead of folding like an old lawn chair, you rise to the occasion and you make the right decisions. You focus under pressure. And this is what Clausewitz says. He says the fog of war, as I'm sure our veterans and stuff would tell you, it's a mess. You know, when you go out the war zone, the old saying, no plan survives first contact. The first shot that's fired, that plan goes out the window. But as Eisenhower said, you know, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. So there is the planning part, which Jomini focuses on, but it's the kodoi, your ability to respond under pressure, is really what makes the great strategic leader and the great decision making. So the military said, the Marines specifically, said, how do we take advantage of this notion of kodoi, which has been around for 200 years? I mean, George Washington read, or not George Washington, but the teachings of George Washington, he talked about the gut instincts that go into it as well. So how do we take 200 years of this idea that there is instinct and use it today? So the Marine Corps did a study, and they called it Left of Bang. And it was basically, how do we get in front of this idea that a bomb is going to go off, or we are going to get ambushed, or as a terrorist is going to attack that facility? So it was more about reading the senses, and they came into things like biometrics, or not, biokinesics, and all of these things, inner feelings, the hairs on the back of your necks, your carotid artery thumping. And an example that I remember, so I spent about a year or so in Afghanistan. If anyone's been in Afghanistan, you know, you go outside of the gates in the morning, and it's, you know, you smell the bread. The bread is the thing in Afghanistan that you smell. It covers the smells of everything else. But you smell the bread in the morning. Usually it's the men that make the bread, and you see them carrying these large loaves. And it's a pungent smell, but it's good. It's a good smell. The kids, we would give kids soccer balls all the time with little American flags. It's sort of a good, positive psyop kind of campaign to win the kids over with soccer balls. Kids be out kicking the ball. The women they'd be washing clothes, on rocks and beating them with stones and everything. And there was sort of a feel that was going on. And you did this. You tried to vary your time leaving the gate. You never wanted to be predictable going out of the gate. But then you go out one morning, and there was no kids kicking a soccer ball. The smell of bread in the air was kind of minimal compared to what you're used to. And you just kind of knew something ain't right today. Maybe we shouldn't go out, or maybe we send something out, a drone out, or somebody else out, or get some intel before we go out the gate. That's what we're talking about with kodoi, and that's what the Marine Corps said. This is why we got to get left of bang with this, instead of being right of bang and being reactive. Going back to my initial point, again, CIA needs to be offensive and proactive rather than reactive mode. All right, well, let me jump into strategy here. So, when we talk about strategy, like I said before, everybody thinks they know what it means and everything like that. And there's no agreed upon definition for the word strategy out there, by the way. But let me give you a few examples, things that everybody can understand so we're all on the same page. So Coca-Cola has a very basic strategy. Anybody have a guess what Coca-Cola's strategy now, not their mission statement, not the vision statement, not what their shareholders want to hear, but what is the actual strategy of Coca-Cola? Anybody know what it is? So Coca-Cola, first and foremost, is the most recognized iconic image on the entire planet. Everybody recognizes, it's the most recognized thing for people of all countries. But the strategy of Coca-Cola is that anybody should be able to walk into a restaurant or anywhere, anything, any hut, anywhere in the world, and just say the word Coke and get a Coke. That's a strategy. That is what everything trickles down, funnels off of that idea that you can walk in anywhere in the world and just say the word Coke and get a Coke. Now, Jack Welch, who a lot of people will recognize as probably the best corporate leader of the last 50 years or so, Jack Welch used to say, well, when he came into GE, it was funny. So when he came in to GE had hundreds of products. I mean, they must have they did light bulbs, they did railroads. I mean, if you name it, GE did it. Jack Welch came in, and he had a very simple strategy. He says, okay, we'll shake things up here a little bit. We are only going to have product lines if we are number 1 or number 2 in that product line. If we are not number 1 or number 2, right now, cut it, get rid of it. And he started slashing all of those things. That was his strategy. I don't want mediocrity. I don't want 3s and 4s or 7s on the chain. We're either gonna be number 1 or we're gonna be number 2, that's it. And actually increase profitability right out of the gate with that strategy, and so has been named the greatest CEO ever since, if you will. I talked about Nick Saban with his strategy. It's not about winning games, it's about perfecting that process. And to tell you how meticulous it would be, it's, you know, he even says that, you know, when he's looking at athletes, a defensive back should wear size 11, and a cornerback should wear a 9.5 shoe, and the speed should be this, and the body weight should be this, and the bench press should be this many times at this many weights. I mean, it really gets down to as fine-tuned detail as you can imagine. Now, Elon Musk, love him or hate him, he has a strategy. I mean, everybody knows about Tesla, but do you know what the strategy for SpaceX is? It's pretty cool. His strategy is SpaceX strategy is to make human beings an interplanetary species. That is the driving strategy of the company, to make us live on other planets one day. I thought that was cool. Now, a lot of strategies don't fail. In fact, the majority of strategies fail within 12 to 18 months. They fail. About 90% failure rate on strategy. And now when I say fail, that doesn't mean that everything just collapses. It means that usually that strategy itself has to be retooled or rewritten or things of that nature. So the Nano card. Anybody remember the Nano? Maybe a few from the 80s remember. So the Ratan Tata, who's one of the wealthiest man in the world, wealthiest man in India, said he wanted to make a car that every person could afford. And that price was going to be, I think the price point was $1,200. So for $1,200, you could have a brand new car. Well, prices slowly went up. I mean, it became impossible. I think they only made maybe 300 total, and they were banned in the United States. You couldn't get them. So again, not all strategies, in fact, most strategies don't work. Okay. So when we talk about strategy, how is that different from our mission and our vision? A lot of people get confused with this question, so I'll just lay it out for you very quickly. So strategy, this is that long-term objective there. This is becoming the interplanetary species. Mission statement, how you're gonna get there. You've gone from what you wanna do to how you're gonna do it, and then your vision is where you wanna be. That you're benchmarking your goals in 10 months, we wanna be like this. So if you ever hear those terms, they usually get thrown around interchangeably. This is sort of just a little cheat sheet to keep them straight. Okay? So if we talk about Cokes again, Coke's strategy to order a Coke anywhere in the world. The mission statement is to refresh the world, to inspire moments of optimism and happiness, to create value. Okay, that's kind of happy. And then the vision statement, to craft the brands of choice that people love. And of course, make a lot of money in the process. Okay, now what strategy is not? And this is where people get confused. Strategy is not a checklist. Everybody thinks that they can just go copy Apple's strategy or you know, Nick Saban's strategy at Alabama. I'm just going to do what they do, and then we're going to win as well, or we're going to make money as well. It doesn't work that way. It's not a schedule. It's not even a playbook, and it's not a plan even. So that's why a lot of people will say the word strategic planning. It's actually an oxymoron. You're talking tactical and strategy in the same two words. Okay? So let's talk about then tactics. What exactly are tactics? If the big why, what we're doing, becoming our interplanetary species is the why, how are we going to do it? So then we get into tactics. And tactics, these are the steps that you're going to take to fill those out. And does everybody remember Jeff Cooper from the Cooper Color Code system? Again, famous Marine there. Carlos would appreciate that. Sammy, for you. All right. So let's talk about this difference now between strategy and tactics. Let's break it down. So you've got a very simple quadrant here. This quadrant's been used since the 80s. This is Trigo and Zimmerman from Harvard came up with this. Very simple. Along the left-hand side, the vertical, you've got the tactics. Along the top, you've got strategy. And your tactics are either going to be effective tactics or ineffective tactics. And then your strategy is either going to be a clear strategy or it's going to be an unclear strategy. And again, your strategy is the what or the why. Your tactics are the how. How are you going to do it? So if you look in quadrant 1, If you're an organization and your organization has a clear strategy and you also have effective tactics, you're doing good. That's where you want to be as an organization. This is going to be your Apple type company. This is going to be, if you're talking airlines, a Southwest Airlines, this is going to be a well-run machine. Now, so let's say now if you're in quadrant 2, let's say you have an unclear strategy, but yet you have good tactics. So let's think about what's an organization that maybe, or situation that has an unclear strategy but good tactics. I would make the argument that the pandemic could fall into that. Now think about this, and our Homeland Security public health people will be coming along here shortly, so I don't know if they would want to debate me on this. But prior to the pandemic, there were tabletop exercises that were done. There was national stockpiles in place for antibiotics and all these things. There was tabletops and policies and procedures done in advance that a pandemic could happen. This was not something new. It's been rehearsed for 20 years. There's been drills. There's been joint terrorism task force drills that dealt with pandemics and things like that. So the tactics were in place. But I think the argument could be made, was there a clear strategy to actually roll that out? And I think when it actually happened, it's kind of the thing that everybody does an emergency response plan and they put it on the shelf and say, oh yeah, we've got an emergency response plan. And then the event happens and they're dusting it off and they're opening it up and they'll say, oh, that guy doesn't even work here anymore, in the org charts. I mean, that's sort of what happened, I would say, in a quadrant 2 situation with the pandemic. Oh, back. Sorry. Quadrant 3. So let's say you have a clear strategy. You have a clear strategy, but you have ineffective tactics. Now, you could make the argument maybe TSA could be something like this. They have a clear strategy. The strategy is to prevent another hijacking or bombing or terrorist attack. But other tactics, are they effective? Are they ineffective? You could say even somebody with let's say the post office even, okay, right? The U.S. Post Office, their strategy is to deliver the mail, but are their tactics effective or ineffective? The post office has to be subsidized because they can't keep up with UPS and FedEx and things like that. So another organization that's like that. Now, quadrant 4, where you do not have a clear strategy, nor do you have clear tactics, now you're talking about just an organization that could be completely broken. Congress, you could make the argument. No clear strategy, no clear tactics. So hopefully that kind of summarizes well what we mean by that. Okay, now, sorry. So I always like to go back when we're talking about preparedness and planning and go to the great philosopher Mike Tyson. As he said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And that's very true. And again, we saw it with the pandemic. We see it with security issues. Okay. So what's the difference between planning and preparation? Well, it's really your state of mind. So your planning is actually the process. It's the planning, the program, the scheme, the method that you go through. The preparation is the state of being ready. Again, as Eisenhower said, plans are useless, planning is indispensable. Okay. So let's move into leadership then, with strategic leadership. Again, another one of those words that everybody kind of knows, but there's really no agreed upon definition out there. So I just threw a couple of these up here for you. Forbes will say that it's social influence, and it's maximizing the efforts of the people around you and underneath you moving towards that common objective, that common goal. John Maxwell, who's the very famous leadership guru out there, he'll say leadership is simply influence. That's all it is. It's influencing your people to make decisions. Now, you can influence people. There's an old saying, you can motivate somebody to death, but you can take an idiot, you can motivate an idiot, but at the end of the day, you're just going to have a motivated idiot. You have to give them the leadership steps and the right things to do. Okay. So again, Eisenhower, this is a great quote here. Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because that person wants to do it. They genuinely want to do it. There is that feeling of empowerment that they want to do a good job. So when we talk about leadership, and this is simply the Luke Bency Venn diagram of leadership here. I'm sure everybody would have their own different types of words or adjectives they might want to throw in here. But I say for leadership, what I've always found is these three things that you really need. You need consistency, reliability, and flexibility. Now, if you have a leader who is, let's say, they're a consistent leader and they're a reliable leader, but they're not very flexible, they're stubborn to change and new ideas and stuff, then you're going to have limited change in your office, in your organization. Now, let's say you have a consistent leader. He or she is always there. You know what to expect from them. They have flexibility, but they're not reliable. They don't follow through all the time, or they say they're going to do something or offer this guidance or assistance or resources, and it doesn't always happen through. So then you have an untrustworthy leader in that case. The third one, if you have a reliable and a flexible leader, but not consistent, then you have a sporadic personality. And really your ideal leader is really going to be the combination of these three: consistency, reliability, and flexibility. Okay, so how do we become better leaders in our organization? Even if we're not in a leadership role or a management position, a supervisory position, how do we become better leaders? And what the heck is this strategic leadership? What's the difference between that versus regular old leadership? That always becomes a big question as well. All right, so I'll give you the U.S. Army War College for Strategic Leadership. Again, one of these terms out there that there is no agreed upon definition. Everybody's got their own sense of it. But as you can see, strategic leadership, the process used by a leader to effect achievement of a desirable and clearly understood vision for the organization. All right? Now, I used a slide from Jack Welch a little bit earlier, and Jack Welch had a famous saying. He said, of America's Fortune 500 CEOs, 80% of America's Fortune 500 CEOs are not strategic. They are tactical thinkers. And think of your own organizations that you work in. Is your top leadership, are they strategic thinkers or are they tactical? 18%, Welch goes on to say, are strategic, but only 2% have that innate ability to be both strategic and tactical at the same time. Forbes agreed recently with his assessment that 80% are tactical. 67% of strategic visions fail within 18 months. 71% of employees at any organization have no idea what their strategic. I think 71% is actually high. I would make the case that maybe 91% of all employees at any organization, public or private, have no idea what that organization's strategic vision is and really don't care because they're just going through tactical steps throughout their career, and that's it. Give me my 20 years, let me do my tactical steps. I'm out of here at 5 o'clock every day. And as MIT Sloan says, 97 of senior managers could list organizations top 3 or 5, but only 13% of frontline supervisors could. So, and now, why is it that these leaders of our companies, our government organizations, are so tactical? Because tactical leadership is, let's call it a crutch. Tactics are a crutch. A checklist is a crutch. And I'm not using crutch as a negative term here. Please understand that. But there is this, what's known as this imposter syndrome. There's this fear of being found out as the leader that, hey, maybe you're not the right guy or gal for the job, or you don't really know what you're doing. So, General David Petraeus, he was a director of the CIA. He's actually up in Tampa. He does a lot of stuff with SOCOM in the Tampa area up there. He came up with a strategic leader should have 4 big tasks. This is the job. When you are the top person of the pyramid, this is how you should be leading. Number 1, get the big ideas right. You're the big thinker, big idea person. Make sure that is the right big idea. That's number 1. Number 2, you have to be able to communicate those ideas and communicate it from the top all the way to the bottom so the bottom can communicate back up. You have to oversee and implement the big ideas, and then you need to determine how they need to be refined as you're going through. So it's that constant measuring of the big idea. Okay? Again, I'm a big football guy. I am a big fan of Jimmy Johnson, the old coach of the Miami Hurricanes and also the Dallas Cowboys. And he was asked sometime, this old myth, do you treat all your employees the same? Do you treat all your teammates the same? And Johnson, who's a psychology major, says, hell no. I treat Troy Aikman and Emmett Smith a hell of a lot different than I treat some guy who's on the bubble. And that the reason for that is, you know, there is no everybody's kind of equal thing at a strategic leadership point. All your people are equally valuable, but the way that you treat them are different. And it goes back to the Machiavelli quote, and I'm not endorsing Machiavelli or anything here, I'm not doing that, but leaders to conduct their times. And I think we've all seen, again, as we showed the first graph with the threat spectrum, times changed. Just in the last 10 years, a lot of things have changed in terms of the threat as well as leadership and decision making. Okay, I'm a big fan of Jocko Willink, the Navy SEAL who wrote the great book Extreme Ownership. I boil it down to this. Extreme ownership basically means the leader, you're responsible for everything. Absolutely everything. You can't put the blame on your people. If your people screw up, it's because you screwed up. It's because you didn't train them right. Extreme ownership is really at the top of strategic leadership. Okay. Now, we'll ask the last question here. What kind of leader are you, or the leaders that you work underneath? So there's three types of leaders. The first leader out there is the overly cautious leader. This is the person who's always seeking consensus, can't make a quick decision. You know, what is it? Measure twice, cut once. So these people measure 3 times and never cut at all. They're always looking for precedent or some kind of backup. They kick the can down the road. They don't go with their gut decision making. That's your cautious one. Then you have foolhardy leaders, which we've all seen foolhardy leaders from time to time. They decide without considering the options for the greater good, the good of the team, things like that. They ignore risk entirely. They change their mind daily. Or you're going down the road with one project and a week later you're suddenly, oh, we're scrapping that, we're going with this now. That's your foolhardy leader. What the goal is at the end of the day is to be your effectively assertive leader, which you can quickly evaluate your risk to be both preventative and have contingent actions. You consider all of your options ahead of time. You go with your gut, and as a leader, you have your other advisors that you go to, but you advise, you get their feedback, and you move on, and you make your decisions quickly. And you're comfortable setting precedents, and you're also comfortable breaking new ground. There's a saying in government, for all the guys who worked in the government in the room, nobody ever got fired for saying no. There's a lot of people who in government service, to say yes to a new idea, to a new concept, to allocate money for a new budget, a new team, something like that, it takes a little bit of guts, because if it doesn't work out, hey, who came up with this idea? Hey, who allocated money for this? Oh, that guy over there. Well, that guy, you know, he's now on the list. So in government, a lot of times, just saying no is the way to keep your head down and just kind of progress through, and that's what you want to get away from. My big fan, I'm a John Wooden guy through and through. I do a lot of work with General James Jones, the commandant, former commandant of the Marine Corps, and who's also the National Security Advisor under President Obama. And we do a lot of work together. And he was a basketball player at Georgetown. And he would always say, when he would train his Marines or write policy or something, he would go back to John Wooden, the famous UCLA coach, who actually, John Wooden was named by ESPN as the greatest coach in any sport for the last 100 years. So if you haven't read, for you young guys and gals out there, if you haven't read John Wooden, he is definitely applicable to sports, business, politics, you name it, because the guy, he did everything right, and he led by example. Okay, so in conclusion here, strategy, it helps sort of clarify your journey from where you are now and where you're going in the future, paints a picture of what the future is going to look like, and you got to trust your gut. You got to believe in yourself and believe in your decision making. And if you screw up, take ownership. You're going to be on the hook for it anyway. And use strategy as your framework for moving forward. Okay. And the question to you is, can you explain your own strategy? If you had to explain your strategy of your organization right now, could you do that in a couple of sentences very quickly without thinking about it? So that should be a good starting point as a guide. And we use that for our security posture as well. Okay. So with that, any questions from anybody out there? Strategy, leadership, Carver, security, anything of that nature? No? No questions. Rocky? Rocky questions? Rocky the mascot's out there. Anybody online raising their hand with a question? No, okay. Oh, we got one back here. Yes, ma'am.
What would you consider the drawbacks of Carver? Do you think it's a little subjective to each person or no?
Awesome question. So there's always going to be a subjectivity, and I'm glad you brought that up. Nick Waugh will address subjectivity of Carver at the lunch presentation on it, but people from the military will look at the security of this room differently than somebody from an intelligence background versus somebody different from a law enforcement background. Yes, so there is a subjectivity. That's why if you're going to do a Carver assessment and use quantitative numbers, what you need to do is to bring your team together, discuss and define what a 3 criticality would be versus a 2 effect would be, and actually put a definition to those just to make sure that there's not the subjectivity. Because yes, you are spot on that we could do an assessment of this room and we say, all right, well, what's the vulnerabilities in here? And one person may say, oh, I found 26 vulnerabilities in this room. I'd be like, 26? And another person may say, well, I found 5. And again, there's a level of experience that goes with it, but it's important that if you're going to do Carver assessments, that all of the team members come together first, either define all of their characteristics as one, discuss what that is, or go through a similar training before they do it. Excellent point, and actually Nick will address that at lunch today. Thank you. Yes, sir, right here.
So will this be the outline for your next book?
Maybe.
Good to me.
Possible. Absolutely. Well, cognitive security strategy definitely will be. And again, if you want to learn more about cognizant security strategy, then Mark Koulianos is here with his team from USF's Corporate Training Center. So they provide that information. Okay. Anything else? No, okay, well, let's do this. Let's take a 15-minute break, get some coffee. When we come back, we have Mark Helton, formerly with CIA, who will be talking about Operation Neptune Spear and talk about Geronimo and 9/11 and all kinds of really, really interesting stuff. So I'm sure you will have a ton of questions for him. So thank you very much.
and aggressively order you to move places.
Hey, do you want it in the middle since you're not in gray?
You're the color. No, I'm gonna stand directly behind Rocky.
Yeah.
For the crouching. I'll turn around and grab it.
Hey, John. Good to see you. You're still not in school, right? No. No.
Forever enrolled.
Yeah, right.
Never leaving.
Super senior. It's beautiful there. Their office is really good. They were like, oh no.
They're actually really comfortable. Yeah. Well, this is a medium, and it's like a dress on me. I just have it tucked in.
Right.
Good evening, parents, family members, loved ones, siblings, and graduates. Amazing, amazing that you got to this point. I'm sure 4 months ago, when you looked up at that mountain, you were like, oh my God, how am I going to get through this? And here you are, and you did it. You made it happen, and you should be very proud of yourselves because this is not an easy program. University of South Florida is one of our finest programs that we have, and it's the only program in the entire United States that is taught only by judges.
The more I listened to our teachers and the integrity they had and some of the things they do, they were wonderful. It was a joy, it was fun, and I thank you for letting me be part of the ride. Appreciate it.
I just wanted to thank everyone for being so supportive of each other through this program. We all learned a lot. I just wanted to thank everybody for being a great classmate and helping me through this. Thank you.
Your future as paralegals is in your hands. Act wisely. You're equipped. You know more law than you think you know. We only wish you tremendous success. Elisa, myself, the University of South Florida, all your teachers, all the judges, everyone, continued success and congratulations.
Hey everyone, this is Luke Bensi with Security Management International. I'm very pleased to announce that SMI is rolling out a brand new offering for our clients, our friends, and our fans entitled the Global Security Program, or GSP. Now, the GSP is a monthly membership program we're starting here at SMI, which for only $9 per month gives you unlimited access to monthly training videos that provide some serious intellectual firepower. Here's how it works. You pay $9 per month, and every month you will receive a training video from me, which could cover a variety of security topics. These topics could include such things as vulnerability assessments, investigations, executive protection, how to market your security company, how to engage in international negotiations, the secrets of counter-surveillance. You get the idea. Each video will contain information relevant to global security professionals. The videos will be anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes in length. And by themselves, the videos are worth at least $200. So you'll get 12 of these per year for just $9 a month. However, I'm going to include even more value. So in addition to the monthly training video, you'll also receive a surprise from me. This could be anything from a second training video at no extra cost. It could be a PDF download of, let's say, a vulnerability assessment checklist. It could be a spreadsheet, which could allow you to calculate security risks or financial costs. It could be a PowerPoint slide deck, or it could be an interview or a podcast with another thought leader in the security field. You really won't know what your free bonus is until you open up your email. Furthermore, you'll also receive a free download of 3 of the books that I've written. These include Among Enemies, Counter-Espionage for the Business Traveler, Global Security Consulting, How to Build a Thriving International Practice, and the Carver Target Analysis and Vulnerability Assessment Methodology. These 3 books alone are nearly equivalent to the annual subscription cost. In addition to all this great content, I want to offer you one more powerful incentive. I'll also give you a special promo code, which will entitle you to 20% off on all SMI online training courses. So there you go. This is a special members-only subscription service that provides you with monthly useful content for a very low price. $9 a month, $108 a year, and you'll actually get well over $10,000 worth of value. I hope you can take advantage of this incredible offer. And as always, stay safe and vigilant. Hey everyone, this is Okay, if we could start gathering back to our seats. All right. All right, great. Thanks everybody for coming back. Everybody online, thanks. Our next speaker is, we're very, very fortunate to have Mr. Mark Helton joining us, speaking next. All I can say, am I allowed to say, is Mark was the chief of counterintelligence at the CIA, and that's all I'm permitted to say. Whatever he can say after that is on him. So big round of applause for Mr. Mark Helton. Thank you.
You know, when I speak as a CIA officer, I first divulged that I was at CIA. I was at the Naval War College earlier on in my career, and I could barely get the letters out, right? So now I'm, as an older gentleman, I'm allowed to say a bit more. So we'll talk a little bit about my own career and about CIA. But the topic, and thank you very much, Luke, by the way, and thank you all for being here. The topic today is Geronimo. For those of you that don't know much about the raid on bin Laden, the elimination of a killer. Geronimo was the code word that was given by SEAL Team 6 operatives when they identified bin Laden affirmatively in the compound. Actually, what they said was "for God and country, Geronimo." So that's historical. Okay, my own background. Let's see if I can get this thing to change. It's not changing on the top one. Changed back there. Should I press it again? Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. All right, my own background. People ask about this a lot. I served 34 years at CIA. I grew up in New Hampshire, went to the University of New Hampshire, studied political science, went to graduate school at the Fletcher School, studied Soviet nuclear forces, was hired by the CIA in 1981. I'm an original Cold Warrior. I joined CIA as an analyst. I never worked as an analyst. When in CIA, when you join as a trainee, they rotate you through the various areas of the agency, the directorates of the agency as they're called. So it's analysis operations, the S&T and support, to give the trainees an experience. So when I went to the operations directorate, they said, well, we think you can do operations. Are you interested in it? And I said, well, I was young. At that time, nobody knew anything about intelligence, and I certainly didn't know much. And I said, but I'll give it a try. And that's where I started my career, and that's where I finished my career. So I joined in '81, as I said, went down to CIA training, trained for 2 years. My first assignment overseas was Czechoslovakia, communist Czechoslovakia, during the Cold War. The Cold War did happen. I told my students at Georgetown all the time, yes, it did happen. I was there. I saw it. I saw communist countries. I saw what it was like to live in them. I worked there. It was the work we did there was very much like you see in the movies, alternately thrilling and terrifying. After that, I went back to Washington, took Swahili, went to Dar es Salaam for 2 years. Great assignment, wonderful place. I loved the assignment, and again, my job was recruiting and running agents. In CIA parlance, an agent is a foreigner we work with. We call ourselves officers. So recruiting spies for the United States and then running them, getting secrets from them. So after that, I went to Dar es Salaam, went back, learned German, went to Vienna. Same job, working in Vienna, which is a great place to live, better place to spy. I think I told some people that last night. And it was wonderful work there. After that, I got a call at the end of my time in Vienna, and I was moved down to Croatia for the war in the Balkans. So I was chief on the ground during the war in the Balkans.
Seahawks, have a good weekend.
Okay. I was chief on the ground for the war in the Balkans. And that was 93 to 96. We test bedded, CIA did, a lot of the things that were used post 9/11 there. So it was I was a very young man then. CIA, one thing about CIA is they give you responsibility at a very young age. I was a GS-14 and in charge of that. After that, Naval War College for a year to rest. After that, back to Washington. I was executive assistant to the director of operations. That's the man that runs operations worldwide. In 1999, I went to Moscow to be chief. So I was chief of station, which is a CIA leader abroad, during Putin's rise to power, so the 2 years that Putin came to power. After that, back to Washington, deputy chief for East Asia, chief of really overseeing China operations against China for 3 years. Then overseas again, I was chief of station in Vienna. Worked there for 3 years. Great return, great place to work, great place to lead people. The greatest privilege I've ever had is leading CIA men and women in the field. They are tremendous people. Back home after that, chief of European operations, overseeing all CIA operations in Europe. After that, I became chief of operational technology at CIA. This is 2010. What does that mean? That means when we give an agent a piece of spy gear, does it work? Computer, piece of communications gear. People's lives depended on that. So that was my job. 2011, Director Panetta sent me to Islamabad, which is what we're going to talk about here. I was chief of station on the ground in Islamabad during 2011 and during the bin Laden operation. After that, I came back and became chief of counterintelligence at CIA. Among the things that I had to deal with was Edward Snowden, the many other challenges. Chief of counterintelligence at CIA does counter-espionage investigations abroad, supports the FBI, chasing US suspects, espionage suspects, and protects CIA personnel and operations abroad. I retired in 2015, taught at Georgetown for 3 years. I've had multiple corporate engagements, boards, and the like. Right now, I'm a member of the Five Eyes group, which is a group of former CIA officers. We work to bring capabilities into the intelligence community. History, I'll talk a little bit about history in here. People don't know much about the agency, so we'll do a little bit of that first, because those that aren't familiar with it, you have to have a little bit of understanding. But the entire purpose of a lecture like this is not only to talk about the operation that was conducted to kill bin Laden, which was arguably one of the most significant in the history of United States intelligence, but is to teach some lessons for the future. So I talk about this operation in that context. I talk to CIA audiences about it quite a bit, and to others. I won't divulge any classified information, so if I say I can't answer a question, it's not because I'm trying to be obtuse. It's just because there are still aspects of the operation that are classified. If I fall into agency language, the CIA is a unique culture. We have our own language, the language of intelligence. So if I fall into that, just raise your hand, say I don't understand. So I use terminology maybe that you don't understand. It is a culture that it's a world unto itself. Okay, what are the functions of the CIA? Just for those who haven't dealt with CIA and intelligence in general, CIA has 4 main functions. Collection, what does that mean? That means collecting intelligence overseas to inform policymakers. Analysis, analyzing that information to present to policymakers. Covert action, that means undertaking actions to either influence politics or direct influence on the ground at the direction of the United States government. And finally, counterintelligence, protecting the nation's secrets. Purpose of spying is knowledge. It's the reason that CIA exists is to gather information and to inform and protect the United States. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Neptune Spear, what ultimately becomes Neptune Spear. The war against Al-Qaeda, of course, as we know, began formally September 11, 2001. But in reality, the intelligence community and aspects of the military were at war with Al-Qaeda long before that. The rise of Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to recount his history except to say that he came out of the Afghan war, the earlier Afghan war, 1989, rose to power prominently during the 1990s, and put together a group called Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda in Arabic means the base. And what it was a group formally dedicated to striking at the infidels present in the Arabian Peninsula and in Arab lands, and to drive them out. Number one target on that list, the United States of America. CIA began following this target in the 1990s after the World Trade Center bombing in particular, first World Trade Center bombing when 6 Americans were killed, and then pursued it through the 90s. Two seminal points in that time period. There were multiple others, but two seminal ones. Number one, if people will remember, those that are old enough, the embassy bombings in 1998 in Kenya and Tanzania. I don't think people recall there's 2,000 casualties in those bombings. 2,000. Most wounded, but hundreds killed in Kenya and a number killed in Tanzania. The bombing in Tanzania was less only because of where the suicide bomber placed his vehicle. He blew it up besides a water truck, and it deflected some of the blast up. But in Kenya, he blew the suicide bomber blew the vehicle up directly behind the building on a facing wall of the building. A number of Americans were killed in Kenya, and colleagues and friends of mine included. After that, the USS Cole suicide bombing against the Cole, which was in the Gulf. A number of Navy sailors were killed. It was a suicide boat, and that was Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for both of these actions. CIA began pursuing these people, but the United States was not at war. The United States traditionally, of course, has been slow to rile to war. So part of the challenge for people working on counterterrorism at that time was to not only to gather the information, which is extremely hard, dealing with a terrorist organization. Operationally, it's hard because they are generally small cells of people, tightly knit, and it's hard to get information on them. They're what we would call self-vetting, meaning the group, they know people, they invite people into the group. You can't volunteer to join it, and particularly leadership. So it's difficult to gather information on them. But the challenge was to get the attention of national leadership. If you read the history, and I'm not going to go into it, there were a number of efforts to go after bin Laden even during this time frame. There were Tomahawk cruise missile strikes against him and his facilities, both in Afghanistan and Sudan. But unfortunately, we didn't get him. Bin Laden, Zawahiri. They were the leaders of Al-Qaeda through most of its existence up through May 2011. Zawahiri remains the leader of Al-Qaeda. He's still at large. I highlight this because there are still people that were involved in the slaughter on 9/11 who are living. How did we track people then? A lot of it was via communications, and you'll see that part of the hunt for bin Laden was attacking the communications. Intelligence operations are most vulnerable in their communications. I don't care whose intelligence operations they are. One unit, one person has to communicate with another. Terrorist operations, the same way. We sought to attack his communications. We were monitoring bin Laden's Thuraya phone for a part of the 90s. That's where we gathered part of his information. But part of the problem in intelligence, leaks. Leaks, security breaches that do great damage to the United States and to the ability of the CIA to function or other intelligence agencies to function. Of course, CIA has a solution to that. We try to compartment information. Compartmentation being in intelligence parlance, trying to fence the information off and hold it within a tight group. The bin Laden operation was, I think, in my experience, the most tightly compartmented operation I dealt with. I would note here that when you're talking about the consequences, you need only think about what might have happened had we been able to keep monitoring bin Laden's phone without his knowledge. 9/11 arguably would not have happened. But because of a leak to the press, we lost that. He turned it off, and we lost the ability to monitor him. Let's see here. Oh, okay. 9/11. I think most people here remember 9/11 as adults, where they were on 9/11. It was, of course, a seminal moment for the United States. For CIA, it was a shocking defeat. CIA, through that summer beforehand, had been, as George Tenet put it, ringing the alarm bells and saying that we were going to be struck. It's all right. Yeah, we are going to be struck in the United States. The problem was we did not know exactly how that would happen. When I spoke recently at the 9/11 memorial, one of the mothers of firemen came up to me, a fireman killed on 9/11, and asked why we hadn't stopped the attack. We failed. We failed to stop the attack. We failed to knit together the information that was available and to imagine the scope of the plot that was mounted by Al-Qaeda. Intelligence is a rough game, and failure is part of it, but failure on this scale, it marks one of the great strategic failures of the United States, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. For CIA, I remember that day well. I'd come back from overseas, and the people in headquarters were in shock. But then had quickly turned to resolve to strike back. CIA moved quicker than any other organization to formulate a plan and to put it into motion to strike back, because we knew immediately who had promulgated the attacks. That response, up back. Let me get the right, I'm jumping over one, I think. Took the form of CIA officers going into Afghanistan. That helicopter is on CIA headquarters in MI-17. CIA personnel were on the ground 2 weeks after 9/11, lashing up with the Northern Alliance and beginning to move against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. And special forces followed. But this was primarily a war led by CIA and CIA counterterrorism personnel. And we waged war effectively. Together with our special operations colleagues, we drove the Taliban out of leadership. I put this here. The entire country, starting from north to south, we swept south and using U.S. air power primarily, killed or captured the overwhelming number of Taliban forces or drove them into Pakistan, into the Fatah, the federally administered tribal areas around Fatah. How did we do it? It was a blend of old and new. If you read a book called First Casualty, which has just come out, which talks about the first officer killed in Afghanistan, it gives a very good description of that. This is not a course on that, but I think it is worth looking at. And you saw the movie with the horse soldiers, I think. But it's blending modern warfare with the primitive. It was a brutal campaign waged mercilessly. The chief of counterterrorism at the time, Cofer Black, when he was assigned to do this by President Bush, promised Bush we're going to have flies walking on their eyeballs. Mike Spann, CIA officer, first casualty, the first American killed in Afghanistan, was killed in Mazar-e-Sharif in 2001. Mike it's a prison uprising. He was interrogating Al-Qaeda and Taliban prisoners. There was an uprising. He was overwhelmed and killed. He became the first of many. CIA has lost several dozen people since 9/11. So when we waged this war in Afghanistan, we were, of course, looking for Al-Qaeda. The point of the war was to destroy Al-Qaeda. We overran Al-Qaeda training bases. We overran their facilities for developing chemical weapons, gas, all sorts of things they were going to deploy against the United States and other targets. And we drove the Al-Qaeda forces generally eastwards, towards Pakistan, towards the border. There's an area there called Tora Bora. Tora Bora is a mountainous region, brutally rough terrain, where Al-Qaeda had training centers and had caves. That's where bin Laden went to. We drove him back there, and we were actually listening to his communications again at that point. The decision was taken at that time to try to go in and get them. We bombed the area heavily. Afghan forces, supported by U.S. Special Operations Forces, went into the region of Tora Bora. One day we were listening to bin Laden on radio, the next day it disappeared. Bin Laden had slipped across the border and slipped away, and we missed our opportunity. This drove a lot of the thinking later on about how we dealt with bin Laden, and certainly was the start of a hunt that went on for years and ends in Abbottabad. But it was a missed opportunity to end the war then and there. 10 years. It was a 10-year hunt for Osama bin Laden. That hunt, it was immensely complex, involved thousands of people over time. CIA had the lead, gathering information and intelligence from all sources, to include detainees, people imprisoned by CIA, people imprisoned by the US military, looking for any detail we could pull together that would lead us to Osama bin Laden. We learned over time, of course, that what he'd done is he'd taken steps to protect his communication. He knew that his communications were vulnerable, and he shifted more to couriers and to not using electronic communication. He understood the strength of United States intelligence in the technology area and sought to avoid it. At the same time, we waged war against Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda operatives to degrade and destroy the Al-Qaeda organization, which we did quite effectively. CIA led that war, and again, a war that the United States, it was forced on us, but we waged it brutally. We took, in talking about this, I sometimes get questions about protecting civilians. I can tell you that the stuff you read in the press about civilian casualties is a bunch of crap. We took great pains to avoid civilian casualties during this fight. But I think we were relatively effective. For a period of time, the number 3 position in Al-Qaeda had the shortest job occupancy of any position on the planet. They'd put their chief of operations in, we'd whack them. And that went on for years. These 2 gentlemen were 2 of the detainees that CIA captured after 9/11. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed on the right, or on the left rather, Abu Zubaydah on the right. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed planned 9/11. Abu Zubaydah was the chief operations officer for Al-Qaeda. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was captured in Pakistan, Zubaydah, I think, in the Philippines. I forget where we got him. But both were held by CIA and interrogated by CIA. That interrogation process revealed critical information about Osama bin Laden that ultimately leads to Abbottabad. That information was effectively, it keyed to, well, I'll go back, I'll talk a little bit more about them. It was keyed to the people who surrounded bin Laden. We asked repeatedly who were the people that were in touch or could still be in touch with Osama bin Laden. And we identified several individuals at that time. One of them in particular was a guy known as Al-Kuwaiti, the Kuwaiti. We only knew him as that, who was reputedly close to bin Laden.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Under interrogation.
Mark is speaking. You mind if I turn it on? Mark Helton? It's not showing.
Could you please mute your voices or mute your microphones? Khalid Sheikh Mohammed conveyed via secret messaging while in prison to other detainees that they should not speak about Al-Kuwaiti. So we intercepted those messages. So we knew that Al-Kuwaiti was crucial. And while Abu Zubaydah and other detainees said they knew Al-Kuwaiti, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed denied any knowledge of him, which told us that Al-Kuwaiti was absolutely crucial. Coast, when I do this talk, I did this in university, teaching at Georgetown and things. In the course of this pursuit of bin Laden and end of Al-Qaeda, CIA officers took great risks. CIA is in the business of taking risk. We ran agents. Meeting terrorists is always problematic. Meeting them particularly on their own turf is extremely problematic to protect your people. One of the agents that we ran, however, that's all offset, I'm sorry about that, turned out to be a double agent, and CIA paid a terrible price for that. He was a Jordanian doctor, recruited by the Jordanian intelligence service and then shared with CIA. He had access to Al-Qaeda networks online and was ultimately sent to the federally administered tribal areas of Pakistan to help gather information on Al-Qaeda. While he was there, he claimed that he had information on Ayman al-Zawahiri, the number 2 in Al-Qaeda. And he asked for a meeting with CIA personnel. CIA had never met him. It's the kind of risks we were taking. The Jordanians ran him. He was a Jordanian agent. CIA agreed to meet him. That meeting took place inside Afghanistan, or was to take place inside Afghanistan, at a facility in Khost, Camp Chapman, Afghanistan, which is eastern Afghanistan. When the agent arrived, he was wearing a suicide vest. He detonated and killed 7 CIA officers, including several of the people that were involved in the hunt for Osama bin Laden, right at the forefront of that hunt. CIA took great risk and paid terrible price for that. Camp Chapman, forward operating base Chapman, gives you an idea where it was, down by Khost. A frontier outpost on the border with Pakistan throughout most of the war in Afghanistan. Brutally rough area. I'm not going to go through all of the story about it, except to say that the 7 personnel killed were heroes. It's a tremendously risky business. They realized the risks they were taking, and they paid a terrible price for it, and CIA did. We got a martyrdom video afterwards. I'm showing you this because there were the consequences of failure, the consequences of taking risk. This was a very dangerous activity, looking for Osama bin Laden, the entire hunt. That's actually the doctor on the left. This is, as Al-Qaeda frequently did, they did a martyrdom video to claim glory for what they were about to do. Director Panetta, if anybody here ever been to CIA headquarters? You have? You have. Okay, so if you go into CIA headquarters, on the right side, and when you enter, there's a wall, a memorial wall. There's a star up there for each CIA officer lost in the line of duty, and a book there with names of those officers that can be revealed. Many of those lines are blank, just has a star and a blank, because we don't divulge that person's name even in death. But Director Panetta, I think, summarized what we felt about the losses at Khost. And Panetta, who was a wonderful director, drove the hunt for bin Laden after that. He was the key individual, the key person driving that hunt. Abu Ahmed Al-Kuwaiti. Abu Ahmed Al-Kuwaiti, I explained earlier that Abu Ahmed Al-Kuwaiti was a close person close to bin Laden. We still didn't know who he was. We eventually, through analysis and gathering information, we figured out that which family he was affiliated with. He had ties to Pakistan, and we started monitoring the phones of his family down in Kuwait and in the Gulf. What we found out is that there were phone calls between that family and Peshawar, Pakistan, that he came up on. The interesting thing was the cell phone would come up, a phone call would be made, and then the cell phone would go dead. What they were doing was taking the battery out, inserting the battery, and then making their phone calls, then pulling the battery. Obviously, tradecraft trying to avoid detection. In one of those phone calls, he told his family, I'm working with the people that I worked with before. So, CIA had a lead. What did we do? We sent people into Peshawar, into that area, and we sat and waited. Without telling anybody, of course, but we sat and waited with detection devices, and we waited until that phone came up, and then we closed on it and identified the vehicle that was broadcasting that telephone message. Turned out to be a vehicle just like this one. The surveillance team, the team that was there, began to follow that vehicle, and it eventually led to this. It led from Peshawar to Abbottabad, Pakistan, which was a compound in Abbottabad. Abbottabad is a major military garrison town in Pakistan. It's the home of the Pakistani West Point. This compound itself, though, once we saw it, had some unique features. There's an overhead picture of it. You can see the scale of the compound compared to surrounding buildings, which immediately stands out. There's open fields all around, which would present great operational problems in order to find out who's in the compound, which became our immediate goal. A drawing of the compound. When we saw it, of course, several things stood out immediately. A, the height of the walls. 12, 10, 18 feet high. You could not see over them. B, the balconies were 7 feet high, the walls in front of the balcony, so you couldn't see laterally in to see who was sitting on the balcony. They burned their own garbage inside the compound, so there was no outside link. The gate itself, if you look at the gate there, and there's a long column down there, when you looked in the front gate, looked down, you couldn't see laterally into any side of the compound, therefore couldn't identify anybody inside the compound. There was a satellite dish, but no other means, no other sign of communication. It was a TV satellite dish, by the way. And opaque windows designed to shield anybody looking in. Obviously, this got people's attention. Sorry for the quality of the picture. That mock-up there is the first thing I saw of the Abbottabad compound when I prepared for Pakistan. I went to Pakistan in January 2011. Director Panetta said, your job is to find out who's in the compound, and then we're going to decide what we're going to do about it. It was obvious that they were trying to protect whoever was in there was trying to protect the outside world from knowing who was in there. So CIA, we began looking at the compound. Of course, highly unusual, privacy screens. We found out, we checked, and there was no phone or internet connections. All trash was burnt inside the wall. No electronic signatures coming off it. We couldn't gather information. So we began extensive surveillance of the compound to observe, and that by using all available means to U.S. intelligence, overhead, people on the ground, anything that we could put together, to try to find out who was in the compound. Overhead surveillance by CIA spotted a man walking in part of the compound. Let me go back a little bit here. You see to the right side where that lattice work is there, that was actually trellises. And it was overhead trellises for vines. And we saw a man walking back and forth under those trellises. He was tall, but we could not get a facial shot at him. We could not look at his face. The collection platform could not see his face. It became a fixation with the director to find out who this was. He asked the National Geospatial Agency, can you look and tell me something about his height? Bin Laden's 6'4". So they came back with something like he's between 6'7" and 5'6". and the director said, well, we're the CIA. We're supposed to be able to know this stuff. Can't we find this out? Well, we couldn't because of the angle of the picture. So we looked at all sorts of other things, such as putting cameras on the wall, putting cameras nearby. There were trees around the compound. people in the compound cut them all down during the time we were watching them. So they obviously were thinking about protecting their security. We also found out that the people living in the compound didn't mix with the local people around them. They were known as the Arabs to the local people, which was a clue, but not conclusive. The United States, of course, there were many theories as to who could be in the compound. Could be drug dealers, could be Gulf Arabs who were hiding out, could be that they were senior al-Qaeda figures but not bin Laden, could be that they were families of Islamic jihadis but not bin Laden. So determining who was in the compound. We did surveillance. I stole this from Homeland, this photo, but we did a lot of surveillance of the compound, watching all the time, watching who went in and out, counting people, counting who was in there, trying to determine sexes, identifications. A lot of surveillance following people, monitoring people leaving the compound, coming from the compound. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but CIA personnel took great risk to do that, moving very close. So the challenge was, of course, we needed to find out who was in the compound, but not alert the people in the compound that we were trying to find out who was in the compound. So each activity, each effort to determine who was in the compound entailed risk that we would alert them and they would flee, and we would have another Tora Bora and miss an opportunity. This went on for several months. We got the plans to the compound. It was built at very great expense, built to exact specifications. When we looked at them, of course, it only confirmed what we thought we knew, that it was designed to protect knowledge from the outside. We knew that the personnel, the people there were two brothers, Al-Kuwaiti and his brother, were involved in arranging the construction and provided the money for it. So I thought I'd use some of the Carver methodology here to talk a little bit about some of the problems we were confronting there. When you looked at this target, of course, the key question was, who is there before we try to make a decision? Do we have a reasonable probability that if we go after this compound in one form or another, that we're going to find Osama bin Laden in the compound? Criticality, looking at this compound. How critical was the target to Al-Qaeda? Absolutely critical. Leader of Al-Qaeda. There's a lot of debate afterwards that because he was hiding, maybe he wasn't critical, but he was the spiritual leader, the emotional leader of Al-Qaeda, the person who held it together, who was also responsible for killing 2,800 Americans, roughly, and foreigners on 9/11. Accessibility, the ability to physically access and egress from the target. Extremely difficult. As I said before, Abbottabad is a military city, a garrison city in Pakistan, remote from where we had any other bases. Of course, we had personnel on the ground in Afghanistan. We had personnel working inside Pakistan for me, but it was not easy, rather, to get close to the target. You had to operate at a good distance and do it securely. The Pakistanis, of course, we didn't want them to know, and we didn't want anybody to know, frankly, that we were operating against this target. Accessibility, recuperability, the ability of AQ to recover from an attack. Yes, they've recovered. They still exist, but they're not the organization they were before, which doesn't mean they can't hurt us. When I was asked, whether in the discussion whether we're going to go after the compound, I said yes, we should go after it because you can't leave Hitler in his bunker and win this war. Vulnerability, the ease of accomplishing the attack. Not easy. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the options that we considered for actually going after the compound, but extremely difficult, given distances involved, risk involved, the fact that we had to assume that the people on the ground there were armed and would fight back. Very difficult. Effect, the amount of direct loss to AQ from the attack and gain from the United States. I think you saw that after the attack, the celebrations in the United States, and they were justified. the effect that this had emotionally on the United States. 10 years of war is a long war. Recognizability, the key problem is, I apologize, a word dropped out of there, but is UBL, bin Laden there, and how will we make sure that it's him? Okay, so we collected as much as we possibly could. What we determined at the end of that collection time was that we had the profile of the families that, as we knew them, of the couriers, both of them, their wives, children, and the exact profile of bin Laden's family by nationality and ages of children. The only person unaccounted for was the pacer. That was it. So to develop options, there was a number of options considered by the United States as to what to do. And we couldn't sit forever and watch the target. At some point, this is a law of diminishing returns. You're taking more risk than you're actually gathering. We actually worked in very close to the target. I'm not going to talk about that. We interacted with people in the compound, and we gathered a lot of information. But we did not get bin Laden's identity. We were able to identify others in the compound, again, by age, nationality, sex. The options considered, put to the president. A, tell the Pakistanis and work with them. That was immediately ruled out. We couldn't trust them to not tell, or somebody not to leak to Al-Qaeda, and then bin Laden would flee. B, a CIA raid. I was confident we could put our people on the target and execute the mission. Problem is getting them out. Because if there's a shooting, somebody gets injured, somebody gets hurt, we have no way to get them out. They're deep inside Pakistan. 3, bomb it. The Air Force came up with a plan for bombing it. 32 2,000-pound bombs to make sure they flattened the compound. What's the main problem with bombing it? Collateral damage aside, which was a big problem. What's the main problem? Identification, exactly. His DNA would have been all over northern Pakistan. So that left one option, which was a raid. This military operation, Neptune Spear, supported by CIA, but in fact directed by CIA, and that's the unique thing about it. The command for the raiders was turned over directly to the Director of Central Intelligence. Leon Panetta was in charge of the raid, which is truly unique. It's not the usual practice. Why was that done? Because we were operating inside a friendly country abroad and operating under authorities used by CIA, not authorities of the US military. And they're different authorities regarding the use of lethal force, how you're going to react to events on the target, and regarding the mission. CIA does what others can't do in places they can't go. In this case, Director Panetta was in charge, and rightfully so. I get asked a lot about the debate leading up to it. I watched all of the debates. I get up at 3 in the morning and watch all of the Principals Committee, President, Secretary of Defense, Director, and saw them via secure video conference from Washington. And the driving force for pushing forward with this operation was Leon Panetta. And essentially, his argument was, which was the right one, the American people will not understand if we allow him to slip away again and miss a chance. We must strike. And there was a risk. People were asked to provide their assessments. And even within the intelligence community, there were differences of opinion as to the probability that bin Laden was there. I heard as low as 40%. They asked me, I said, I'm 95% certain he's there. And I was actually more than that, but I was hedging it. And I think that the differences came with distance from the target. And I worked against a lot of operational targets, and you see how the target is reacting, and you have a pretty good feeling as to why they're reacting the way they are. And we'd sat on this target for a long time. And they were doing all they could to shield that person and knowledge of that person. So SEAL Team 6 was assigned to do the operation. The preparation was done at a CIA facility. We built a mock-up of the compound, and they practiced against that mock-up and built up to it. The operation itself was launched from Jalalabad, Afghanistan. They were flying in 2 helicopters. They were modified Black Hawks with signature suppression material on the outside. They'd never been used in combat before, those 2 aircraft. The teams were loaded in those 2. There were backup Chinook helicopters that went into Pakistan. CIA, again, provided support on the ground, reconnaissance of the target before and after the target. There were, I think, 20, I don't remember the numbers of SEALs that were in the team, maybe it says up there. There was also 1 dog on board. I always get asked about the dog. There was a dog. The dog was there to look for tunnels because we knew that Al-Qaeda used tunnels, so we were afraid that he would go down into tunnels, so we needed a dog. There was 1 CIA officer on board who provided local translation. He actually posed as a policeman to keep people back away from the compound during the operation. This is a rough description of the activity. They're flying over Pakistani airspace, tremendously risky. They would have flown over unknown to the Pakistanis. If the Pakistanis turned on their radar, they were, of course, vulnerable. We happened to know there were gaps in Pakistan's radar protection that we exploited. So when they flew a route that put us onto the target. The raid itself, a lot of this has been covered. You've seen Zero Dark 30. I always get asked about that too, so I'll address it now. Zero Dark 30 is a condensed version of that entire story. It doesn't cover, what it doesn't cover is the numbers and hundreds of people that were literally involved in that operation. But it does do a good job, I think, of depicting the raid itself on the ground. The original plan was to put the SEALs on the roof of the building and then come down. They would first secure the outside, put SEALs on the roof, and they'd process down through the building. In fact, that went awry almost immediately, as plans frequently do. What happened was the first helicopter went to set down the team on the roof. It flew over this wall right where it says 200 feet long in front there. And what had happened was the helicopter pilots had trained at the CIA facility, but you couldn't duplicate heat, you couldn't duplicate altitude. Helicopter pilot got over that wall, and the contours of the wall combined with heat and altitude caused him to lose lift. The helicopter began to spin and rotate and crashed over that wall about where it says 200 feet long. That helicopter pilot, who was from the Night Stalkers, the 160th, was a hero. Everybody walked out of that helicopter. The whole thing could have gone wrong right there. It's for the smallest things, just the inability to account for altitude and temperature, that things can go wrong. But in fact, everybody walked out of that helicopter. Let's see if I got that was actually the picture. That famous picture was taken at the moment that the helicopter crashed. That's why you see the worry. Everybody was thinking back to what? Desert One, right? Iran, right? Those of you that know special operations history, where crashed helicopters broke the operation. Picture of the helicopter on the wall. Afterwards, we blew up part of it, the SEALs did. All right, so this gives you an idea of the operation itself. The helicopter crashes. The SEALs went through that wall there where you see on the left side, away from the crashed helicopter, entered a outlying building where it's marked number 1, and were confronted by Al-Kuwaiti with an AK-47. They killed him there. Went to the main house. Of course, they'd secured the outside, I should say that. You know, you get the dog and the interpreter and all of that. That was a CIA officer. Went to the main house, entered the main floor, turned left, and were confronted by another man with an AK-47. They fired on him, accidentally killed his wife, who jumped in front of him. That was a through and through. She was the only innocent lost in this fight. To the stairwell, up the stairwell, they, one of the SEALs spoke Arabic, and he called out bin Laden's son's name in Arabic because they knew somebody was up the stairwell. They could see the shadows. They're all in night vision. Of course, the Qaeda people weren't. Popped his head around. SEAL took him out, killed him right there on the spot. They got to the third floor. Third floor, man poked his head out of the third floor bedroom at the top of the stairs. He was shot by one of the SEALs, fell back into the room. First SEAL in the room was confronted by two women charging at him, two of bin Laden's wives. In a tremendously heroic act, and I'll explain why in a minute, he grabbed those women and pushed them into a corner. They were extremely concerned about explosive vests. They didn't know that those women were not wearing explosive vests. And he did that, it was selfless, to protect his friends, to protect his colleagues. Second SEAL through the room, shot bin Laden and killed him. The man that ultimately turned out to be bin Laden. So we didn't know he was bin Laden. Corpses on the ground, measure it, all the rest, seemed to match. Problem was he'd been shot in the face. So CIA did analysis very quickly of the ear and what facial structure remained, and we thought it was bin Laden. But what sealed it was the SEALs segregated the wives and the children, and one of them was talking to the children, and the children kept calling him the Sheikh, and then finally one of the women said it was bin Laden. So that's when the call came, Geronimo, EKIA, Forgotten Country. Loaded his body on a helicopter and took him out. They'd moved forward a reserve helicopter. That moment was the only time in my career I ever heard CIA cheered on the streets of the United States. That's what's very rare. It's very rare for those that do remember at that time. A great accomplishment for the United States. We delivered justice to a killer. It was the best, the most significant moment of my career, and I had the privilege to lead people in a lot of pretty significant operations. But when I told our people, because even within the people that were in Pakistan, they all weren't involved in this operation. It was highly compartmented. The people we were using weren't telling people, even within the office, that we had killed bin Laden. That was a great moment, a great moment. What we find out afterwards, when the SEALs left, they took a lot of material. I always like this picture. It's a picture of bin Laden watching his videotape recording on his satellite TV or something. That's from inside the compound. They took a lot of media, magnetic media and the like, back with them when they exploited it that for information. It provided really significant insights into how Al-Qaeda was run and Al-Qaeda personnel. They also found things about bin Laden's life there, his Grecian formula, his diary complaining about his 5 wives and one being more difficult to the other, and all of that stuff. His knockoff Viagra was there, all sorts of things. Toothbrush, we got all of that, went back to museums. CIA, for the people of CIA, this was a moment of revenge and justification. We had failed to prevent 9/11, but we delivered justice to a killer. And it took 10 years to do it, but we did it. For me, I wouldn't be up here today except my name got leaked against my requests by the newspaper. It's had consequences for me and my family because my name is over every website in the world. And for safety reasons, I try to avoid public venues, but down here is okay. But speaking about this is actually the first time I think I've spoken publicly except on a movie, which I'll tell you about in a second. The true heroes of the bin Laden operation, they died on 9/11, they died at Coast. The people that sacrificed or were murdered by this bastard, they're the heroes and they should be remembered that way. Little pitch for the movie, CIA versus bin Laden. First in, it was done in coordination with CIA. It came out on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. You can see it on the Reels channel. It's CIA officers talking about the hunt for bin Laden. I think it's a pretty good production. Questions? Questions? About anything. Somebody got to have a question. I'll answer anything. Well, I'll try. No, I won't answer anything. But I'll try to answer. Sure.
Can you talk a little bit about the complexity of the U.S. relationship with Pakistan?
Yeah. Frenemies, right. I mean, so, you know, at the time I was there, it was a very difficult relationship. We had other issues with the Pakistanis that were ongoing, but we need them and needed them in the war on terror because a lot of the terrorists are operating from what is titularly Pakistani territory, right? The Fatah and the like. At the same time, Pakistan was supporting extremist groups to include the Taliban inside of Afghanistan, and those groups were killing American soldiers. So it was a push-pull relationship. Always fraught with tension. You can imagine after the bin Laden operation, they didn't like me a lot. Their reaction to it was, you people intruded on Pakistani territory, and it's an insult to the nation and the like. Director Panetta told them point blank, I was there, he said, you were either complicit or incompetent. And so it's a very difficult relationship, but as is the case with many of these relationships that CIA has, you don't get to choose who you deal with. Sometimes you have to deal with very bad people or people that are extremely difficult.
Do you think waterboarding is effective at gathering information?
What's that?
Waterboarding?
Yeah, it was.
Was it effective?
It was effective. Yeah, it was effective. I have no CIA officers ran towards the sounds of guns after 9/11. You know, when you know, and people took great risks. And I think one has to look in the context of the times. I can tell you most definitively, there was nobody down on the Hill that said, stop doing that. They said, are you doing enough at that time? I will also tell you that the CIA officers who were involved at the time and serving at the time, 2001, 2002, 2003, all knew that they at some point views would change. But the Department of Justice gave a legal finding that what we did was legal, and we did it. And, you know, I hear all this stuff from the Hill or critiques about it. Number one, they're inaccurate. And as I think Director Panetta said, and he's a Democrat, right? So, you know, but he said, you know, we can argue about whether other methods might have worked, but we can't argue about the effectiveness. It worked. It worked. Yeah.
Can you talk about the relationship between the current Afghan regime and Pakistan?
The current Afghan regime. Well, of course, not really. I mean, except to say that, of course, you know, the Pakistanis now think sometimes they have a friend in Kabul or friends in Kabul. The problem with that Pakistan has, the difficulty that it has is that it has the gun culture, the culture of violence has now gone into Pakistan itself, and the jihadis, the Taliban, the Haqqanis, all the rest, it won't be long before they turn their direction against their erstwhile friends.
Was Iran involved in
Iran hosted a number of senior Al-Qaeda leaders after 9/11. This is a demonstrated fact. Now, you know, they weren't involved in, to my knowledge, in planning operations, but they hosted them. So the people that we were looking for were inside Iran. It's always been an issue of great debate, to the degree to which Iran was supporting the motives of Al-Qaeda or just hosting them because they were the enemies of the United States. But that's an indisputable fact. They did protect Al-Qaeda people. Yeah.
Also, what happened to Soleimani in Iraq?
Pardon me?
Soleimani?
Oh, Soleimani.
Soleimani in Iraq.
He died.
Which created a lot of heat in terms of, you know, it was the wrong thing to do, in the view of some people, because it would start a war between Iran and United States.
No, they didn't.
To my knowledge, his assassination had something to do with cybersecurity attacks that he was planning to do. Is that accurate?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Soleimani, though, was responsible, and the Quds Force, the IRGC, was responsible for the deaths of some 600 American soldiers in Iraq, because they provided explosively formed penetrators to the Iraqi insurgents, and they were used to attack U.S. armored vehicles. So that a lot of the young people that were maimed there, it's due to technology and knowledge provided by the Iranians. And you know, Soleimani didn't die soon enough, for my way of thinking.
You talked about how communication is the biggest vulnerability. Can you speak to how the CIA protects their communication?
No. No, I can't really. No, but all I can say is that, you know, CIA goes to great lengths to protect communications. I mean, whether it's staff communications or the IT systems or communications with agents. Of course, you know, there's always risks in any of these things, right? And just in general terms, in the technology field, it's always a race, because the government has a huge problem there. They onboard technology, and the technology, their process in onboarding it is always slower than the development of technology. So the people attacking your systems can always garner better or more cutting-edge technology than you can to defend it. And it's like many things, but certainly true in intelligence operations. You know, the attacker only has to be strong at the point of attack. The defender has to be strong everywhere. So we try to incorporate that thinking in terms of how we protect our communications, operations, personnel, all of that. You had a question before, did you not? Gentleman there.
Yeah. Sometimes the U.S. has a tendency to get to the place, fix whatever needs to be fixed, but afterward the cleanup is a little bit messy.
Right.
You know, and that creates the void that at a certain point creates the Al-Qaeda and so.
Right.
Of course, you can imagine what is going to happen after we remove the troops in the way that it was done.
Right. From Afghanistan, you're talking about Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Afghanistan's a disaster. So, you know, that's my personal view. I don't speak for anybody officially, but it was a disaster. I personally didn't agree with the decision to withdraw troops or to give up bases, but that was bad enough. The manner was worse. My own personal view is the enemy's still in the field, and we had committed ourselves to defeating a long-term enemy, and that's not going to be done in 1 or 2 generations. We have friends in the Arab world and the Islamic world that were depending on us. Moderate forces, right? And they're looking around now saying the United States won't stay. I think that's a very bad thing. And the worldwide implications are probably even worse, because China, other adversaries have drawn conclusions about American weakness and stick-to-itiveness, and that's very dangerous. For the people on the ground, CIA, if you go into CIA headquarters, on the right side you will see stars. On the left side, further down the wall, You'll see a memorial there that's called the Fallen Agent Memorial, which is to foreign personnel who worked with CIA and were lost. That memorial symbolizes sort of the closeness of relationship between CIA and the people that work with us overseas. That means spies, that means people worked in paramilitary operations ranging from, you know, Soviet spies to Vietnam to the people that worked with us in Afghanistan. And the fact of the matter is that we left way too many friends behind in Afghanistan. The United States made commitments to them, and what you see is a scramble now from veterans and other groups to try to fix that. But you know, honor is an important thing in the world, and dishonor is not forgivable.
Yes, sir. Can you speak on the Raymond Davis incident?
Yeah, a little bit. I was chief there, of course, during the Raymond Davis thing. A couple of issues about Ray. It happened right after I arrived in Pakistan. Ray was arrested for killing 2 people in Pakistan. There's a lot of stories out there. I'll tell you, Ray was stuck in a traffic jam. Pakistan's an extremely dangerous place. Let's start with that. And he was stuck in a traffic jam. 2 guys got off a motorcycle, produced pistols down by their side, walked towards his car, up to the driver's side. Ray did exactly what he was trained to do. He killed them, defending himself. And I'm absolutely convinced that he hadn't killed them, they'd have killed him. So the question then became how to deal with this. He's arrested. The Pakistanis refused to recognize diplomatic immunity, which I and the United States government thought was the standard. It went on for 48 days before he was finally released, 48 days in prison before he was finally released. He conducted himself honorably throughout. He was the longest held U.S. diplomat in detention since the Iran hostage crisis. And very brave guy. Again, a consequence of operating in a very dangerous circumstance. I think I'll stop with that, but that's yeah. Yeah.
Can you speak on the impact on operations in the aftermath of Snowden?
The aftermath of Snowden? Well, yeah, sure. A little bit about Snowden. I'm always willing to talk about traitors. No, I get asked this question a lot because of the movie that's out there and all the rest about Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden, of course, is now in Moscow. He depicts himself as a heroic figure, a whistleblower, all the rest of that. There are a few things that I think are not generally known to Americans and not talked enough about. A, he was never a whistleblower. He never went, complaints that he purports to have had, he did not go through official channels, and there were channels available to him to raise those issues. B, he says that he collected information because he was angry about programs, and particularly angry about testimony by the Director of National Intelligence, Clapper, before the Senate, who said that when he said that America did not knowingly collect information on American citizens, right? And he said that's when he began to gather information. In fact, that's a lie. He began 9 months before that. The information he gathered was about 1.6 billion files. A million files. But a file can be 1 page to 10,000 pages when printed out. He took that information. Now, he claimed that he did this because of surveillance programs mounted against the American people. So let's just grant that his argument is correct, which I don't. Let's just grant that. Of the documents he took, only about 5 or 6% related to counterterrorism and surveillance programs. Everything else related to China, Russia, other programs. That tells me that he had other motives. As far as these surveillance programs, you know, and people ask this too, and I say NSA has no interest in reading your emails or your texts. They're looking for people in touch with Al-Qaeda or terrorists. One can argue with methodology, but I do know the people at NSA and work with them very closely. They were shocked by this, of course, betrayal by one of their own, but it did grave damage to their ability to protect the United States, the programs that he exposed, and put American lives at risk, and I'm told got American soldiers killed because programs were shut down or collection fell off. Yeah, again.
It seems like the United States is slow to react, and that with all the cyber attacks going on, that our enemies don't really fear our capabilities. And do you think that's true, or is that just a perception?
I think we're inherently more vulnerable than they are. It's the consequences of an open society. You know, we have a society that is open and runs on the free flow of information, or as free as we can make it, right? That it increases the vulnerability when you have enemies, let's say China and Russia, that see us as adversaries. They're going to take advantage of that openness, and that's exactly what they're doing. The challenge the United States has is protecting. You know, and I always tell people that I executed national security. National security is built by U.S. industry, right? All the national strength of the United States rests on U.S. industry, its economic secrets, its academic secrets, its research, the people that do the day-to-day work in the United States, the power of the U.S. economy. And that's the real danger. You know, China is attacking that. National security, we're going to sustain our wins and losses. We're going to lose information. They're going to get information. Yeah, that's a problem. The real problem is the attack on U.S. industry. So how do you resolve that? Of course, you try to beef up protection at the industry level, industry by industry. But the big challenge the United States has is public-private partnership and sharing information between government and industry. And that's really where it has to get better. And I think, you know, people recognize the problem. There's legal constraints. There's constraints inside the government that, you know, for instance, you can't provide information to one segment of an industry without providing it to all the companies in the industry. That's a problem. If you have, let's say, secret information that anticipates an attack, but you don't know where it's going to go, where the attack's, what specifically it's going to be. Well, of course, you risk exposing the information, so you want to make the recipient as narrow as you can make it. But finding that balance between secrecy and informing is a struggle. It's a big struggle. Yeah.
Last question. And Mark, you can talk in the microphone too, just for the folks.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Mark, going back to the Bin Laden raid.
Yeah.
There was a lot made in the media and the movie regarding the timing of the raid.
Yeah.
Can you speak to, was it that political internally versus what the White House, when they wanted to go versus the CIA? What's your feeling? Could it have happened earlier, or do you agree with the timing of the raid? We know it's...
Well, I mean, the process works as it works. I mean, you know, I think I said a little bit, you know, we reached a point where you just couldn't collect any more, right? And then it went to a debate. You know, the policymakers were being asked to conduct an operation to put U.S. forces at risk. Nobody, you know, I mean, we know now that nobody was killed on the target. But if you're going to send young men into combat, that's a big question. So I think reasonable questions were asked. What degree of certainty that we have that the target is there? And we never got 100% certainty, as I said, but 95%. So I guess, yeah, it could have been done earlier, but I don't really have any quibble with it. It is what it is. I mean, the process took as long as it did because of the debate that was going on and our efforts to try to develop more information. We just reached a point where we just said, we can't do any more without risking the entire operation. And if you see the movie itself, I think Michael Morell talks about this a little bit. He was deputy director of the CIA, and saying that, you know, this was the most tightly compartmented operation in his experience as well. And at some point that ages. Somebody's going to say something. You know, if you look back to D-Day, for instance, you know, that Eisenhower, I think, removed a general because he got drunk in some British pub and started talking about the operation. I always worried about that some schmuck back in Washington was going to shoot his mouth off, right? Now, I really worried about that. It's not generally the operators or the people that cause the problem. It's somebody else like that. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks.
So, as a token of our appreciation, I know it's very small, but you know, for everything that Mark's done for our country, and I know that you never wanted your name exposed out there.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
You know, I'm sorry that happened, and we're very honored that this is the first group that you've talked to about
well,
this. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so why don't we take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll do our next speakers who'll be speaking about the supply chain security, what's going on, and that'll be before lunch, a shorter presentation before we go into lunch. So let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. Actually, I've heard the food is set up, so if you want to grab your food instead, go grab an early lunch and you can start eating. Hey everybody, this is Luke again. I'm here in my kitchen today, which sort of looks like Santa's workshop. My wife's not too happy about it, but we are running the Carver Bundle promotion. So if you're familiar with our training courses, we offer sometimes on a promotion, our Carver Target Analysis and Vulnerability Assessment Training course at 50% off. Today is no different. So we are doing that. And with the Carver course, the online version, you do receive your ACES International Continuing Education units. In addition to that, you'll also be sent your Carver Certified Assessment Professional Designation Certificate, your CCAP. So you get that. You'll also be getting a copy of the Carver book that I wrote with the godfather of Carver, Leo LeBay. And in addition, we're also giving away some cool Carver Tava gear. So we've got the Carver bag here. In fact, I'm packing this box. This one is going to the Middle East. This one's going to Dubai. Got a Carver bag inside. We're giving away the Carver Field shirt, just like this one. It has the police radio pockets, the pen sleeves, and all that good stuff. So I'll throw that guy in there. With all the orders that I send out, I always like to write a personal card to everyone, and also throw in a challenge coin. And then for the next, I don't know, 20 or 25 people who order, it's all dependent on how many books I've got in my library over there, I'll throw in a free copy too of my novel, The Clandestine Consultant. So hope you can take advantage of this great offer. It is a limited time because it's all dependent on what supplies I've got left. And we've been shipping these pretty good around the world. So hope you can take advantage of it. But as always, remember first and foremost, stay safe and vigilant out there. Hi everyone, I'm Luke Bensi, the founder and managing director of Security Management International. For the past 3 decades, I've become deeply familiar with the concept of a playbook. It seems I've been glued to one ever since I was a teenager playing sports, and it's stuck with me throughout my professional consulting career. In the game of football, a playbook is a collection of teams' strategies, plays, codes of conduct, and overall belief systems. In the political world, a playbook is a series of steps taken to get a candidate elected. While in the business world, a playbook is the daily operations a company follows in order to increase sales and grow its overall value. In short, a playbook is a vital blueprint that can help focus an organization and guide them into accomplishing great things. So, in the following video series entitled The Playbook, Daily Operations for Managing a Security Firm, I'm going to offer you a behind-the-scenes look into my own firm's playbook. I'm giving this away as a free resource so that you may become better acquainted with SMI's new online training platform, as well as give you a taste of our teaching methods. Please note that these are short lessons, only a few minutes each in length, but hopefully they pack a useful punch. For our paid SMI training courses, those lessons are much longer and more in-depth, so please consider this series as a friendly sample. You know, I was always taught that if you can't measure something, you can't manage it either. In the Playbook video series, I'm going to show you my company's documented processes for success. And just like any other team's playbook, we are constantly testing and revising our own game plan. With that, I want to say thanks for watching, and remember, stay safe and vigilant. If you're a security professional who conducts threat and vulnerability assessments and you're responsible for managing assets and facilities, then you're going to love Soteria. Soteria is a multifunctional platform that's used to facilitate all aspects of the security process. It's fully customizable and compatible for small security departments, large corporations, or even government agencies. With Soteria, you get to choose the information you want to track: threat levels, project deadlines, training requirements, safety inspections, upgrades, maintenance, you name it. Whatever you need to monitor, Soteria keeps you organized and, most importantly, alert to vulnerabilities. Let's say you're a security director in New York City and you manage 10 facilities in the US, 5 in Europe, and 2 in Asia. Because of distances and time zones, it's extremely difficult to stay on top of all your assets and people. But with Soteria, you can perform a standardized assessment for each facility with our easy-to-use collection tool that's based upon the CIA's Carver methodology. Not only can you perform assessments in record.
Looking to change careers, build new skills, or advance to your next? Next position. The USF Office of Corporate Training and Professional Education offers dynamic programs and industry certifications to propel you to the next level in a few short months. Building a world-class workforce in the Tampa Bay area by engaging today's professionals to become the leaders of tomorrow. Go farther, faster. Train to get better for the job you have. Train for the career you want. Get where you want to be with USF Corporate Training and Professional Education. Our office trains individuals and employees with world-class companies like Amazon, Centene, Bristol-Myers Squibb, and more. We are committed to building a world-class workforce in the Tampa Bay area and beyond. Learn why individuals and companies around the globe trust our office for their training needs. We use cutting-edge adult learning techniques, leveraging a user-friendly learning management system with a focus on engaging live online training. Our training offerings have no boundaries, and students are able to access our classes from any internet connection anywhere in the world. Our participants learn from experienced real-world consultants who live and breathe what they teach on a daily basis. Our instructors have been hand-picked, not only because of their real-world experience and expertise, but because they are great instructors as well. For companies that have invested in our process improvement program, their employees have delivered considerable return on their investment. We have been training HR professionals for over 25 years, and our project management program trains employees to deliver projects on budget and on time, every time. Visit our website and learn how we can assist you in transforming your career or your company in just a few months. Whether you've always dreamed of being a successful coder, business leader, project manager, or paralegal, USF Corporate Training will get you there faster. Go further faster with USF Corporate Training and Professional Education.
Check. Check. Check.
I think we got it.
Awesome. There we go.
All right, Nick, you ready?
Sure.
All right. Okay, everybody, while you're eating lunch, we're going to move around the schedule here a little bit. Keep eating, keep talking. Everything is fine. Nick Waugh is going to come up next. Nick is a partner with us in Intrepid, and Nick is the one who actually, we got contacted by Google probably about 4 years ago to take the Carver methodology and turn it into an app. So what Nick is going to do while you guys are having your lunch, Nick's going to be running through a very casual demonstration of the power of the Soteria app, which is basically Carver on your phone or Carver on a tablet. Just for clarification, how many people here actually do any kind of threat or vulnerability assessments or criticality? Got a couple folks in here? Okay, great. So I think you'll find this very relevant, very speedy, very it'll definitely make your life a lot easier. And again, this was built at the request of Google. We did this, so I think you'll see the power of it. So again, keep eating, enjoying your lunch, and here's Nick.
Okay, thanks, Luke. Great introduction, as usual. So, fourth annual CARVERCON. I was at the first one in DC, and it was ice and snow. And the pretty unique thing about that one is this Soteria, what I'm going to show you here, is an innovative solution for conducting vulnerability assessments for critical infrastructure assets. And it also gives you a web-based backend to track and manage everything in real time. But the first CARVERCON, actually this was on a PowerPoint presentation, it was just a concept. So to go from concept to where we are now out on the free market is actually pretty amazing. So unfortunately, I'll speak for a few minutes here, then I need to go behind the counter right there and work the mobile app and the web-based backend. But again, if anybody has any questions, you can let me know. So again, this is going to be a Soteria presentation. One thing about physical security, we're not innovative at all. Let's just be honest, we're still doing vulnerability assessments using cumbersome paper checklist. Very ineffective, very inefficient, and really not even really accurate. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to take the Carver methodology, which is the most proven methodology out there, so you can quantify your results. Take all the checklists that come with Carver, put it into a mobile app. So now you can conduct a full physical security assessment and generate your final report, because as you start collecting data in the field, your final report is actually being written for you. So what normally would take us 4 to 5 days to do a full-up assessment and write the final report, we can do it now in a day and a half at worst. So I'll kind of demonstrate all that for you. So, one thing about it right now, I'll be up here a little bit later on with some cybersecurity experts to talk about cybersecurity, but with the fall of Afghanistan and the crisis at our border, the FBI just put out an open source memorandum advising that the United States should expect a terrorist attack within 6 to 12 months. So you have to ask yourself, are you doing vulnerability assessments for your critical infrastructure assets? Are your soft targets susceptible to a terrorist attack? Most likely the answers are going to be yes, they are susceptible, because our soft targets probably haven't been hardened in years, because right now we're so focused on cyber, because at the time, 3 or 4 years ago, our borders were pretty secure. Afghanistan was under control, but that has since changed. We have to understand the individuals who are crossing our border right now, or who are actually in our country, are not IT specialists. They're not experts. They're here to hurt and kill U.S. citizens, period. That's what they do. The cybersecurity experts are going to be probably some 15-year-old over in China in someone's basement trying to get our networks. So again, we just need to take that into consideration. Cyber is absolutely critical to our 16 critical infrastructure sectors here for Homeland Security. But we also have to remember physical security cannot be an afterthought. It has to be hardened in preparation for these lone wolf terrorists that are now actually in our country or continue to come to the country here. So with that being said, I'm just going to jump over here. I'm just going to show you the mobile app. I'll kind of just walk us through it. I won't spend a lot of time on it because it does deal with a lot with the Carver methodology. But again, if you have any questions, you can ask me at that time, or you can kind of stop me, and I'll be more than happy to answer. I'm just going to walk over here. Okay, check. Okay. Okay, so what I have here in front of me is a mobile app. I'm on an iPad. Soteria can be found in both the Apple and Android stores. This is just the, I think it's probably 2017 iPad. You can do a full-up assessment on an iPad, even on your cell phone if you like. So what we're looking at here is the first screen of the mobile app. Everything that we see on the screen are assessments that are assigned to myself here. So when I log in or when your assessor logs in, only those certain assessments that have been assigned to them will actually populate on your mobile app. So we do that for several reasons, but the main reason is we just want to make sure everything's nice and clean. This is a very simplistic build here, nothing very too complicated. We built this actually for two ways. We built it for our security professionals who maybe have 3 to 4 years experience but have been tasked with doing a vulnerability assessment. And then we also built it for our chief security officers who probably have 40 years experience but don't really like technology. So we wanted to build this right there. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry.
There we go. Apologize. I thought you had the first question. Or you didn't like technology. Okay, so again, I'll just run through this real fast. So we're just going to drill down and say we're going to do an assessment with just a federal building, and I'm just going to go ahead and click that here. Okay. Is it coming up? Okay, sorry, we have just a little delay. I'll follow it over here. Okay, basic information. This is a read-only. This is actually generated from the web-based backend, and I'll kind of show you how we do all that. So again, you have the name of the assessment, the date, the facility, the lead assessors, my name there, and then we actually can drill down to the critical infrastructure sector, and then any subsectors as well too. So now I'm in the field. I'm going to go ahead and start my assessment. I'm just going to hit next. This is where we can start adding in all of our assets. First one here I'll pick is federal employees. Just click on that. Sorry, quite the delay here. Basic name, asset name, a description. So what we did here is we added the Carver methodology, of course, but then we also added an asset prioritization methodology. This is right from Homeland Security. Too many times when we go out and do these large assessments, the organization, they have no way of racking and stacking their assets. They don't know what their top asset is or their bottom asset. So we took this methodology from Homeland Security, added it in here, so at the end of the day, you're gonna have the ability to look at all of your assets, and then you're actually gonna have a score for each asset. So you know in fact which one is gonna be your top 5, top 6 assets compared to those other assets that maybe could be at the bottom 28 or 29. This is just simply like the Carver methodology. We ask basic questions, but how we develop this as well too, it's word for word. So when you ask yourself the question about that, we actually define it as well too. So we define what a 1 is, a 2 is, a 3, 4, and 5. So we really have just honed it into a level where, again, those non-security professionals who are tasked with doing an assessment can feel comfortable about doing an assessment. I'll just kind of continue on here, just basic questions about this asset, the employees, historical analysis, population, and proximity, again, straight from Homeland Security. As you can see, the system is kind of developed based off Homeland Security. We have the blue colors in there. We've had a few individuals from Homeland Security come take a look at the system. I'm from Huntsville, Alabama, so we had the 2 lead assessors for for Alabama come up to take a look at this system. And then on the back end, you'll see the speedometers that drive all of your vulnerabilities are based on the 5 force protection conditions that align with Homeland Security as well, too. So the next one here, we have images. Again, right now, how we're doing it, well, most people are doing it, not me. You're going out in the field with a big paper checklist. You're trying to capture all of your results, and then you have to take photos. And then somehow you have to upload that photo to some laptop or something and then try to pull that photo over. It's very discombobulated. So with our app, you can take photos directly into the app. And then any photo you take here, you have the option to obviously delete it, add it. And then you have the option in the back end to add additional images. And everything you see here will populate into a final report as well, too. So that's the nice thing is we capture this data out in the field, it's already driving our final report, which comes in Word. And then you can make any last-minute changes as you see fit. So we got our images here. Now we're going to get into the Carver methodology. I know we touched on it a little bit. So Luke mentioned about some of the primary threats here. So I'll just drill down. And we have a lot of threats here that we feel, could pertain to what we do here in the States, could pertain to what others are doing downrange in some hostile territories. Again, we have IEDs, insider threat, trespassing. But as you can look at the bottom here, we have automobile ramming, aircraft as a weapon, even some arson and explosive devices. So, of course, we select these threats based on the intelligence report that we do before we got and do an assessment. Again, if I go to my customer at Huntsville and let them know that aircraft as a weapon is their biggest threat, they're probably going to throw me out the front door. So, you have to kind of be true to yourself and really hone into what that threat is based on the analysis that was conducted before your assessment. Again, you can select as many threats as you like, but we'll just continue on. Now we're getting into the Carver methodology. Luke mentioned earlier the criticality. We actually defined it all the way down to a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Again, just simply going down through the methodology, just asking yourself the questions. Accessibility, recoverability, vulnerability, effect, and of course, recognizability. Here's where we have observations and recommendations. This was an important section for me to build in here. When I would do assessments, a lot of times I'd come out of the field and I couldn't even read my own handwriting for my observations and recommendations because it was all chicken scratch. So we wanted to add this in here so you can actually type it in or you can actually talk to text this here. Luke and I did an assessment out in the middle of the desert in Texas earlier in the year, and we actually had both iPads, and we talked right into it to do a follow-up assessment, and it worked fantastically. We were just testing it in the desert while doing an assessment, so it was pretty impressive that it worked out there with the wind blowing and the sand everywhere. So again, you don't have to text anything, you can just talk right into it. One of the things our checklists really don't do, besides a lot of this, they don't allow you to actually provide your next line supervisor a recommendation for any vulnerabilities that are identified during your assessment. So we built this in here as well too. So right now, an access control system would help secure or help harden the soft target for this facility, another general observation, and then a recommendation. So I was the Assistant Chief Security Officer for a 3-star command in Huntsville, Alabama, and I had oversight of 22 highly classified locations in 12 different time zones. And when we would do assessments, my leads on the ground would come back and they would tell me they had vulnerabilities, but they would never drive me to a decision or give me any recommendations. They would just say, we got a vulnerability, and that was kind of it. So I wanted to add this in for our next line supervisors to have a really good understanding of, okay, I know you got a vulnerability, but at least get me there. I don't have to accept it, but at least you're getting me in a direction that I can either take your recommendation or kind of build off of that. And I think that's critical here if we want to be more efficient and effective and accurate for doing these assessments to ensure our soft targets are in fact hardened. So we deem it a vulnerability. We can add any due date if you want to palm this out. If you want to say, hey, we'll budget this for a year, you can go ahead and put the year out there. Or if it's something that you believe needs to be implemented immediately, then you can go ahead and put that date in there as well. And then when the assessment is actually approved, this vulnerability will drive the speedometers on the back end, and I'll kind of show you that when we switch over here. Severity level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, again, right from Homeland Security. And just select elevated. Bottom, we have the asset priority score again out of 30. This is an asset. This is the algorithm we had up top there from Homeland Security. Our risk score, a probability of successful attack. It's what Luke showed you, the charts. We've now captured that chart into one screen here, and this is one full asset. So we'll just save the data here, and then we'll go back. Again, so for time, I'll continue to move on, but you can put in as many assets as you like. So we'll hit next. We're going to continue on. Luke mentioned this earlier about the Carver methodology, the impacts. So this is where we pairwise the impacts. Of course, the impact of an active shooter against the cyber. Obviously, if we're going to lose life or have anybody hurt, it's always going to be greater than and much greater than. Again, this lines right with the Carver methodology. Just kind of work your way down to here again, active shooter against sabotage. So these threats I'm showing you were the threats that I selected for the other assets. I know we didn't cover the other assets, but this is where these threats are generated from right here. Just kind of working my way down to the impacts. Just going to hit next. This is the likelihood. Well, based on the analysis, based on the assessment of that facility, the likelihood of active shooter is going to be a little bit lower than a cyber. Their cyber posture was pretty bad. Their ATO, authority to operate, was outdated. Their equipment was really old. They didn't have antivirus software in their system. So it's not a matter of when they were hacked or if they're going to be hacked. They probably have an APT, an advanced persistent threat, already on their network collecting data. So again, we deemed that active shooter a little bit lower based on the analysis, the assessment that was conducted. Again, pairwising, straight down the list. We'll hit next. This is, again, right from Carver. This is your design-based threats. All the threats that were selected for all the assets, you're just going to pairwise them again. This is going to really hone in on regarding what are going to be your biggest threats, and we'll show you that on the next screen here. So I'll just continue down. Now, the nice thing about this here is if you have 2 or 3 assessors out in the field, you have a couple options. If you have trusted internet, all the assessors can go their separate way. As they start adding in assets, they can keep refreshing their screen and publish it to the back end, and the other assessors can update their iPad, and you can see what the other assessor actually captured in the field, which is nice because how it's being done now with the paper checklist, at the end of the day, everybody goes back to the office or the hotel or whatever, and nobody knows if they collected or actually assessed all of the assets out there. So now before you leave the field, you're able to positively identify that everybody has the same assets on their mobile apps. And we just hit next here. And that's it. So this is a quick snapshot in time. So coming out of the government, when I was assessed by the Inspector General, I had to wait at least 3 weeks for this. So it left my vulnerabilities really unmitigated. Now we're able to provide your next line supervisor or your CSO, your Chief Security Officer, with a quick snapshot in time of the assessment that was just conducted. Again, we have our Carver chart, probability of attack. Here's our threat assessment graph. I know Luke showed it earlier today. You can even see to the right there some of our, of course, trespassing, sabotage, and then our cyber are the 3 that we'll probably want to focus on. Of course, our highest impacts, like Luke mentioned, are going to be the ones where you have loss of life. On this one here, it's going to be active shooter and really automobile ramming. And then we have a weighted values chart as well here. Again, this tells us everything we need to know about all the design-based threats and how they're pairwise against each other. So really, that's the app in a whole. So if we did this out in the field with 5 assets and all these, the design-based threats and the likelihoods, 5, we'd probably have about 30, 35 pages of paper. And I just showed you 5 screens on the mobile app. So you can see how more efficient and effective we can be out in the field doing this. So any questions on the mobile app before I switch over to the back end? No questions? Okay. Also, there's a few companies in here, thank you, who are actually using Soteria. If you would like to talk to them about their use case in the field, please let me know afterwards. I'll introduce you to them. They're wonderful companies, and they can validate how they're actually using it as well. It's just not me up here speaking about it. They'll be able to validate it as well, too. Okay.
Straight through this time? Doesn't look like it's.
That's it.
Oh, it did. Oh.
I think it's the right voting line. Okay, sorry, thanks. Okay, this is the web-based backend. I'm just going to show you this section right here. This is, if I'm the Chief Security Officer, this is what I would be looking at. This is my dashboard. So I'll pull your attention to the critical alert message there. So we built that in here. If you have any vulnerabilities that are past due, if you have any regulatory compliance or anything that's past due that you want to track and manage within Soteria, we actually give you a warning. And the nice thing about this is when a warning is acknowledged, it actually emails your next line supervisor. And the reason why we do this is too many times we do assessments and we provide the CSO, Chief Security Officer, with 15 vulnerabilities, but they don't want to mitigate it at all. They just want to leave them open because they're going to be, I think it was going to be right of bang what Luke mentioned. So they're going to be, unfortunately, they're not going to be proactive. They're going to be retroactive, which is going to get somebody hurt, somebody killed. And it's going to cost them 5 times as much to harden their soft targets after the fact. So really, you have to ask yourself, you have to ask your organization, do you want to be proactive? Because are your soft targets able to deter, detect, deny, and delay an adversarial attack? Probably not. But again, you know, if you don't implement any additional security measures, then you have to assume the risk. So we have this critical alert warning in here. I cannot access the system at all until I acknowledge that. So I'm just going to acknowledge that I have a, and what it says here, it's a regulatory inspection that's passed through. I'll just acknowledge that there. Mouse. Maybe. Okay. This really does work, I promise. I think it's the internet. Yeah, I think it's the internet. Yeah, let me just refresh. So the back end is very critical for us who want to be able to track and manage our entire organization, our critical infrastructure asset vulnerabilities. Again, this is something that I would have liked to have in the government, so at the end of the day, I knew exactly where my vulnerabilities were for all of my classified locations. But unfortunately, nothing really like this exists out there, so this is why, partner up with Luke and his company, we figured let's go ahead and deploy this out with the Carver methodology and the app, and then, of course, the web-based backend, which is going to be very lucrative to organizations so they have a good understanding of exactly where all their vulnerabilities are. Okay, so apologize for that. So I'm just going to show you all the assessments on the left here. So I'm just going to pull up that same assessment that I just showed you from the mobile app. Federal building. Okay, so really what happens here is when you're done with collecting with your data in the field, you can actually push this back to the web-based backend, and you have the opportunity to then sit down and then kind of discuss your Carver scores if you want to do it. Now, there was a question about subjectivity, so this is where we afford you the opportunity to sit down with the group at the end of the day and then decide what the Carver scores are, obviously the 1 to 2 to 3 or 4 or 5. If you want to make any last-minute changes, you can do so here before you submit it to the next line supervisor. So we have this built in here for a reason to protect some of those security assessors out there who, I know Luke mentioned may find 25 vulnerabilities when in fact there's maybe 5. So when they're done with their assessment, they actually submit this to the next line supervisor, who's going to have probably 12, 15 years experience, who can then validate whether or not these findings are true. He can also send it back, and we kind of work that way here. So we have an internal cable comment section in here in regards to when an assessment is actually submitted and when it's rejected. So no longer do we have to pick up a phone or send a text message or an email asking what the status is on any of our assessments. It's all going to be captured here. Everything is time-stamped, so you know who has the action next. And here's the executive summary. This all converted over when I collected data in the field, and this all will convert over into the final report. So once I submit this and this is approved, again, it's a full-up assessment. The report will be printed. It's about an 80% product in regards to the report. You can add bios in there if you like or anything you want to add in there. But we leave you some white space if you wanted to add additional things in there. But essentially, your report's done for you. So I'm going to go back here, show you what a CSO screen will look like. This is their dashboard. Inside each container will be facilities that they have oversight responsibility for. Okay, this one here, this is the overall risk score for all of the facilities in this northeast container. As you can see, I have 2 facilities. I have them highlighted here on a map, and this is showing the risk score. And I can actually drill down to each facility as well, too, to get an overall risk score. So this facility here is on green. Nothing's due until 80 days. I'm pretty good with that. I have no issues with that. My acceptable level of risk is yellow. So if there's anything that's on orange or red, it's going to concern me. So this is a good group here, so let's go check out this group over here. So they have a lot of things on red. Again, could be just regulatory compliance, could be policies, could be cyber network scans, could be a vulnerability that was identified out in the field during an assessment. So this captures everything. So this gives you an overall view of your entire enterprise, and it can be worldwide. You can have as many containers as you like. You can have as many facilities. So when someone comes to me, if my CFO comes to me and says, hey, Dick, I got 50 grand, and where do we want to sprinkle it out over all your facilities? I'm going to just look at my containers and look at the red ones and say, well, let's go ahead and deploy some money here, that's hard, and these soft targets here. The other ones are okay. Before the system here, you really didn't know. You were just kind of spreading money out to everybody, hoping they would put it to good use. But now I can go to my CFO, or he can come to me and say, hey, where do we want to deploy this money to? And I can say, well, if we deployed here to the Southwest group, we can go ahead and get these facilities down to an acceptable level of risk of yellow. And that's where we go divert our attention. And you can see here the critical alert that came up was this past due right here. So obviously we're tracking that right there. Again, as a CSO, I'm able to see every assessment that's going on. Also, what I do as a consultant, there's a company out in California that do assessments. So they pay me to sit in Huntsville, Alabama, and actually help them do an assessment. So when they add an asset on the app, they'll publish to the back end. I'll load in from Huntsville, and I'll help them shape that asset, and I'll just keep following them along as they go. And at the end of the day, when they're done with doing all the assessment, I'm helping them write the final report from Huntsville. So the ROI on this is absolutely incredible because they're charging for 2 guys on the ground 5 days when they only paid me 4 hours and I'm in Huntsville and I didn't have to travel. So he's off to the next job, still getting paid for that first job, and he's already working that. So this is a very unique system in ways of doing that. And we like to do this at the Carver course. We like the students to go out and do this, and then I get the opportunity to sit back in the course and actually watch them collect the data as they go through the field. And then I can help shape that data for them as they come back, or I can help them while they're in the field. So it's a pretty unique capability that we put in here. We have some RSS feeds in here. Again, if your CSO wants to keep in touch with any of the news around any of the facilities to see if we have any insider threats or any active shooter incidents, we have that built in here. We have all of our settings in here, facility day configurations. This is where you can add in anything you want to track and manage, whether it's going to be a cyber network scan, insider threat investigation, policies, regulatory compliance, anything. You can use this for facility operations if you want to know when your next OSHA inspection is or the next inspection for your elevators. We could add all that in there as well too. User settings, very easy. If you have new users, you have the ability to add if they're going to be an assessor or they're going to be an administrator. There's 3 levels we have there. And of course, if somebody leaves your organization, you can immediately remove them from the system so they don't have access to it anymore. Security standards, we have that built in there. If you have an SOP or a certain checklist that you want us to include, we can include that in this section as well too. So this is really a one-stop shop. This is going to give you everything from your assessor on the ground doing a full-up assessment, and then you're going to have your CSO who's going to have visibility of the entire organization so they have a full understanding of where their vulnerabilities are within the complete enterprise there. We also have this built in here to view user history. Now, we built this in out of the DoD, is where I come from. Insider threat is obviously going to be our biggest concern right now. So we have this built in here. So we have an insider threat. So if you have somebody using a system and you think they're trying to do something nefarious, because once an assessment is approved, they cannot go back in and make any changes. We did that for civil liabilities. So if you think somebody's trying to do something nefarious, you can send us the code and we'll go ahead and dissect that code. We'll take a look at it and let you know either they're trying to manipulate the system somehow or maybe they just need some retraining, and that's something we have built in here. And I'll see if that even pops up here. And how this calculates is anytime you touch the mobile app or the web-based backend, it's going to document every keystroke that pretty much you've done inside the system here, and it should populate. So right there. So if you say, hey, on September 15th, something weird was happening with this user, you can go ahead and send us this here, and we'll take a look at it and let you know if that's the case or not. So really, that's it. For time purposes, I wanted to keep it short and simple. Just wanted to just let everybody know this is the innovative way of doing it. No more paper checklists. We can have 3 or 4 assessors go out at the same time and do the assessment more efficient, more effective, and more accurately. And now we have a way of actually tracking and manage all of our vulnerabilities throughout the entire enterprise using our web-based backend. That being said, is there any questions? Thankfully.
I think you do have a question from the chat. Popped up a little bit ago regarding do you need internet when you're out in the field using Soteria? I like that.
Okay, yeah, I'll answer that question. Perfect, great question. So there's 2 ways to do it. So I'll answer, short answer is no. So you have to log in using your mobile app. You have to have internet. Once you log in, you can go to airplane mode, and you can go out and collect all of your data in the field, and then come back, get off airplane mode, log back into your trusted internet behind your trusted firewall, and then publish all your data. And that's how we protect our data in transit. So you have 2 ways. You can push your data out in the field if you're on a trusted internet. If you're not, you can go behind your own trusted firewall and then push it that way. We have organizations who want to use this on the classified side. So they'll go out and collect the data, stay in airplane mode, come back, and then they're going to push it up to the SIPR or the JWIC side for their data as well too. So yeah, great question. But you do not need internet while you're in the field collecting data, no. Yes.
Do you update your list of potential threats as new technologies and new threats come out?
Yeah, so we update our app just about, I mean, a couple times a week. You know, we just want to continuously update, pushing updates, pushing updates, pushing updates. So we can add a new library in there that gives us additional threats that we may have not captured in this list. Absolutely. If somebody comes to us and there's something that we don't have, we will update the app immediately and get that out. Yes, we have plenty of libraries to use that for. Yeah. Any other questions? That's it? I mean, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Let's take a quick 5-minute break just so we can set the PowerPoints for Vincent and John, and we'll come back in 5. And if you guys are wondering too, if you go out the door and around the front door of the university and go in that door, there's men's and women's bathrooms with a lot more stalls. I know that we're kind of short on bathrooms over here too. And for those at home, please put your microphone on mute. Great. See you in 5 minutes.
I muted him as fast as I could.
Oh my God, that's all right. I'm just so hot. It's just blazing on.
They're joining muted and unmuting themselves.
I don't know why they do
just to disturb you.
Yeah. On purpose. All right. Thanks for that.
Okay, if we can start moving back in, we'll get right into the next presentation. All right, our next speakers today come from Pica Corporation. Been in business for over 4 decades. I don't know if they want us to say that or not, but Vincent Volpe was the former Chief Security Officer for Ralph Lauren. John Martinicky was the former Chief Security Officer for Navistar, and there's a lot more background where that came from. So they'll be talking about supply chain. So, gentlemen, come on up.
So I don't know what's worse, if talking after lunch or talking about supply chain security, because usually that's kind of a snoozer of a subject for a lot of people, but we're going to try to make it as entertaining and relevant as possible. First, give you a little bit of background on us. John was the Chief Security Officer at Navistar, formerly International Truck and Engine. Formerly, I don't know what else.
Yeah, International Harvester.
So he knows a lot about trucks. They have a defense division.
Build MRAPs, different vehicles, farm equipment, engines, generation, etc.
Yeah,
sorry. Will this one work?
Oh, there you go.
Check. Very good. Okay, I can do karaoke too. So, Navistar built MRAPs, trucks, transportation systems. Prior to that, we were International Harvester. So back in your history books, Cyrus McCormick built the Reaper. We basically fed the world through our technology.
So John was also the CSO for DeVry University, which is one of the world's largest, if not the largest university in the world. So a whole separate set of issues that he encountered while he was there, not the least of which were various storms and other disruptions.
Crisis response.
Exactly. So my background is actually policing. So I started out in policing, did not make a career of it, went into the private sector, got involved in intellectual property, brand protection when it became the crime of the 21st century back in the 1990s. So I was fortunate enough to be at the right place at the right time. Also happened to be out there when globalization became a phenomenon. So at the end of the day, we have a little bit of experience with regards to global supply chain by happenstance and suffering through it. This is a basic diagram of a supply chain, obviously, and some of the bad things that can happen to it, which we'll get into more deeply. These are some of the industries that our company works in. So our experience applies across industries. And the interesting part is that there's a lot of common denominators across these industries that we'll talk some about. What we do basically is information security management, which has a cybersecurity component, but it's mainly patent, trademark, copyright prevention. John had a lot of issues, for example, with the Chinese when he was working in China, opening Navistar up in China, relative to Chinese stealing technology and ideas. We also do loss prevention, which loss prevention loosely is protection of the supply chain and the distribution channel and aftermarket sales. We do geopolitical risk analysis, which is all about analyzing markets so multinationals can go into the market and expand their market and understand the market and implement a business policy that was not necessarily designed for that particular market and culture. Last thing we do is tech integration with people and policies, which is just, we'd like to call common sense. So this is your typical supply chain. This is Supply Chain 101. Looks like it's from the 1950s, this particular graphic. But as you'll note, there are trucks involved at every step of the way, which is kind of where John comes in to a great extent. This is your local supermarket from time to time, usually during a hurricane. Of late, we've noticed, I think all of us have noticed, various scarcity of items at places as diverse as CVS and Publix. They're warning us that we have to do our Christmas shopping early, or there may not be a Christmas this year. We're here to sort of speak to the reasons why that might be. In each of these industries that we cover, we sort of put together some of the issues that they're struggling with now that they didn't have before. So in apparel, there's just-in-time manufacturing, which we'll talk about in a minute. Automotive, I'm sure everybody's heard about the chip shortage that we've been experiencing. And with the Internet of Things, chips are in everything. And so at the end of the day, chips and parts shortages that are resulting from the supply chain breakdown is affecting the automotive industry. Consumer products are being subject to hoarding, so people buying toilet paper that they don't need. Looting, we've seen that on television. And theft, organized retail theft to be specific. Organized retail theft gangs, which are multi-billion-dollar organizations that operate throughout the country, are recognizing that the police are not prosecuting retail theft crimes. And they're being very, very sensitive to the thresholds that are associated therewith. So you'll see a lot of organized retail theft. The CVS near my house, for example, looked like I thought it was moving when I went in there because there were just shelves empty everywhere, and the lady said, no, we're just experiencing a wave of shoplifting. So criminals know what the geopolitical dynamic of the situation. Obviously, shortages of raw materials and labor and construction you've read about or heard about on television are in our energy and extractives area, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. Politics and cybersecurity are playing a big role. Entertainment, the pandemic has depressed supply. Demand has obviously increased with our Netflix habits. That's been a big negative factor there. Finance, still on fire. Why is that? Well, maybe I have some ideas, and maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. Government politicizing the pandemic for its own reasons has been exacerbating. I won't get into that too much because I'm trying to be apolitical here. Insurance companies are not covering anything related to this, and so they're just continuing to charge us premiums for doing nothing and paying nothing. Logistics, obviously, are becoming an issue with regards to energy, transport, and drivers. I mean, everything from truck drivers to boat drivers. Pharmaceuticals, India and China, we have dependencies on them, and that's supply chain is broken. Retail, there's a huge pent-up demand, so our president was right about that piece of it. What caused that demand and the reason we can't meet the supply is what's driving inflation right now, which is becoming yet another threat to our society. And then finally, the technology of the Internet of Things is affecting chips predominantly. So got some underlying themes here. This is an entire course that I teach at Ohio State, and so I'm trying to condense everything into something that's going to be done here in 25 minutes. But at the end of the day, these are the underlying themes I want to talk about a little bit. Globalization, everybody knows about, but that has created a vulnerability for us. The trade agreements that we enter into also has created a vulnerability for us because it's centralized our supply chain in the Asia-Pacific region. It's also fortified our adversaries to a great extent. Obviously, the pandemic and the closing of borders has been an issue. Labor shortages, incredibly, are an issue. I mean, jobs everywhere, but workers not to be found. Transportation bottlenecks, you'll see pictures of that here in a minute. Energy and raw materials disruptions are just based on a variety of issues to include transportation, logistics, and just, again, a booming demand for housing, a booming demand for remodeling your house, staying at home, rebuilding an office at home, what have you. All of this and inflation are pushing food insecurity. That is making for political unrest and government vulnerabilities and opportunities to manipulate governments all over the world, all over our world. And that's having its effect. Creating global migration patterns that we're seeing in Europe and also obviously in the States and in Latin America specifically. Almost every country in Latin America has its own sort of separate set of issues as it relates to that. Increased vulnerabilities, cybercrime, IPR crime, terrorism, all of this has been exacerbated by not just the pandemic, but the consequences of the pandemic. And then I want to talk a little bit about world flashpoints, just because it's kind of fun to talk about, like, what if this happens or what if that happens, and how can things actually get worse? Knock on wood, God bless. Supply chain, globalization, how did that affect us? Well, this started in the 1990s. It was a race to the bottom, get to the country that has the cheapest labor. produce the goods as quickly and cheaply as you possibly can, and then take advantage of the fact that transport at that time was relatively cheap. The trade agreements that again, I won't get into any great detail, have really helped a lot to centralize the supply chain production in the Asia-Pacific region and almost made it into its own market. Well, in fact, it has made it into its own market. These are the markets that are benefiting predominantly RECEP. These are all Asian-related markets, and you'll see that only one of the Five Eyes in there is Australia. Well, New Zealand's there as well. Chile, Peru, Canada, and Mexico, all in there. Guess who's out? We're not in there. India's not in there. Those were all political reasons that we were not involved in this particular set of treaties, and they're coming back to haunt us. So just-in-time inventory control is something that I briefly touched upon. I think everybody knows what it is, by and large, but it's just producing product at a rate that satisfies your demand without having to carry a lot of inventory. So what happens? Somebody places an order, the inventory manager makes the order, the supplier fulfills the order or orders it from the actual manufacturer, they produce it, they deliver it, and the customer gets the product, and it all happens in relatively short time, right? So what happens if any one of these areas gets disrupted, let alone all of them, with the pandemic? Then just-in-time becomes empty inventories, empty warehouses. So we did not plan for a pandemic. Well, Luke called it out. I called it out in a LARC meeting, and when we were doing disaster preparedness at one point in time, I couldn't even find anybody at the WHO to speak on the subject, just to give you a sense. But at the end of the day, I mean, this has been a global phenomenon, and it's hurt people disproportionately, I will say. We have definitely been victimized. Going to labor shortages and what the immediate consequences of the pandemic, obviously the big spike that occurred in 2020 with regards to unemployment, a stock market crash. They would have you believe, this actually came from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they would have you believe that things are actually returning to normal if you look at the end of the graph. But in reality, what's happened is, if I can get to the next slide, which I'm having trouble. But there we go. So economies are coming back, right? So, I mean, theoretically, that graph should be these two graphs should be reconciled, and things should be getting better, but they're not. And what's happening is that the workers aren't coming back. Some of the workers have just disappeared from the scene. Baby boomers like me and John, of course being at the end of the baby boom, we're still here, right? But we're the exception rather than the rule. So most of the baby boomers, you know, have done relatively well. They got their money. They've sat out for a year or two and decided, you know what, I'll take an early retirement, or I'll just take a legitimate retirement. And so baby boomers have disappeared from the workforce, some prematurely. I like to think of ourselves as highly experienced anyway. I mean, old is another word. But at the end of the day, I mean, we are a highly productive and capable workforce, and we are going away. The people that are replacing us have a different philosophy about work. It's been my perception. That's a little bit of my own sort of experience. But people are more focused on working to live rather than living to work, you know, which is kind of what my generation was all about. John's as well, I know for a fact. Automation has also reduced, especially unskilled jobs. So those jobs have just kind of poof, disappeared, and they're not coming back. Drug addiction, this is interesting. Drug addiction has eliminated workers from our workforce. We have a deficiency of 80,000 truck drivers in this country, which is a big part of the supply chain problem. But we can't fill, I think that I saw from the ATA, they attempted to fill 60,000 of those jobs, and people failed the drug tests. So the drug problem is directly related to the transportation problem, which is directly related to the supply chain issue. And again, we're talking about people that either, I mean, smoking marijuana, many of them opiate addicted, Some legitimately, I mean, from a standpoint of being, disabled, what have you. But at the end of the day, they can't pass a drug test, and the drug tests are very heavily regulated by DOT, so there's no compromise on that. We can't just let somebody drive that's going to be taking opiates. Issues with daycare continue to be a drag on female workers, pursuant to homeschooling, which is now gradually getting back to normal in that regard. Pandemic relief, we've all heard about how sometimes it's cheaper just to stay home, and I think that's also coming to an end. The extent to which that there's going to be a rebound there with regards to the workforce remains to be determined. A lot of skilled jobs that were idled during the pandemic, like flying a plane or even being a flight attendant on a plane, these people have to be retrained to do that, and so that takes time. Getting a truck driver trained takes a couple, 3 months, right, minimum. So it's not like you can just say, poof, you're a truck driver, or poof, you're an airline pilot, or you can go back to work and once you get through the simulator a couple times. So this has all been problematic. Increasingly moving towards the gig economy as well. Stay-at-home culture feels pretty good in your jammies. Sometimes habits don't change. The work concept culture changes as a result of these precipitous events. So all of this skews those unemployment figures that we just saw. I saw figures all over creation when I did my research on this, and so I hesitate to throw out any real numbers on what the real unemployment is. But I know that for example, with youth unemployment, I think it's hovering around 11% or something like that in this country, which is always dangerous to have that many idle youth on hand. And it's certainly a lot higher in other countries, in developing countries. So again, skilled labor shortages. This is what's happening at our ports. Our ports are not highly automated. That's the port of Shanghai over there. Ships can show up and automatically be offloaded, reloaded, and shipped out, right? In the United States, we need longshoremen. We have lots of unions. We have truckers that are driving the trucks. They're also union. I'm not anti-union or pro-union. I'm just telling you how it is, that we got a lot of people involved in our processes, and we're not highly automated in places like this, and that's one of the things that's affecting us. So that's what I think that's the Port of Long Beach, if memory serves correctly. And you can see that there's a whole bunch of people out there waiting on their ships. So we add to this the problem with energy and energy prices, and anybody that's gassed up lately understands that energy prices are through the roof, and that doesn't look like it's going to abate anytime soon. I'm not a big fracking fan. I'm from the Midwest. Having said that, I'm a big fan of energy independence. We're talking about opening up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve now. I'm not sure that I like that idea, because I like being strategic and I like having a reserve, especially for military purposes. But the bottom line is that we are once again letting our energy needs be exported overseas or fulfilled overseas, and that's part of this globalization process, or reverse globalization process, that's giving unfair advantage to a lot of our global competitors, we'll call them at this point in time. The green energy initiatives that we hear a lot about are great. I'm a big fan of green energy, but it's not going to replace what we have now. And our energy demand increases exponentially. The green energy is just not, the technology is not moving fast enough. And guess where the technology is focused or concentrated at, especially as it relates to the production of solar panels and so forth? It's China. And so China, the world's largest importer of coal, is making solar energy panels and selling them to us, and wind systems and selling them to us. And so at the end of the day, they're kind of benefiting both ways, like they did during the pandemic. We are continuously importing more and more and more oil every day, and yet we were energy independent, a year and change ago. So all these policies are strengthening OPEC, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, some of the entities that are not as friendly to us as we would like. So additionally, we have tax on critical infrastructure, which is a whole other sort of area of discussion, and I think maybe the Cybercrime Committee will talk a little bit about this, but our infrastructure is aging and vulnerable, and being attacked. And this is the most, I think, highly publicized recent attack, which was on the Colonial Pipeline, which caused panic in the Southeast predominantly for a period of time. Not really a state actor that was ultimately responsible for that, but there is, as the cyber community or cyber committee will discuss, I presume China, Russia, Iran, North Korea are all kind of state actors, they are state actors as it relates to cybercrime and cybersecurity. Largest meat processing plant in the world also hacked and paid a huge ransom in order to basically recover their data and get back online. The whole meatpacking industry is another choke point in the United States. I think everybody remembers when the meatpacking plants, the people there started getting sick disproportionately. Meat wasn't being processed. Cattle were basically being rendered for fertilizer and so forth, and we just weren't able to process what we were producing domestically because of the way that we were set up for processing food in this country, and that has created protein shortages, for example, in this country. Another thing is we used to mine or develop a lot of our own metals, or at least control the processes. Now those things have been completely offshored. For example, these are all metals that are used in defense, infrastructure defense, and technology. Especially when you get down to talking about rare earth elements and that sort of thing, there's huge concentrations of control of rare earth elements in countries such as China, for example. Those are the elements that you use to build microchips. At the end of the day, say, well, we can probably then just open a factory and start building our own microchips and tell Intel, hey, let's have some more microchips out of there. The CEO of Intel was interviewed on one of the programs, Bloomberg or someplace, and said, look, it takes 2 years to open a microchip plant. So it's not like you can just ramp up the production of microchips or even the mining of rare earth elements. So what has all this created? It's created a demand. The demand has always been there. People have stopped traveling and spending money on frivolities, and so now they're still spending money, and they still want things, right? And to remodel their houses. They want new televisions. They want the latest, greatest video games or whatever is taking up their space or time in the post-pandemic age. So demand for goods remains high, but that and the food insecurity and the inflation and so forth is creating a situation that is making food insecurity, economic and political instability the rule throughout the world. And I can go to just about any country, including China for that matter, and say this has been disruptive. And China's a lot better at being able to hide it. China's a lot better at being able to manage it. But at the end of the day, every single country on this earth that I can think of is having issues with regards to managing these processes. This is undermining and straining democracies. This is our main concern. So where this takes a turn towards national security is, we have been the leader of the free world. Outside of ignominious departures from Afghanistan or any other sort of political things that might, have influenced how the world looks at us, it's looking at what's going on right now and looking to America like, help us, right? And we can barely help ourselves. And so at the end of the day, this is undermining us and democracies. Criminal actors are taking advantage of this. When I say criminal actors, I'm talking about every form of criminal actor, not just the two guys down there, Maduro and the dictator from Nicaragua, Ortega. So it's organized criminal groups, disorganized criminal groups. Every sort of smuggler, contrabandista you can think of, everyone is taking advantage. The crisis at our border is also exacerbating. And you say, well, how is all of this related? Well, this is all taking resources from us. It's taking resources and giving them to, for example, organized criminals. There's not one of those people that crossed that didn't pay a mafia to be able to cross in Mexico, right? So they're all beholden to the mafia. That money's all going to go back to the mafia. Some of these people are going to be exploited for running contraband, for human trafficking, you name the illicit activity. Some of those people are terrorists, I guarantee you, I know for a fact. And at the end of the day, all of this is consuming our resources managing this problem or non-problem, depending on who you talk to or what your perspective is. And our customs and border officials are not doing their other jobs, which is stopping contraband, making sure that people are paying their taxes, controlling quality immigration to this country, and helping make us stronger. Instead, we are getting, criminals, terrorists, organized criminals entering, and our borders are breaking down. So the other thing that happens when you have weak borders is you get counterfeits. And I'm not talking about purses and watches and things, although these also fund organized crime. And this is an area of expertise that I could talk again a whole course about. But at the end of the day, the main thing to understand is everything is counterfeited, including military parts. And some parts are sabotage that are destined for the military. Counterfeiting is highly concentrated in Asia and with some of the countries that are not our friends. And so at the end of the day, counterfeiting is going to increase as a result of non-enforcement, as a result of the border issues, and as a result of supply chain breakdown, and as a result of demand, because there's going to be continued demand for certain products, and the counterfeiters are going to say, I can make that, I'll supply that, but it's not going to be the same quality that we would rely on in the past. So if this chart just kind of generally represents where most of the counterfeits come from in the world, and as you can see, they're not all coming from friendly places, right? So, well, Ukraine's kind of friendly to us, but at the end of the day, a lot from Asia and other Arab countries, and this is a real issue. It's because it's going to get worse. Now, here's where we do a little spitballing, okay? So, I've thought a lot about this, and John and I have spent a fair amount of time in China and working with China and understand the Chinese mentality, I think, quite well. At the end of the day, our current state encourages adventurism, and so there's a lot of countries out there that are thinking, now's the time for us to strike. Now's the time for us to make a move, because what is the response of the United States going to be? And especially with our withdrawal from Afghanistan in the manner in which we did, I think a lot of our allies are going to wonder, to what extent are we going to come to their aid? And we have a kind of a funny little joint defense pact with Taiwan, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're not part of NATO. We're not really too awfully obligated to them. They're awfully close to China. China has this entire plan to invade Taiwan that they just keep refining and refining, and they're building men and materiel up in order to do it. If you look, Taiwan supplies over 60% of our current production of microchips right now in this country, right? 60%. Well, I beg that. That's a global figure, okay? But if you disrupt 60% of the supply of microchips by invading Taiwan and say, we're not going to give you any, then we're in big trouble, because everything runs on microchips, right? Even now, we're using old microchips, and we're writing new software, like dumbed down software for the microchips, in order that we can use some microchips, right, that are not latest generation microchips, rather than have none. The other thing is the South China Sea, the Taiwan Straits, all of this area is vulnerable. This is where a lot of product flows through, right? Strait of Malacca, right? So at the end of the day, if China just decides to start exerting control over these waters, maybe starting with Taiwan, maybe some confrontation over the Spratlys, where they're taking basically atolls and turning them into fixed aircraft carriers or whatever. I mean, this could be a big problem, and this is speculative unless you actually listen to President Xi, and he talks about the Belt and Road Initiative and what China is all about, and they're all about replacing us as the strongest power in the world, and controlling the seas is what that's all about. This is just 2021 to the date that I printed this. This is shipping traffic through that particular region, right? This is Belt and Road Initiative. I think everybody's heard of the Belt and Road Initiative that the Chinese frequently talk about. I mean, this is just in the Asia Pacific region. they are completely penetrated in Latin America. I could do an entire treatise on Latin America and how they are exploiting the vulnerabilities in Latin America to control governments, putting us to shame as it relates to what we used to do back in the 1950s in the days of the economic hitmen, so to speak. Very good book, by the way. So this is where China is starting to acquire interests in ports. I'm hard-pressed to find any place that's not strategically important. I could name the ports. I could show you some, I think. I can also demonstrate through this slide global choke points. Suez Canal, Panama Canal, obviously. Straits of Malacca, we talked about a little bit. Straits of Hormuz up there, right? So all of this, you know, one ship goes sideways. I think I can't remember if Mark actually had that in his presentation we were talking about last night. But at the end of the day, I mean, these are huge vulnerabilities and can make an already bad supply chain a lot worse, intentionally or otherwise. The other thing is Russian adventurism. I mean, you know, every day I hear more and more that there's men and material amassing along the border with Ukraine. Why is Ukraine so strategically important? Well, that's a lot of gas and oil lines that are flowing through there. Not to mention the Black Sea or the Sea of Azov, which is up above that, right? And at the end of the day, general consensus among experts is that Russia is likely to push all the way to the Dnieper River in the Ukraine, cut Ukraine in half, and then I personally think they're going to go all the way to Odessa and cut off their access to the Black Sea. I mean, these are huge national security issues. You can imagine what that would do to the price of oil and our dependency. So again, these are things that keep me awake at night. So you know, we are handing Russia and various oil-producing nations like OPEC and so forth the keys, and making ourselves vulnerable to these flashpoints. Should something happen, for example, Israel decide that they're going to finally do something about Iran. I mean, I don't think anybody in this room really believes that Israel is going to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And they will do whatever needs to be done in order to prevent that. And would that conflict have, what sort of effect would that have on the Middle East and on energy supply and so on and so forth. So again, these are just like 3 areas of the world I just kind of picked out of a hat and thought, okay, well, this could actually affect supply chains further and give people something to think about and make supply chain, you know, a little bit more interesting than it would be otherwise. So again, national security risks, foreign dependency on everything. Chaos at the borders, political instability, not good for anybody, right? We like a nice, happy world. Global energy crisis as winter approaches. Wait and see what happens in Europe this winter. Counterfeits in the supply chain. Our partners can't participate in global security. They're too busy trying to manage domestic security issues. So the police, the military, so forth, they are unable to come to our aid or try to prosecute our programs or participate in our initiatives to try to control drug trafficking, organized crime, et cetera, and that is creating a weaker United States of America. Strengthening our enemies, encouraging autocrats, making adventurism basically without pain, and this is collapsing, you know, our global safety security net and that of the poor people. And the poor people are the ones that are going to suffer the most, and they already are. So more examples on things that are concentrated in China. All of our PPE, as you remember, during the crisis was coming out of China. Most of our drugs, 80% of our drugs come out of at least the precursors, come out of China and India. In addition, China loves producing fentanyl, and now they're producing with the Mexicans. That's something else to poison us with. Winners and losers in this game. I think everybody recognizes these characters, so maybe not, can't name all the ones on the lower right. These are other winners. I don't know how, you know, the Korean twins got in there, but I mean, they're definitely taking advantage of the situation. This is why the stock market's still on fire, is because companies are making money during this crisis. They're laying off people, they're cutting costs, they're doing it all in the name of the pandemic, and at the end of the day, they're making money hand over fist. And it's being passed through to the stockholders. So that's not universal. Obviously, there's some industries that have been very, very hurt, like Disney, for example. But at the end of the day, the big guys are getting bigger, and the rich guys are getting richer. And the poor people are getting their hats handed to them. So this is winners and losers on a democracy scale, as of 2020, right? So, and this came from The Economist, which is one of my best and favorite sources. What's disturbing to me is we fall into the category of a flawed democracy in 2020. So Australia does better. I'm thinking about moving to Canada because, again, at the end of the day, I mean, the United States of America, the leader of the free world, is a flawed democracy. That is a sad, sad tale. So solutions. John's going to talk about solutions because I don't have any at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Vince.
So I got this slide for you, John, if you like. And I'll have a seat.
So what's the purpose of war? What's the purpose? Is it killing people? Money? What else? Yeah, it's assets, raw materials, right? War isn't designed just to kill people, unless maybe you're a terrorist, and it's hard to consider them, you know, that really a war in the conventional term. But before a war is won, before the first battle, what do you do? If you want to ensure to win the war without firing a shot, what do you do? So if you're Putin, or the guy in China, you want to take us over. You want our assets. You want to control us and the rest of the free world. What do you do? Pardon me? Correct. You divide us and you make us dependent. And what do you make us dependent on? Everything, right? We're so dependent on China for just about everything or a component in everything. So every time I see a presentation on supply chain, including myself, we show a chain. It really should be a paper chain, because if you want to stop things in the free world, specifically America, what do? What's the simplest way? Well, the computer chip is a perfect example. One small component basically cripples the auto industry. What do you do when most of your antibiotics and half your medicines are all made in China? That was a revelation to me. So the supply chain, if you could put that chart back on with the circles, that one. You know, there's this interdependency. In the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 20th century, companies were vertically integrated. They made everything. You need wheels, you make wheels, you know, you produce your own wheels. But that became ineffective. So now, companies really only assemble things. We create, innovate, but they buy things from everybody to make it work. So with the supply chain, how do you break it? You can break it anywhere in the whole process. You can break it with cyber. You can break it with sabotage. You can break it with bioweapons. You can break it politically. And once the greater the dependency, the greater your vulnerability. So you think about it, if you're 100% dependent on something, think of yourself when I was a kid, you're 100% dependent on everything from your parents. So what happens if they don't come home from work one day or they shut it off? You know, you kind of flounder. So supply chain is the weakest process in any kind of protection of our global economy and also of our country. So anything we can do to protect it if you can protect it, and how do you protect it? So, as Mark mentioned earlier, it's enterprise which is key to everything. Without enterprise, who's going to make the stuff? And you have to have a method of protecting it at each point along the way. So whether it's the raw material producer, the manufacturer, the chip maker, everybody has to work in conjunction and protect their piece. And the best way of protecting that, besides having good security, if half the companies even know what that is through assessments, compliance, and a good program. Because a lot of times the companies, like our country, we don't do things unless we're forced to. I always like the analogy of the space program. Would we have gone into space if the Russians hadn't beaten us? Look what happened once we got there. We kind of gave up. So America, like companies, we usually have to be forced. And trying to be proactive and preventive is the biggest hill to climb to get companies to do this and become more independent themselves with multiple suppliers or bring certain things back in-house that would be considered strategic for the benefit of the country. So just to kind of wrap it up, Sun Tzu, I heard him earlier, correct your mistake as soon as you have found it. Well, I think we all see our mistakes and our vulnerabilities and dependencies. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Thank you, Vincent. Very eye-opening, very strategic. That's why we call it the global fight for security. I think we need to look at it from that 30,000 view level of what's really going on in our world. So with that, we're going to take another quick 5-minute break. When we come back, Major General Edward Leacock will be giving a very unique type of threat intelligence briefing about the country. So please be back in 5 minutes for that. Thanks. Okay, if we could start gathering up again. All right. All right, I think things are moving along pretty well here. I think you guys are going to really like this next presentation. Our next presenter this afternoon is Major General Edward Leacock. He has 50 years, 50 plus years, I don't know if he wants us to say that, but 50 years of intelligence service, serving in the intelligence community. He was also in military intelligence services. His last few assignments included being the deputy commander for the Joint Task Force in Guantanamo. He was also the deputy J2 for U.S. Africa Command. And he was the mobilization assistant to the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. He's going to be giving a presentation today entitled An Alternative Viewpoint Through Our Enemy's Eyes.
Dear delegates, greetings. I come to you today to provide the annual overview of our great nation's instruments of national power: diplomatic, information, military, and economic, also known as DIME, and our programs and initiatives that are directed against our greatest adversary, the United States of America. As your senior national security advisor, I am charged to review, assess, and provide sound advice and recommendations to our national leaders and to you, the delegates. I will address what I perceive are the biggest issues facing our adversary, the United States, and how our DIME programs and initiatives are undermining the United States of America's very foundation. To cite our great leader, our ultimate objective as a nation state is to be a world-class nation by the middle of this century. Our programs and initiatives have multiple venues and tangents. Each one in itself places our greatest adversary at a disadvantage, but combined provides a formidable disruptive campaign. The saying, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts," is the foundation of our combined DIME initiatives. Our progress over the past 20 years is remarkable. We have addressed many major gaps and shortcomings. However, there are still gaps and shortcomings that we must address. A question may come to your mind, how are we doing in achieving the great leader's vision? Part of that answer is our adversary provides us much of our assessments. Just about every major organization in the United States government was sent to its Congress in an annual report highlighting its vital interest, objectives, and assessments of its perceived adversary, ergo us. Their own reports highlights our acquisition of staggering amounts of new military hardware and our sweeping efforts to completely restructure our military forces, improving our overall combat readiness, and encouraging our military to embrace new operational concepts. There are too many initiatives to address here today, but I would be remiss to not highlight the major successes to date of our national efforts to undermine the United States of America. To begin, as for background, great civilizations do not endure forever. I submit for your consideration that the United States of America is in a gradual disintegration and nearing the end of its lifespan as a great civilization. Historically, civilizations decline and fall on average after about 250 years and totally collapse after about 300 years. For reference, the United States of America is approximately 245 years old. I will now address each element of national power and provide examples of what has been achieved to support the great leader's vision of being a world-class nation. First, the diplomatic instrument of power. The United States foreign policy goals are, quote, to create a more secure, democratic, and prosperous world for the benefit of the American people and the international community, unquote. In the decline and retrenching of the United States of America, much of the stated policy can no longer be taken for granted. The balance of power has shifted from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. Our great nation has initiated dozens of ambitious global projects and investments with dozens of countries. These investments include railways, ports, maritime, energy, and other similar projects. The scope of these initiatives are with over 100 countries focused in Asia, Europe, and Africa. We use our diplomatic instrument of power to support our espionage operations, where we compromise the recipient state's infrastructure or place the country at the center of strategic competition between our great nation and the United States of America. In addition, we provide low-rate loans, some of which comes up to billions on the currency markets, which often ends up putting countries in a fiscally worse-off position. This puts the receiving country's financial system at increased risk of default or having repayment difficulties. In the end, the receiving country bends to our will and supports our national objectives at the United Nations, territorial claims on the land, sea, and air, and other regional governmental bodies. Second, the information instrument of power. It is reported there are over 4,000 ransomware attacks that take place daily around the world, and many U.S. businesses fall victim to ransomware attacks about every 11 seconds. With the United States of America has declared a state of emergency, the attacks on the U.S. information technology infrastructure continues almost unabated. A perfect example of our cyber capability is the recent cyber attacks where our forces penetrated thousands of organizations globally, including multiple parts of the United States federal government, leading to a series of significant data breaches. Open source news media proclaimed this attack was among the worst cyber espionage incidents ever suffered by the United States. Truly a credit to our magnificent men and women. Still on the information instrument of power, we continue to undermine America's confidence by centering on a piece of their free society that has long gone unprotected, their election process. We have attacked their election system through ransomware, underscoring the fragile and outdated state of much of the United States local government information technology infrastructure. We have used distributed denial of service attacks to knock websites offline, or at least slowing down access to it for even a few hours, which stymies a campaign's get out the vote efforts. In addition, we have used misleading voting information using standard techniques that have spoofed web domains and providing misleading URLs to actively misleading voters searching online for information about voting deadlines, polling places, and results. Finally, we have used their own social media outlets, Facebook, Twitter, etc., against the election process by inserting official inflammatory commentary, op-eds, etc., to sow political discord and division within the American public. Third, the military instrument of power. The United States continues to lead the world in its military might, but we are closer than ever in achieving parity, if not eclipsing various elements of their military. In fact, one of their U.S. generals had briefed their congressional leaders that our tanks are now close to matching the vaulted M1 Abrams tank. Our national strategy is to control nearby seas from land and designed to push U.S. influence out of our sphere of influence. Our outlying military bases extend our air and missile forces more than 1,000 miles into the ocean. We have medium-range missiles covered by intercontinental missiles that are mobile and otherwise invulnerable because they are based deeply and buried tunnels, where U.S. missile defense systems will have a very difficult time disrupting or destroying our missile forces. We have been building and will continue to build land-based silos outfitted with our most modern ICBMs. When we develop the technology to enable our missiles to be capable of carrying 5 to 10 nuclear weapons per missile, our great nation could match, if not exceed, the United States nuclear arsenal. Our most significant achievement is the development and successful deployment of hypersonic missiles. We have clearly eclipsed the United States with our achievement and effectively negated the effectiveness of several of their military intelligence systems. The American military was once feared, no more. While their military is still respected, we now demand respect. Fourth, the economic instrument of power. America is the world's largest national economy and leading global trader with both our friends as well as our adversaries. The process of opening world markets and expanding trade has played an important role in the development of American prosperity. Within this realm of power, economics and information national power go hand in hand to support our national objectives. We use our cyber forces to search out and retrieve intellectual property from United States corporations. This year alone, we had several successful operations to include stealing gigabytes of corporate emails from servers, targeted and hacked the social media accounts of various government officials, conducted ransomware on 2 major corporations, and our hackers can obtain 15 terabytes of data from over 8,000 organizations, all without traceability to us. Overall, our research estimates the economic and insurance impact of a severe cyber attack against the U.S. power grid to total in excess of $240 billion, possibly even rising to more than $1 trillion in U.S. currency. A segue into the economic instrument of power that we focus on is observing the United States national debt. For example, in 1946, after World War II, the U.S. national debt reached 118.4% of the U.S. economy, gross domestic product. That was the highest it had ever been in U.S. history until May of 2020, some 50 years later. Based upon our financial department's research, the U.S. national debt may approach $89 trillion by 2029. That would put the United States of America debt to GDP ratio at 277%. While you may think the United States national debt seems wonderful, if the U.S. defaulted on its commitments, it would be a cataclysmic event. We would sue all across the world, and we would see financial markets crash like those in 1929 through 1931. We must closely watch the United States budget and make early and prudent steps to shield, if not at least mitigate, our great nation from such an event. Like most other nations, our nation is committed to improving the performance of our economy and spreading its political influence. Analysis of our nation's ability to use various mechanisms of influence helps shape these policies and behaviors of many countries. Our economic power is the foundation for this influence. We have come a long way, but there's more to pursue to achieving the great leader's vision for a great civilization. But, I repeat, but, take solace in the anticipation of the early demise of the United States. The United States may have their challenges, and you may believe the opportunities to present is, as they say in the United States, strike while the iron is hot. Take heed. In 1941, Japan thought such an opportunity was available to them, and they conducted a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor by their military forces. Admiral Yamamoto is widely quoted to have said after the Pearl Harbor raid, quote, "I fear all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with terrible resolve," unquote. The rest of the story is history. Fellow delegates, I ask you to consider taking a step back, a pause if you will, and consider an alternative approach. Let us continue with our very successful programs and initiatives and let the United States suffer the ancient torture tactic known as Ling Chi, or death by 1,000 cuts. More aptly, a quote from the military theorist Sun Tzu in his book, The Art of War, might even suffice better. Quote, "The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting," unquote. True, the United States is in turmoil due in part by our programs and initiatives we have and will continue to employ against it. Compounding their demise is their internal conflicts and bitter infighting with conservatism, progressivism, skyrocketing health and social security costs, immigration issues, aging population, demographic shifts, human rights, gender equality, strained education system, gun control, climate change. But we'll save those for another day. I have shared with you many of the significant successes of our great nation as achieved against our greatest adversary, the United States of America. We still have a long path in front of us, but we must continue to strive and achieve our destiny as a world power. In closing, I offer you this. Great civilizations aren't murdered. Instead, they take their own lives, and of course, with a little help from us. Delegates, pending your questions, this concludes my briefing. Thank you. Questions, fellow delegates?
How do you stop it?
Please, how do we stop this? This is Ed speaking, Delegate Ed. We have to be a lot more smarter in our national security objectives as a nation. Many years ago, we had clear plans and strategy for the peace and prosperity of the nation. You know, free movement across open oceans, you know, democratic societies, things like that. We, as a country, really need to focus on what we want to achieve in the long term. Unfortunately, we take, as a United States, I've seen, we take it piecemeal. And we take it, well, and a perfect example was the 9/11 attack. Counterterrorism is the thing. And the rest of the policies, everything kind of drifted off. We addressed it a little bit this morning. Everybody, it's kind of the shiny lure. Go over there, take care of that problem. And over there, back and forth. We got to get a little more comprehensive national strategy and clearly follow through, not every 4 years, but show what we can do for the next 20 years. Unfortunately, our political system does 4 years at a time with, 2 years for congressmen, and it is tough to put a plan like that together. We can try. It's the best we can do. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
How do you think we should approach the concepts of misinformation and disinformation, via social media, via the internet? What's your approach to that?
Well, good question. The kind of two venues. One, go after the people that are doing that and crush them. Just turn their servers into fairy dust. That's the start. The other one is education and knowledge. I briefed a number of different people over time. A knowledgeable citizen is a better citizen. If you know that this is happening, you can do multiple things. And I see corporations do this. I've seen the U.S. government do this. We have yearly training requirements how to identify phishing attacks, how to see, and I was addressed this morning with LinkedIn. 1 out of every 4 is a spy of some type. I have been a target of those. I got some really great looking women sending pictures to me and say, I just want to get together and talk about stuff. Delete. But I know those are there. We have to educate the public better, I think, to understand the threats out there. We kind of get that, but it's a two-edged sword. The more we put the information out, we might divulge sources and methods about how we're knowing the bad guys are doing what they're doing. So that's a delicate balance, but I think education is probably one of the key elements that help resolve that. You're not on. You're not on. Oh. Okay.
A question from the chat, though. What should the U.S. do if Taiwan is attacked by China?
That's echelons above reality for me. I will tell you, that is policy and defense agreements between the United States and Taiwan for 50, 60 years. President Xi has said, made it flat out, said, Taiwan will be part of China again, period. To me, it's just not if, it's more when. It will be important to see what the dialogue between now and that potential event in the future happens, and how the policymakers make their statements, and the political dialogue that goes back and forth across the bantering. But it's going to be tough.
And do we think China will back down if the U.S. comes to Taiwan's defense?
I wouldn't hold my breath. Really, the Chinese military, as I kind of alluded to in this package, is that they have a very formidable military, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. They continually to upgrade daily, and we're starting to see the hypersonic missile. They're about ready to let their third aircraft carrier be let out to sea for sea trials. And I've briefed this other places. If you watch and look at some of the adversary, I'll just go across the board, adversary military technology, take a look at their aircraft and take a look at our aircraft. They look awful familiar and similar to each other. And I talked about a little bit stealing their proprietary information. They're going after us with everything they got. Yes, sir.
Who's America's biggest ally against China?
Ooh. That will be a challenge because everybody has their own national interest at heart. But I would think that most of the Five Eyes would be involved with that. But it will play out very keenly. And an example is that submarine deal that the Australians backed out of with the French and moved in with the U.S. Politically, that was a bad way to do it. But strategically, from Australia's standpoint, it was the right thing to do, because what was going to be sold by the French was diesel subs, which has to come up periodically to get fresh air and recharge batteries, things like that. Nuclear subs, which they're going to with the United States, can stay underwater. And Pacific is a big pond of water to patrol. So strategically, that was probably the right thing for Australia to do. Politically, how they handle it, that's, we've already seen the results of that. But, in the long run, it will eventually come out. I will give you this, and when I talk about this little spiel, I did about a day's research and just pulled about 40 sites. Well, just keyword searches, pulled sites out and blended it in this document. But it's not far from the truth. And I give a thought from a intel officer who's been doing this for, I don't look at it, as most people said, looking at the threat. I put my brain on, I am the threat, and how I do various operations. For our interns and their Carver stuff, remember this, the enemy always gets a vote, whatever you come up with. And as you talked about putting a cell together to look at the vulnerabilities and probabilities, it wouldn't hurt to bring a red cell person in just to play the bad guy. That would help tremendously. So when you do your assessments and you fire it up through the chain of command to your leaders or your various other people in the corporation, they understand why that is a vulnerability and what needs to be done to rectify it or mitigate it. So red cell, well, I played red cell all the time, much to the chagrin of division commanders and COCOM commanders and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they appreciate it because they know that, as they said, no plan survives first contact. My take back is that the enemy always gets a vote. Any other questions? Yes?
Can you talk about Russia and China's influences in other parts of the world that we may not be as familiar with, for example, Africa?
This document is a representative coverage of the four bad guys: Iran, North Korea, Russia, and China. While this is fictitious, each of those events, cyber attacks, supply chain issues, rare earth elements, all that stuff, it all boils down to, politics, politics, politics. What are you achieving for your national security objectives? It's happening all over the world. The intelligence community is certainly aware of it, but it takes a very strong policy to address not just specific events, but a comprehensive national strategy. It just takes time. You got to do it. But all the bad guys are doing against us. It's just the way it is. But I pose to you, look at it from their eyes, which I did here. They're just, I think Putin, Xi, Ayatollah, and the little prince, North Korea, I think they can't wait to wake up each morning and see what the Americans are going to do or not do today. They must be giggling themselves to death. That's personal opinion. If thinking like a bad guy, I'd be having first briefing of the day says, what has America done today or not? Or how they stepped on their toes today. That's just me, but that's how I look at sometimes the world. So what's happening everywhere? Across all domains, DIME to be as the term of choice. Yes, sir.
China seems to be able to buy influence in just about any place that it wants to. Does it have economic vulnerabilities that, say, if we stop buying chips from them or building cars over there or other things that, are they dependent on us for any economic factors?
They're dependent on us because we're feeding them the money to build their military with the trade deficit. Their trade deficit is like $90 billion plus. Ours is like in the negative figures right now. We're paying for our own demise, and if you don't look at it that way, because we're buying things. You take anything off the shelves today, I would say 9 out of 10 things said made in China, which is different from like 1970s and 80s when I said made in Japan, but for those who have been around not quite that long, made in China is the big thing. Vulnerabilities with the Chinese, it would help to build self-reliance on certain key critical industries. the chip faction. You talked 60% of the world chips in Taiwan. That's a big vulnerability. We got to get our hands on that. So you can start today because it, like I said, it took 2 years to put a plant on the ground, let alone 3 or 4 to be in really good production. So we got to figure out what those key industries that we really want to protect and start bringing those jobs back. Even if it costs a little bit more, be able to bring it into place. And that's what our interns will do for us. Tell us where those vulnerabilities are. And then once we know those, then we can start developing the plans to mitigate. Anything else? Thank you for letting me be the bad guy for the day. And I'll be around the rest of the day if you want to chit chat on the side. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, comrade. May none of those things come to fruition. Delegate. Okay, it's 1:45. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? We're going to come back at 2 o'clock, and we're going to go into a cybersecurity panel up here on the stage. Dr. Javidi will be moderating that with our experts. So let's take 15 minutes. Thanks.
I got you, buddy.
Check, test. Check. Test. Check. 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 Test. Check. Test. Check. Test. Check. Test.
7. I know, me too. I know, me too. I think the more fun topics are left for the end of the day.
Absolutely. You gotta leave on a high note. It's kind of like it's like eating dinner, right?
Exactly.
And appetizer, dinner, like dessert can be like dinner can be okay, but you have dessert. That was a good meal.
Exactly. Make sure to ask questions.
Yeah, if something comes up, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. No, those are, we've put together some good questions, but I'm going to stop at some point and ask the audience to ask questions. So ask questions. I think one of the best panels I've been to are those fast-paced, a lot of discussion, a lot of interaction between the panelists and the audience.
Yeah, just not talking.
No, not just talking, answering questions. Exactly. You don't want to be so mechanical. Which is
Brakes are all on.
Triple checking.
Oh, we got a couple minutes. Are you going to? Do you want that mic or you wander a little?
Check.
All right. So it doesn't echo. Well. Do we have another one of these or no?
3 mics.
Do a better job, would you?
I'm gonna get fired.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm just gonna ask you.
Want me to run with you? This one works. We know. I think they were trying some of them. Also, it sounds like absolutely not. There is not a musical bone in this body.
Hey, again, how you doing?
No, 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 no.
Do you want me to introduce you?
Please. Not the best place to sit. Sir, you're in my spot. Oh. No, I'm just kidding. I'm happy to give it up. Take the middle aisle.
Please. That's why I made sure I got this side. I was like, all right, let me make sure I'm not in the middle.
Gentlemen, your mics are all live. I'll just tell everybody to come take their seats and then I'll turn it over.
Check, check.
Okay, if we can start gathering back up. Anybody out in the halls? We can bring those in.
Good afternoon. My name is Giti Javidi. I need to tell you what my name means because that's exactly what you've been looking for. Giti means universe. Javidi means endless. So if you didn't take anything away from CARVERCON, please remember that at this conference you found eternal universe, especially for those of you who meditate every day. You found it, I'm here. I am a professor of cybersecurity here at USF. I'm also the program director for information assurance and cybersecurity management. Today, I have the pleasure of serving as a moderator for this panel where we are very fortunate to be hearing from a panel of 3 world-class experts in cybersecurity. We are going to have a total of, I think, maybe an hour, 45 minutes, and some time for questions at the end. And obviously, you can ask questions. We are going to pause between the questions that I'm going to ask to give you some opportunity to ask your questions. To start off, I ask that each of our panelists take a minute or 2 to introduce themselves, and then we are going to move on with the discussion. We'll start with Nick.
Okay, hi. So it's me again on stage. I apologize if I'm up here again. Nick Waugh from Huntsville, Alabama. A little bit about me as prior law enforcement out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Was in second in command at the 3-star command at Space and Missile Defense in Huntsville, Alabama. Pretty extensive background in regards to cybersecurity and physical security. One of my things my company does is we do a lot for hardening critical infrastructure assets from a physical side, and then also hardening the IT networks from a cyber side. So I'll be talking a little bit today about how we work together as a team, both from a physical and from a cyber side, to give a holistic approach to harden all of our critical assets. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ron Sanders. I'm not going to stand. We're going to sit. Normally, if I stand, I have to move around and present a moving target, so I'm going to be stationary. I'm currently staff director for something called the Florida Center for Cybersecurity, apropos of this afternoon's topic. And I will tell you, and maybe we'll get into this afternoon, we're trying to take the center, quote, to the next level, unquote. That's what USF's president has asked us to do, and that is to expand its focus from USF to the state, the nation, and the world, with particularly with a national security focus. So I hope we get a chance to talk about that. I came to this job from the USF School of Public Affairs. I ran that for a couple of years. But I think what you'd probably be most interested in, I spent almost 4 decades in the federal government, about a quarter century in DoD and the intelligence community. And my last 6 years in the intelligence community. I was responsible for, among other things, for recruiting spies. We can talk a little bit about that as well. I went on to be a Beltway bandit with Booz Allen, a vice president there, before I failed retirement for the second time, was drafted to come to USF. I thought I was retiring for a third time about a year and a half ago until my former boss, now my current boss, Mike McConnell, former director of national intelligence, was named executive director of the center, and he asked me to join him. So I hope we can bring that perspective to the conversation this afternoon.
Okay, great. My name is Elzar Camper. I'm currently the Director of Solutions and Services at Pivot Point Security. We help small and medium businesses pretty much implement different cybersecurity frameworks, whether it be ISO, SOC, FedRAMP, looking at the NIST cybersecurity frameworks, risk management frameworks. We pretty much make sure that organizations can attest to their information security management system. Prior to that, I worked for the State Department, diplomatic security, for about 13 years. Served mostly in Afghanistan, Pakistan. Spent a lot of time in Africa working with the Joint Terrorism Task Force out of New York. Basically, you know, diplomatic security is interesting because it's the law enforcement wing of the State Department. And people forget that the State Department has a law enforcement wing. So it's definitely a unique environment. Had a lot of different experiences working with different countries when it comes to, you know, their diplomatic facilities, working to help them kind of implement solutions when it comes to cyber, physical security, doing protection. So a very, you know, interesting kind of time. After that, I went to SAP for about a year and a half. There I was the global head of protection for, pretty much ran protection, event security, and workplace violence prevention at the global scale. And then now, you know, joined Pivot Point about 3 months ago, and I actually started my career there as a penetration tester and ethical hacker about 17, 18 years ago.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So as I mentioned, this panel is about cybersecurity. I'm from Iran, so we're not going to talk about Iran for sure, because we talk about Iran and China and other countries, you know, and every day I wake up, I keep my fingers crossed and I say, please, please, God, make sure Iran doesn't do anything bad today. We have a president who has a 6th grade, and this is true, has a 6th grade education. The president of Iran. So I'm sure every morning when he gets up, he's like, what am I going to do today? What am I going to destroy? Well, of course, United States. Let's see what we can do, what we can destroy. But we are going to talk about some topics that are very related to protecting our country against countries such as attacks from countries such as Iran and China and all those other countries that you talk about. So I'm going to start our discussion on President Biden's executive order on improving nation cybersecurity. This directive came after the Colonial Pipe attack and JBS attack, and I was just wondering, what are your thoughts about the executive order? And maybe one of you, maybe Elzar, you can start with kind of talking about the executive order, because I know there are students in the room who may not know much about it. Tell me what you think about it. What are some of the key points? And what, do you see this executive order as a major step in the right direction for improving U.S. cyber defense?
Yeah, I think the executive order is a massive step in going in the right direction because it addresses, I think, some of the biggest problems that we're having. I think it starts out by talking about the cyber supply chain risk management. And you're talking about how software is developed. And some of the nice things about it, it's really highlighting the deficiencies in the supply chain when it comes to how it's developed. And they're talking about implementing new frameworks. One of the frameworks they're talking about is the NIST, I think it's 800-218, which is going to be the secure software development framework. And the nice thing is, anybody who's going to be selling software to the US government is going to have to attest to these frameworks to talk about how the software is actually developed. And it's going to really get into the idea of threat modeling, risk assessments within that process, ensuring that you're taking the secure development practices that are necessary to make sure that you're putting out secure software. I think the other thing about that is they're going to have the software bill of rights they're talking about so organizations can actually publish how that software was developed. And I think that's extremely important. On top of that, they talk about the idea of zero trust and implementing zero trust architecture. For those of you who aren't familiar with zero trust architecture, I mean, imagine that this room is the typical computer network, right? And everybody here represents either a computer, identity, a service, or something like that. And then imagine the doors and the windows could be a firewall, for example. And this is a very kind of contained environment that's a trusted environment. Well, the idea of zero trust is to pretty much say we don't trust anything in this network. And the idea is to kind of put a bubble, in a sense, around each kind of node. And to make sure that if you're the person, say now you're the person inside of your bubble, the idea is to make sure that when you authenticate to your bubble, that's like, so for example, two-factor authentication. And then the concept is, as you talk to different people within this environment, that each bubble is pretty much, every communication is looked at and is saying, should this person talk to this person? Should this computer talk to this person? And then it's based on, it could be based on things of, what time of the day it is, IP location, all these different things, and to really kind of segment networks and things like that. So I think that's important. And I think the last thing is the idea that the critical infrastructure, when looking at the energy sector, is really going to get a lot of money out of the infrastructure bill, which I think is kind of the second step after the executive order. So I think it's extremely important to understand executive order was necessary. And I think even more necessary is the the infrastructure bill that hopefully is signed on Monday. And that's really going to be the ability to implement it, because that's really where the money's coming from to do a lot of the things that were outlined in executive order.
Thank you.
I'm going to provide an alternative point of view with all due respect to my colleagues. The executive order, it's not massive, it's not enough, it's about time, but it needs to go a lot further. It focuses on secure software, but I'm here to tell you, in case you didn't already know this, the real problem is in this room. I once had a former NSA director, a friend of mine, say it's all about the wetware. We are the wetware. 80% of all breaches come from one of us doing something stupid on the internet. And I don't care how secure your software is, if the wetware is the breach, is the attack vector, it's not going to stop nation states, criminal organizations, even petty thieves from getting inside your network, stealing your data, shutting you down, whatever. So lofty principles in the executive order, I like it. I just don't think it goes far enough. Let me tell you what I hope is coming soon to a theater near you. The executive order focuses on software. It needs to be far broader than that. The Defense Department has something called the Cybersecurity Maturity Management Certification, a Maturity Model Certification Program, CMMC, that basically says there are minimum standards that anybody who wants to do business with the Defense Department has to meet. And level 1 of those standards, if you're not doing them, you deserve to be hacked. That's a DoD program. We're not even sure it's going to survive the transition in administrations. They've just last week revised it yet again. But that's the kind of thing I think is coming soon to a theater near you. Whether you're a DoD contractor or not, I think it's not long before anybody who wants to do business with the federal government is going to have to meet certain minimum cybersecurity standards. Not just secure software, but everything, mainly around culture, mainly around wetware. And I will tell you that, and Casey Welch knows this, we are actively engaged at the state of Florida level to figure out whether states should be regulating minimum basic cybersecurity standards for businesses, for local governments, potentially even for citizens. Now, there are all sorts of political implications to that. Think of this as a variation of mask mandates and vaccinations. But if the state doesn't do it, if they don't set minimum standards for cybersecurity, for businesses, for governments, for nonprofits, for citizens, who is? And if those minimum standards aren't set and enforced, we're going to continue to be subject to attack. We're still going to see the headlines every day, every week, every month. Something's been shut down. Water treatment plant, meat packing, Colonial Pipeline, local government, you name it, they're coming. So I think the federal government, it takes baby steps. It's at the crawl stage. It needs to walk and run, and the sooner the better, in my humble opinion.
Can I say, and the reason I think it's a bigger step is this. The executive order also talks about the development of new FARs. And to your point, The federal acquisition regulations are extremely important to protecting the federal government when it comes to what they're actually allowed to put into the federal government, right? And if you look at CMMC, as you said, CMMC was pretty much gutted last week. It went from CMMC 1.0 to CMMC 2.0. It went from 5 levels that were mandatory, or at least 1 and 3 were mandatory, and now there's 3 levels on the second version of CMMC. The first level is going to be self-attestation. The second level is also going to be self-attestation for the majority of companies that are actually going to be working on behalf of the Department of Defense. Now, and I completely agree that more is coming, but I think more is coming via the executive order, via the FARs. I think the FARs are going to be developed from the executive order. They're going to address things like what they call CUI, Controlled Unclassified Information. They're also going to address FCI, which is Federal Contract Information. And I think that's where the real power comes from, right? That and CFR, CFR 32, CFR 48. So the reason I think it's a big deal is not because it is going to change things, next week. It is the important first step to make sure things are starting to be done, standardized in a standardized approach. And the concern I have with CMMC, the first one was, I think it was great, but DOD also acknowledged that they overstepped. And it's the reason that they gutted it and they went to CMMC 2.0.
I'm just glad we're just now realizing that cybersecurity is an issue.
So I'm going to speak from the DoD side. I'm going through a CMMC audit right now. So let's talk about CMMC. Let me bring it down a level here. So it's implemented across the DoD for DoD contractors because we are losing our technical data to China and to Russia every year, 8, 9, 10 billions of dollars worth of data. This is just sensitive data. Right? They're not getting our classified data because we're protecting that in accordance with the regulations. But we're losing our unclassified data. And this is why the general mentioned that their aircraft carrier looks just like ours. So not only are we losing our data, but they're also 3, 4, 5 years ahead of us in building things like this. And I think the gentleman had a question today why the technology is lacking behind these countries, and I'll tell you why. One, they're stealing our data. So they're saving money on that. And 2, our acquisition cycle within the DoD is absolutely slow. So in Russia and China, they pointed at a company and said, you go build this technology, go. The acquisition cycle in the DoD takes 2 to 3 years to put anything on contract because there are cycles that go through, and then if a company loses it, they can protest it. That slows things down. We have the technology. We have the smartest people. Matter of fact, Huntsville has second largest group of PhDs anywhere in this country. We have the smart people. It's just we're in our own way. We can't put things on contract as fast as the other countries can. That's why we're behind. And you want to talk about hypersonic missile, we're way behind hypersonic. So China is now launching a hypersonic. For those that don't know, hypersonic can now hit different boosts. So back in the old days when they would shoot off a missile, we could go ahead and, this is all one class by all means, you could lock into that. What China's doing, they're hitting different boosts. So when you think you have it locked in to try to counter it, they're going to hit another boost, and it throws it off and throws it off. They're hitting 5 boosts now. They just put that out. That's open source. Just last month, they launched that. So their technology, their cyber technology far exceeds ours because they're just light years ahead of us. Unfortunately, we're our own worst enemy. And even the general said we're coming up on 246 years old. So we are crumbling within ourselves. But the CMMC, to their point here, is policy procedures. Anytime you have a human in the loop, you're assuming large risk. We can have the greatest software and hardware out there, but when somebody's punching buttons, unfortunately, that's a major risk. So yeah, so we have a lot of work to do.
So the executive orders, I hope plural, can only regulate federal government stuff. So if you want to be a contractor to the federal government, yeah, that's coming soon to a theater near you. If you want to be a contractor to the University of South Florida or go into private business, that's unregulated. It's up to the risk. And let me just add a point of clarification. I think you'll agree with this. Data sounds nice and vanilla. Steal our data, they get some personally identifiable information, they get some credit card numbers, some social security numbers. That's okay. The insurance will cover it, the bank will cover it, somebody will cover it. It's the intellectual property that they're stealing. The result of millions and millions and millions of dollars of R&D investment. We do all of that, we come up with a particular piece of intellectual property, and then they steal it. So they get to truncate all of those, they get to avoid all of those investments, all of that lead time, and I'll go you one better. It's not just an aircraft carrier that looks like ours. Think about our F-35. They stole the plans for the F-35 from Boeing. Okay? That's why this. That's why I get frustrated. The executive order, it should have been issued 5 years ago, or when they stole the plans. And I've been at this way too long. I hope I'm not dead by the time we get around to realizing that this is a strategic imperative for the United States, and we better do something about it.
Thank you. Well, the executive order also, if my understanding is correct, is pushing greater level of information sharing between government and industry. What do you think about that, and what do you think, what challenges is that going to create for private and public sectors?
I think it's a good thing. I think the concern, though, is I think the biggest challenge is going to be classification, probably, of data that the government really wants to push out. I think the other concern is that a lot of organizations cannot absorb the information that's coming out, in a sense of it needs to be actionable. It needs to be very specific, but it also needs to be it needs to be able to implement into an organization. So it's really nice to be like, you know, China and Russia are stealing your data. That's okay. I think that's agreed upon thing we know is going on. But when you're talking about an organization, you know, you need actionable data for like a security event management system and an intrusion detection system, something to actually look for in that environment, some kind of TTB that's very specific that an organization can look for. I think sometimes the information that comes out is kind of watered down and vague, and while it's important, and I think for organizations need to know these things, it's overwhelming. And you have every organization from the FBI to CISA to other parts of DHS who are pushing out so many bulletins, so many things that are important, and when you're on the other side trying to absorb it, it's where do you start? And then how do you take the information that's coming out and actually make it actionable and do something with it? And then what are you looking for? And then I think the other problem you're going to have internally for organizations is staffing, is where everybody hears about the staffing shortcomings. It's even worse in the cybersecurity field. So now you have a short-staffed who you're trying to push out all this information to, who are trying to look for very advanced persistent threats in these environments. That is, the information they're getting is not always relevant to that organization. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge of, is it too much information? Is it actually specific enough that you can make it actionable? And then, you know, what are you looking for, and do you have the staff to do so?
I'm going to provide an alternative view with an anecdote. A couple of years ago, my boss and I went to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce about CMMC and said, why aren't you supporting it? Why wouldn't you agree that contractors to the Defense Department shouldn't have minimum standards of cybersecurity before they're allowed to do business with the department? And they said, that's the first step towards government regulation. So there's the tactical issue, actionable intelligence, but there's the ideological issue. When does this start looking like government regulation of business? Why would a business not share information about cybersecurity threats or attacks? That's a rhetorical question. To their credit, some do, but until we come up with a scheme for liability waivers and other things that protects businesses, they're going to take a very conservative view and not share, because in sharing they incur reputational risk. They reveal vulnerabilities that they may not want to reveal. Heck, we can't even get many businesses to report that they're paying ransomware. Why? Because they don't want anybody to know that they're paying ransomware. Now the criminals know it because that's who they paid, but they don't want anyone else to know it. I guess they're hoping that it gets compartmentalized. But yeah, there is the tactical challenge of information sharing, and the more of it, the better. But I think we have to overcome some of the policy and ideological barriers to information sharing if it's ever going to truly work. We subscribe to the notion of collective security. That's more than just two multisyllabic words. Collective security means government pushes out information as close to classified as you can get, but by the same token, that means the people that are receiving that information need to provide intel back. And until that reciprocity is etched in law with appropriate protections, the executive order is a hope and a prayer. That's my cynical view.
Nick, anything to add?
No, I kind of agree, but we're all former government employees here, so we understand the government levies requirements down to the DoD contractors. The problem is when we push back and ask for more guidance, they can't provide it. That's the problem. It starts from the top. They get these great ideas up in DC, and they want to push them down to the contractors, and we're okay with that. But when we push back to ensure we're aligning with all the FARs and the NIST and the ISOs and everything, the response back we get is, well, we really don't know. We'll keep you posted on that. But then we have the responsibility to continue to protect this unclassified sensitive information to the best of our ability, but we're not really getting a lot of good guidance from the government, and I think that's a major problem that we're running into from the contractor side.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out too is I agree with both of what you guys said, but I think it's also important when you look from the DoD perspective. There's 3 clauses that anybody who's doing contracting with DoD need to be aware of, right? 7012, DFAR 7012, 7019, 7020. 7012 basically says that you have to report data breaches, for example, to the U.S. government. Now, I completely agree that there's policy issues and legalities with that, right, of why companies aren't doing it. I think what's happening, though, now what's interesting is recently, if people who are paying attention to what DOJ says, DOJ started a new cyber security section, pretty much. They already had it, but it's a new cybersecurity, I'm forgetting the words right now, but who's going to be looking at organizations who aren't following these regulations. And I think once you see people getting fined, and I'm being optimistic, right? I think once you start seeing people being fined and held accountable for what they're going to be using as the False Claims Act, and they're not just looking at the organization, they're looking at individuals now. And they're pretty much saying, as a senior individual, if you sign off on basically saying that your organization is following the standards and it's not accurate, you can be held individually accountable under the False Claims Act. Now, it's just started, it's just happened recently, and this is an optimistic view of how this could be implemented. But I think when you look at also CMMC 2.0 now, is they changed it. One of the biggest changes in that was it says the same thing that like Sarbanes-Oxley says, that a senior person in your organization has to sign off on this. And I think it's a broader strategy trying to hold people accountable. And I think that's how the U.S. government is trying to do this from a holistic standpoint of using things like the False Claims Act to try to go after individuals and organizations who are not following these DFAR regulations.
Great, thank you. At some point, you touched on zero trust architecture, and agencies are required to implement some plans for zero trust architecture. Could you talk about that for a few minutes to also talk about what challenges those private and public sectors are going to face, especially when it comes to software supply chain, for instance, when you have to deal with vendors and other entities?
Well, let me provide another anecdote. Again, there's an executive order and it deals with the federal government. The federal government, as big as it has gotten, is still a relatively small part of our economy. And it has a supply chain that is huge. And we've got to figure out how to protect all of that, not just pieces of that. I'm all for zero trust architecture, but I will tell you there are 2 dimensions here, technical and cultural. And this, I'm not sure where you all are in the audience. Some of you may be technicians and you want to know all about the zeros and ones, and that's complicated, not easy. But if you're not, you should be worrying about the cultural aspect. Because as long as humans are in the loop, as long as wetware is involved, there's always going to be an element of risk even with zero trust. People are going to find a way, they don't do this deliberately, they do it to cut corners. I do this myself. I won't ask you to raise your hand, but Google says I need a strong password, and I should never reuse one that I've either used for Google or that I use for anything else, right, that I have on my iPhone. Well, I got 60 different, maybe more than 60, different applications. Each one of them requires a password, a strong one. And do I cheat a little bit and maybe reuse the same password? over and over and over again? Yes. Is that zero trust? No. But I'm human. So we got to worry about the cultural aspects. Make sure that that cybersecurity is incentivized from a cultural standpoint, and not just the technical solution, but the cultural solution. And frankly, I think all of us share in that responsibility with ourselves, with the people that work for us, with our coworkers, with our spouses and dependents. We all need to be more cyber vigilant, and then maybe we'll make zero trust a reality.
Thank you. Elsa.
What I would say about zero trust that I like about the executive order is normally when you see things like that, what comes next is a lot of private organizations and information security practitioners who start to develop products and services around the idea of zero trust. Now we're talking about passwords. The one thing that's nice about when you look at like modern authentication is the idea of passwordless systems, right? Microsoft's moving this way for having the Microsoft Authenticator, for example, right? Is they're trying to do away with passwords. And I think a lot of that is because the government is pushing these new things like zero trust. And then big companies like the Microsofts look at that and they're like, okay, we know the users are a problem. And they're trying to look at ways to say, how do we eliminate some of the vulnerabilities associated with the user? I think the biggest one, to your point, and 100% agree with you, is things like passwords. But they're trying to come up with ways, with passwordless, authentication, the idea of zero trust, of really making sure that that user, that system that's authenticated, really is contained as much as possible within that bubble. So I agree that zero trust is being pushed by the government, but I think what it's going to do is push additional technologies that are going to be adopted, I think, for organizations, because we know that people are the biggest vulnerability.
Let me just add, and I don't want to steal your time, but just as a point of clarification, we've been spending a lot of our time talking about accidental breaches, people who don't do it deliberately, they cut corners or whatever. We haven't even begun to talk about insider threats, apropos of the speaker that preceded us, and a lot of the themes over the course of the day. There are people in our organizations who have access to our networks and our data and our systems and our intellectual property who can be suborned. And we also need to worry about that. I don't know what zero trust is going to do about that.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
One of the questions next is insider threat.
Yes.
From the DoD, that is one of our biggest concerns is insider threat. There's a two-part. There's an insider threat who goes on to the network and looks at Al-Qaeda's website or does some surfing around. That's one part. That's not my forte. My forte is the warnings and indicators from a behavioral standpoint. That's where I look at an insider threat. So I wrote the insider threat program plan for the 3-star command, and we had a panel to where if somebody was reported they were displaying some warnings and indicators from a behavioral standpoint that could potentially target them as an insider threat, then we would have a panel. We would kind of discuss that. We had a psychologist that we would call in and kind of dictate all that, right? So too many times when we see active shooter events, and for my law enforcement officers out there, we see it on the news where somebody says, well, he showed these warnings or he had these indicators. Over time, boom, then there it is. That's not what we're doing. We're not putting it all together to say, okay, that person has a high risk that's going to be an insider threat. Again, without pointing fingers, but you got to have those warnings and indicators in place, and that is a detailed plan in order to do that. And I think that's kind of where we need to start really focusing on the insider threat, because that's a major, major concern for us.
Yeah, I can agree. I think the insider threat also has two different angles, right? You have the physical violence that an individual inside could perpetuate within an organization. And it's interesting because if you look at some of the new stuff coming out around that concept, for those of you who work these programs, there's a program called Waiver 21. It's the Workplace Assessment of Violent Risk. 21 is actually 21 questions that go along with assessing an actual individual to see where they are on the pathway to violence, right? So it's the whole idea of there's like pretty much 5 red flags when it comes to insider threat from the violence perspective. A lot of it is like ideology. Do they have access to weapons? What is the triggering event? And it's the waiver system, and it's one thing I implemented when I was at SAP, is it's really good because it's a consistent approach to looking at violence and looking at an individual's behavior, whether you're looking at a threat coming in via email, you're looking at a threat online. It's pretty much consistently making sure that every threat is assessed equally and by the same kind of threat management team. Threat management teams would be like an HR representative, legal, cyber person, all those things. So I think I agree with you, and that's extremely important. And I think there's ways to do it and standardize it. From the cyber perspective, I think it's extremely important, but I also think you need to have a really good information management system in place before you try to develop an insider threat program. And I say that because I implemented it when I was at the State Department right after WikiLeaks, and we implemented it across all 3 networks. And what we realized was it's really hard to identify what anomalous behavior looks like if the environment itself is not very controlled. So if you don't know what the person is supposed to touch, what they're supposed to look at, what they're supposed to print, what hours they're supposed to work at, you can have all the great software you want internally, but if you don't know if something is anomalous behavior, it makes it extremely difficult to investigate and then put it into the right bubble and say, okay, this is an issue, it's not an issue. So what we realized initially was that we ramped everything up. We turned everything on initially when we were doing it. And while it was really good data, it was too much noise. And we really had to start scaling back to look for big events. And I think it's one of those things that insider threats are a huge problem. They're going to be a huge problem. I think the best you can do is to kind of address them in a standardized approach, whether it's a violence or from a cyber perspective. But I think you really need a good auditing system in place so you know what behavior is supposed to look like.
Well, again, I don't disagree conceptually. My own view is that this is much easier said than done. Another anecdote. Last year, we did workshops for local government chief executives, mayors, city managers, county administrators. And of course, in Florida, there are hundreds of them, and some are really small and some are medium-sized. We got a handful that are as big as any in the country. But almost without exception, words like counterintelligence were an anathema to them. They had no idea. They didn't want it. They thought it was something that 3-letter agencies and spies did. And one of the things we did with these in our workshops with these local governments is a war game. And one of the war game scenarios was an insider threat that required a pretty comprehensive counterintelligence apparatus to discover in advance. In this case, I'll share it with you because it was their reaction was interesting. This was an employee in the IT shop from a small city who had a gambling problem and who went to their employee assistance program about that gambling problem, and it turns out that employee was being blackmailed. But the employee assistance program manager did not want to reveal that employee's identity because they had signed an agreement promising an anonymity. Happened to be an IT employee. Happened to have a gambling problem. Happened to be being blackmailed. Is that an insider threat? No crime had been committed. So again, we have to. I hate to come across as being unduly cynical. We have got to worry about implementing these things. It's great to say, in principle, we should be guarding against insider threat. Okay, translate that operationally, especially if I'm a small business, a small government, a small whatever, where I just don't have the resources. But, here's the but, I'm part of somebody's supply chain, which means I'm an attack vector. How do we deal with that? Over to you guys.
I agree, and I would say implementation is extremely important, and I think it's doable, and I think it's doable by programs we talked about a second ago with things like Waiver 21. These are extremely inexpensive programs that are pretty much just templates that you implement a threat management team, whether it's at a school, it's at an organization level, and then you train your individuals internally to make sure that when they do come across these issues, and it's a whole training environment of supervisors need to be aware, that can be done via webinar or internal training class, of what to look for and then how do you report it. I think that's the biggest thing, is what to look for and then who do you actually tell and then what does that person do with it. So I'm not in any way saying it's easy, but I think the only way to really address it is to bring in a program that's standardized. And a program like a waiver, and that's the reason I keep saying waivers, I've implemented it, I know how it works, right? And those are the kind of programs that cities need to have, schools need to have, organizations need to have, because it's a consistent approach to looking at a threat. and making sure all the things we're talking about, blackmail, is the person suicidal, gambling debts, all of these things are addressed within the 21 questions. And pretty much the reason it's so important to go through the process is because you ask all of these questions when something happens. And it's the only way to make sure you don't miss something. Now, it's not easy to implement because there's legalities to privacy issues, but there are ways to do it.
Nick?
Yeah, I agree. Having a platform in place like that is fantastic. Kind of just like Soteria, having a platform. But if my software shows you have a vulnerability and you do nothing about it, then it's not worth anything. The platform we're talking about, if senior leadership knows there's somebody within the command or within the organization that are displaying some type of behaviors that are maybe consistent with insider threat and they don't do anything about it, then there's no software platform out there that's going to allow us to mitigate this at all. So it starts at the top.
And I noticed him sitting next to Casey, so I'm going to single Mark out. Again, I hate to come across as being unduly cynical. I've spoken before thousands of people, audiences like this. For the most part, they're comprised of the folks who already know this is a problem and who lose sleep worrying about it and have a hard time convincing their chain of command upwards that it's something they need to pay attention to. And I will tell you, this is a shameless plug, but one of the things that we're about ready to implement from Cyber Florida with Mark and Casey down here in Sarasota is a program that teaches chief executives, the C-suite, boards of directors, and their government equivalents, the chief executives about cybersecurity. So that when their IT director, their CIO, their CISO comes to them and says, hey, we got a problem, we have a potential insider threat here, they pay attention. Now that's, again, easier said than done because these chief executives, I'll use a mayor as an example, but you can extrapolate. A mayor has to decide, do I fill a pothole? Do I fix a bridge? Do I do a summer camp for kids? Or do I invest in cybersecurity? And they're all equally important. Which has the loudest constituency? So part of our mission in Cyber Florida is to convince those chief executives that what you don't know can hurt you, that you should be paying attention to your IT person or your CIO or your CISO when they say, we got a potential problem here. Our systems are old, or we have an insider threat, or all of the above. And if we can get them to start paying attention, they're not going to be perfect because they still have to make these very difficult trade-offs. And I'm never going to second guess them myself. But at least it's on their radar screen. It's not too often, as many of you probably know, when you go to a CEO or an agency head, a cabinet secretary, and say, you got a cybersecurity issue here, they say, that's a technical one. Go see the IT director. Go see the CIO. They'll handle it. Even if it's a wetware problem, even if it's a culture problem, it's a technical one, go handle it. We need them to start thinking about this in the same way that they think about customer service, ethics, discrimination, financial accountability. Those are all things that through things like Sarbanes-Oxley and other laws, it's on their radar screen. This has to be on their radar screen too. End of sermon.
Great. Well, I'm going to turn to the audience for a few minutes and see if you have any questions before we continue to the next questions.
IT seems to be an area that keeps evolving and becomes more and more expensive as software evolves and new equipment comes out and 5G. Is there a way for smaller organizations to somehow take advantage of a bigger organization that has these facilities? Is the cloud an answer to some of this, or is the cloud a bigger problem because you don't have control over it and you just delegate it and don't worry about it? Is there a way that smaller organizations can deal with government regulations and impositions on contracting and somehow keep the costs down?
I guess I'll start. The good answer is yes. There are risks involved because you are You can pool talent, you can pool resources, you can pool software, you can pool systems. You can go to somebody who's bigger and better equipped and say, take care of us. And again, I won't bore you with the details, but that is entirely possible. Now, you have basically, however, you lose control of it, right? Whether you put your stuff in somebody's cloud or you say, I'm going to hire this contractor to do cybersecurity as a service, knowing that they're providing satisfactory service to a whole bunch of my competitors or colleagues, or as we used to say in the consulting business, competimates, part competitor, part teammate. So yes, the good news is you can do that. The not so good news is that means you got to turn over some of the control that you enjoy to somebody else and just hope that that they have the resources to be more vigilant than you have the resources to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, like Soteria is hosted on Microsoft Azure. I have full confidence in Microsoft's cybersecurity posture. I mean, they're one of the biggest companies out there. Not to my company's cyber posture, I mean, obviously it's not going to be at that level. So yes, I don't have a lot of controls over the cloud, but a lot of their security controls for the cloud have already been approved through the government, whether it's through a NIST or through a FedRAMP certification, very stringent process. So I'm very confident that my data that resides on the cloud is secure. But again, I'm taking a risk. I leave the parking lot, I'm taking a risk. I walk outside, we take a risk every day in life. You just have to decide on what is your acceptable level of risk. Are you willing to give those controls up to somebody like Microsoft and let it run with it? Or would you rather keep everything in-house, which then you'll have to build up your own cyber posture? You have control, but it's very costly. So that's kind of where you have to kind of decide what your level of risk is.
Yeah, and to that point thing, I think the most important thing is cloud, I think, is great, right? You look at Microsoft, and the reason I like it is because Microsoft has many different options depending on what's important to you. And a lot of it is driven by compliance. And they have this thing called a shared responsibility matrix or model. And it tells you pretty much of what is your responsibility from a compliance standpoint versus what's their responsibility from a client standpoint. So if you need to be compliant with like an ISO standard or a SOC 2 or a FedRAMP, there's the idea of inheritance of Microsoft will say like, hey, okay, if you're in our environment and you're building out infrastructure or a platform or a service, it tells you exactly what your responsibilities are when it comes to the idea of compliance. You do lose control over your data, but it is much cheaper to have Microsoft doing it, obviously, versus building your own internal infrastructure. And obviously with the idea of labor shortages and the concept of the cloud is work from anywhere, which I think is what put your organization in the better position to hire talent anywhere in the U.S. And be able to host everything in the cloud. So I think there's a lot of benefits to organizations from doing so.
But you have to be educated consumers, and that's not, that too is easier said than done. That's the kind of executive education programs we're trying to put on through Cyber Florida to educate CEOs and boards and their equivalents, not to know all the answers because that's impossible, but to ask the tough questions and to be able to make sense of the answers so that when your friendly local Microsoft salesman comes to see you about that, you can ask him or her the hard questions and make sure that you're getting what you paid for. Otherwise, it's all Greek. And so, unfortunately, because we have become so digitally dependent, there's no way around that. I don't think a small government, a business person can say, well, this IT stuff is just too hard for me, I'm going to ignore it. You can't. So you either become your own expert, you try to hire an expert, which may be far too expensive, or you at least know the tough questions to ask if you're going to go take advantage of some of these scale economies.
I really think it depends on a customer. If you're trying to get in with the DoD, with the CMMC right now, they're very stringent on it. If it's non-DoD, then you probably have a little bit of flexibility to kind of build your own network and kind of manage it yourself. But again, there's some three-letter agencies that absolutely love the cloud, and there's some that would rather put everything on-prem, on their own premise. So being on the cloud allows us to push updates throughout the world. If we put Soteria on-prem, I have to come to your facility and make those updates. So, there's pros and cons to both. Again, it just goes back to what risk you're willing to accept.
And I'll put that in a global context. I'm a fan of the cloud too, but I can't help thinking this is a chess game, right? The bad guys make a move, and the good guys counter it, and then the bad guys make another move, and the good guys counter it. So it's an endless game. The only thing you can guarantee is that the three of us will have full employment.
Any questions? Any other questions? Okay, I have a question for you, Nick. As you and I were talking about yesterday, we were talking about how physical security can help mitigate cybersecurity, and we were talking about how they overlap. You mentioned that when you always look at cybersecurity posture while you're assessing physical security, and I'm sure that is also in the software that you have developed, but can you talk about that for a few minutes?
Yeah, sure. So when I do physical security assessments, I look at the posture, not the network. I do not do a penetration test on the network to determine if there in fact is an APT, which essentially is ransomware. It's a worm sitting out there collecting your data. I bring a team in to do that. So when I look at a facility, I'll look at the server room. Do they have access control? Do they have biometrics? Was I able to just walk in? What's the equipment look like? What's the server rack look like? Is it in disarray? Do they have ATOs, authority to operate, or are they expired? When's the last time they had policy procedures updated or at least reviewed? What's their insider threat policy? What's their insider threat program from both a physical and a cyber side? So I look at all these policies and ask a lot of questions to the IT director or the CISO there, whoever's running that show. Just from a physical side, I don't actually go into the network. But when I look at a server room and it's disarray, I can tell you their network is going to be shambles. And 99%, I'm pretty correct on it, because it's kind of like when you get in someone's car. If it's clean, they're pretty clean. But you get in, there's French fries everywhere, and that's my car, the French fry car. But again, so this is from a physical side, but we do have to work together with our cyber side. Absolutely, it's together. And the insider threat, that's the biggest three disciplines in security, is your insider threat, your physical, and your cyber. That is your holistic review of all things security. And when we go out and do these assessments, yes, another group will do the pen test, and then we'll get together and then formulate the final report to let them know, yeah, you have some issues on your network, here's some recommendations, but from your physical side, people are just coming and going. Anybody can walk into your server room. If you don't have your server room locked down, then you're opening yourself up for malice software, malware being put on your servers and everything like that, which again is going to constitute ransomware and things like that, insider threat. So everything's going to lead back to pretty much insider threat on this panel here, I believe, because again, if you're not controlling your employees, I spent the last 6 months writing policies for CMMC, miserable time, but that's what we were missing. We were missing the policies and procedures, so I wrote them. But now I have to deploy those out to my employees and educate them. And a major general back there, a major general said, yeah, that's the biggest thing, is educating our workforce. You got to continuously educate, and educate. And where I work, we have security clearances. I mean, some of the highest clearances. So my risk level is minimal with those individuals, but it's not absolutely zero, because we've passed historical espionage cases have been those individuals who have higher clearances than I do. So again, it all equates back to insider threat. But yes, from a physical asset assessment, I do look at least how the cyber or the security, the server room does look. I do try to get inside and all that. Yes.
Great.
I want to say one thing about physical security. So I've had the benefit of working, I think, on both sides of the house for a while. And what the best thing for physical security professionals, in my opinion, is you need to tie what you're trying to accomplish to a compliance standard. So you need to understand within the organization what compliance standards do they need to be associated with, whether it's like GLBA, which is the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act mostly for financial insurance companies, whether it's an ISO or a SOC 2 or NIST, because all of these, majority of these standards and frameworks have physical security sections in them. So my advice to people who are in physical security is understand that framework, because when it comes to things like funding or things you're trying to accomplish, the easiest way to do it is to tie it to a compliance standard. I think sometimes the thing in physical security, what hurts is it's a lot of best practice, but the best practice isn't tied to anything outside of you should do it, because there could be a loss of life. And I'm not in any way saying that's not important, but when you start to talk to people who are in the risk management world, people who are in the financial world, they're looking at it from a do we have to do it perspective. So I think between tying it to a compliance standard is important, and I also think it's really important to understand how risk is reported to the board level. If they use something called the Carver Methodology, which is a very quantitative, measurement of how risk is actually going in an organization, you should find a way to get your same information reported in the same format. Because if you come in there and you say, well, it's high, low, or medium, that doesn't mean anything to people who are going to be at the board level looking at the financial impact of what a physical security or risk in general is. So I highly recommend, in general, cyber or physical security is understand how the organization reports risk financially and do your best to align your reporting that way so it's consistent and they understand where you're going with it.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, all of these areas of risk have become, are blended. They're indistinguishable from one another. Is a badging system where people have to put an ID on a scanner to get into your facility, is that physical security or is it cyber security? It's security. They become indistinguishable, and I do think security professionals are coming to realize that they need to speak all three languages and be able to ask and answer the hard questions associated with all three, because they can't say, wait a minute, I'm only worried about the chain link fence, and that's my physical security bailiwick, and I'm not going to worry about the turnstiles or the software that runs them or the ID system or the scanner. If they're telling you that, you're using the wrong company.
Yeah, and to that point too, for those of you familiar with CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, obviously the newest player on the block, they put out a lot of good documentation on convergence, on the idea of combining physical security and cybersecurity programs. And what I recommend is you search the CISA website, because they give really good ideas of how to actually break down those silos and how to start the conversation and the things you should address to make sure that you have good converged programs. So for those of you who are familiar with that, I highly recommend you use their documentation.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask the last question, but before I do, because we don't have much time left, anybody has any questions? Go ahead.
So what happens when you can't get into your server room? I.e. when Facebook had the problem with the interruption in their complete system. So at the end of the day, do you have any theories? Because I'm not sure that anybody's ever really articulated what happened there. Do you have any theories about what occurred?
None that aren't classified. We'd have to kill you. No, I will tell you, as a layperson, I used to have all of the tickets, and I still maintain a TSSCI with NSA, but even there, it's compartmented. But I have to tell you, I look with some skepticism, for example, with the Facebook incident or Southwest Airlines. I just don't know anymore how much of that is physical security, cybersecurity, or just plain stupidity. It could be all of the above, but I don't have any insights into Facebook, except to say that if you're locked out of your server room, you have a big problem.
And to your point too, I think we talked earlier about the importance of implementing an information security management system, a framework. All those frameworks have things like business continuity plans, disaster recovery plans. So even if you are, say, your Microsoft has your data, well, you can have SLAs in line with them to say, okay, all of our data and our backups are not in one physical location. So it might be geographically located, but your data, if you're doing things right and you have the business continuity of operations, should never just be in one place. It should be accessible at different places.
I got to provide you this anecdote too. I apologize. When I was a consultant, I used to be in the wargaming and simulation business, including cyber war games. We did a cyber war game for a very famous IT company that happens to be located in Redmond, Washington, but I'm not going to reveal them. And we did it at two levels. We did it for their systems operation, or security operations center, their SOC, and for their senior leadership team. And let me just say that the two didn't speak the same language. They were not connected. What was going on in the SOC wasn't going on at the top, and what was going on at the top wasn't going on in the SOC. And now this was maybe close to a decade ago, so I know that they've corrected that. I know they have. At least I'm praying that they have. But that's, that's part of the challenge, is that everybody, here's what we tell businesses and governments. Here's what we ask them. When's the last time you read your cyber response plan? Not to the CISO or the CIO, because they probably wrote the cyber response plan. When's the last time the CEO read it? And more importantly, when is the last time the CEO and the senior leadership team have practiced the cyber response plan? When's the last time they did that and they didn't send their deputy or their administrative assistant? I don't know how many war games I've done where it's supposed to be for the senior leadership team and they send a bunch of underlings because they are too busy until they get locked out of their server room. So you've got to worry about that disconnect.
I think it's typical. A lot of agencies, their rule of thumb is it's not going to happen to us. And I think that's the barrier that is most difficult for all of us to break, from a physical or from a cyber, to justify why they need to spend the money. Because again, what Luke mentioned earlier, if you want to be left of boom or right of boom, it just really depends on where you want to go. But unfortunately, it's that mentality. It's never going to happen to us. But when it does, we'll address it at that time. By that time, it's too late.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
In relation to cybersecurity versus physical security, where do you see the industry headed in that? Do you see the potential for too much of focus on cybersecurity and a lack of focus on physical security? How do you keep those balanced?
Well, in my opinion, and I mentioned it earlier today during my demo, our physical security posture is lacking immensely. With the fall of Afghanistan, we're losing all of our intel in the crisis at the border. We're going to have these lone wolves coming through, and these lone wolves are not cyber experts. They're not going to be hacking and cracking. They're going to be shooting people. So, cyber is definitely something that still has to stay in the forefront, but I think physical is lacking immensely. And is it going to take another 9/11 or another serious event in this country for us to kind of say, hey, wait a sec here, we probably need to bring our physical security up a little bit more? I don't know, unfortunately. It takes the loss of lives for us to really kind of autocorrect ourselves and kind of shift focus. But again, that's called being retroactive and not proactive, and that's unfortunately, we're more retroactive than proactive.
I think you already heard, at least from a couple of us, it's all about convergence. They're no longer distinguishable from one another. I think security is going the same way as marketing and finance and logistics and everything else. There's a digital component to everything we do. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's much more overt. And if you're responsible for maintaining that digitally enabled operation, then you need to worry about both physical and cyber security and everything else, unfortunately. But I think at the end of the day, professionals are recognizing that, and they're cross-training as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and just to add on that, I completely agree the idea of convergence is where it's going. Also, I think physical security, said before, needs to focus on compliance and really focus on being value add and making that clear. I think it's also important that physical security professionals focus on the idea of possibility versus, or probability versus possibility. Sometimes I think in general, security professionals go really hard towards the idea of, well, it can happen. Like, we all know it can happen, but you kind of look at the idea of possibility and then give it a time frame of over the next year, the possibility of this specific threat happening to our organization is X, Y, Z. And I think that then brings that credibility that everybody wants when it comes to any kind of risk that they're looking at.
And I think that's where the Carver methodology comes in. When you do an assessment using Carver, you're using that probability of attack, the likelihood, and the impacts, right? So you're providing that to your customer or to your chief security officer. You're giving those results. You're not just saying, hey, I think it's going to happen, maybe it's going to happen. We're actually giving you a proven methodology that's been around since the 70s. And I think that's what's key, is if you're going out there doing assessments just using a checklist. I talked to a company in Birmingham, Alabama. They do assessments, and I asked the guy, I said, well, what do you use to do your assessments? He said, oh, I just use a checklist I got off the internet from Blackwater. Like, it was a cool word to Blackwater. And I'm like, well, what methodology? How are you quantifying? Oh, no, we just do yes, no, NA, and we submit that, and that's our. I said, oh, okay. Okay, and he said, what do you do? I said, I'm in logistics, and I walked away from him because I wasn't going to get in that conversation, but that's who's actually out there trying to secure our critical infrastructure assets, or people like that, companies like that, who really don't know what they're doing. Again, they're just pulling something off the internet, and I think that's where Carver really comes into play because it quantifies those results, and it gives you the hard numbers that really is what your customer is going to be looking for.
For Luke's sake, I will shamelessly concur. Because there's no such thing as 0-1, yes, no, you're in compliance or you're not. Nobody can spend all of the money it takes to be totally, you have zero risk across the board. So you're going to have to make some guesses, and you can either roll the dice or you can use something like CarverCon that does, or Carver, that does actually help you put the odds. Now, are you going to bat 1,000? No. But at least you can point to something that said, I did my due diligence, I placed the bets where I thought we could, and if some anomaly happens, a black swan, hopefully your boss will understand that a black swan happened and you are still playing the odds, because you're not going to, you can't bat 1,000, nor can your boss invest the money it takes to reach complete compliance across the board.
I agree. Using Carver will not allow you to bat 1,000, but it guarantees you'll get in the Hall of Fame. That's 4 years of CarverCon under my belt.
We are running out of time, and if I recall, I saw Luke bribing Nick before the conference to say all these nice things about Carver. Well, we are out of time. Luke, next year we should have 2 hours of these panels. This was a wonderful panel, don't you agree? This was so wonderful. Well, I would like to thank the panelists. This was a great conversation, and I hope you can continue this conversation maybe during the break or after 4 o'clock when the conference is over. Thank you so much, and thank you for your contribution.
Great. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, panelists. Okay, with the great Carver plugs there, when we come back, we're going to take a very short break, and our last speaker is going to be the godfather of Carver, Leo Lebay. He's going to pump in live from Las Vegas. He's going to talk about how he created Carver, and then he's going to talk about where he sees it going in the future. So stick around, just 5-10 minutes, we'll come back, we'll get Leo live, and we'll finish up for the day. Thanks.
It's okay. Don't mind. I'm always cold. I should have known. No. I'm usually cold too, but I knew it, so I wore long sleeves. No, it's okay. I've already lasted this long. We have an hour left. More or less, at least. Yeah, I can do it. It's okay. Yeah. Welcome to my life. Yeah. Luke took his jacket off and put it back on. I saw people sweating, like on their face. So are you off today? Yeah. This is your busy season, right?
Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was great.
I was winging it.
You guys got so animated. I was like, ooh, style.
Yeah, I've never been on a panel. Oh, it's early. I didn't know we had all this. Yeah, and I tried to change my flights for $400. I mean, you can't do anything else. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they would tell me on Monday, get on a flight Wednesday. Okay, now you're paying $800 more because it's 48 hours notice. Yeah, they're going to eat that up. And how they're international? They don't do anywhere international.
Canada?
No, nothing. The only direct flights we have is Florida to Florida, in Atlanta, DC to Reagan, Colorado Springs, Reagan, Dallas, yeah, and a couple in Florida. That's it. How's it international? I don't know how. I think they get more money because it's international. Maybe, I don't know. There's 9 terminals. It's international. Nine gates, yeah.
I do like it. I love the Space Museum.
Yeah.
That was epic.
Yeah.
The rides and everything. Kids at camp.
Camp, that's right. You were there right when the camp was there. Yeah.
Yeah. Having it virtual and in person.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's some blips, but well, we're trying to raise money for the veterans, so yeah.
Online, yeah.
Yep, we had 700. Yep. So we practiced with him.
Oh, good luck. Last year we practiced with him all day and he still couldn't get on.
And I know Alice is right there out of view, so I'm sure she'll
She's
help.
probably poking him. Wake up.
Doesn't Leo have grandkids or kids that can come over and like show it?
I don't think his daughter lives around him.
He does, but
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what he said. I remember that.
Leo's a piece of work. That was Luke's mentor. When he got into the league, you're lucky you didn't end up in jail.
Right.
Dead. That's Leo.
Yeah.
He's old school. He defines old school.
Oh, he is. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Have you met Leo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Leo's there he is. The legend.
But the last time we saw him, he was like really refreshed and like young again.
He was great a couple weeks
He
ago in
didn't seem
Tampa.
old school at all.
He was great.
Vibrant.
Should have saw him, John. So the last day of the Carver course, he's flying out that day. He goes, leaves, comes back with his shorts on up here, the whitest legs. I'm like, oh, I said, you're getting on a plane like that? Yeah, I'm going back to Vegas. I'm like, oh my God.
Leo doesn't change. He wants to either stay at a Hampton Inn, and if he gets off the freeway, it's got to be the closest Applebee's. So he comes to Sarasota and says, Leo, we're going to take you to lunch. No, there's an Applebee's right off the exit. I'll meet you there. 1 mile. Yeah, all the places we can take Leo. Nah. Meet you at Applebee's.
Did it? Okay, can you hear me? Okay, share screen. Well, can you guys see can you see my slideshow? How's that?
Oh, good. Okay. In Gulfgate, yeah.
Tell him I'm here, Lou. Tell him not
Well,
to my spreadsheet.
easier said than done.
Yeah, it looks so good.
I was in the room working, and she just came home, and I just heard all this
How's that? Good? Good? And you can see me too? Wow. Can I hang up, Luke? Okay.
Thank you, Leo. Don't speak until you're ready to present. Thanks.
Okay.
She doesn't cook anymore without the girls there.
How you like being empty nester?
Oh,
Nice.
I don't know. It costs me a lot to want to fly home all the time. What about you guys?
It's nice. She came home a week and a half ago for 2 days for fall break. My mom was in town, so my mom got to see her for a couple of days.
How far is it?
2.5.
All right, if everybody could please come back and take their seats. We've got the Godfather live from Vegas.
All the way home, just to make sure, It's all 65.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get the legend on.
All right, our final presenter of the day is the man from CIA who actually created the Carver Methodology, who taught it to me 20 years ago. And I can't believe that we're still doing it all these years later. So, Leo, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself because your background is so vast.
Okay.
So take it away, Leo.
Okay, hopefully you guys can see me. Let's go here. All right, how do we get here? I guess that's what everybody wants to know. Actually, 2021 is a very significant year for me because 60 years ago, I joined the military. Don't go counting on your fingers how old I am. But 60 years ago, I joined the military. 50 years ago, I started in the CIA. And soon as I started, they threw me into a situation where I started teaching Carve, which transitioned to Carver. So I've been doing Carver for 50 years, kind of got me the name Godfather of Carver. I think I'm going to change that to great-grandfather of Carver because I am getting on in years here. But anyway, that's kind of where I am right now, 2021, big anniversary for me. Okay, so basically let's look. Our future is scary. Many recent events are going to dictate our security process and requirements in the future. First of all, open borders, Afghanistan withdrawal, because we're going to be back in that same boat again. That's where terrorism is going to start. Military readiness and our ability to deter threats. Unrest, violent crime in our cities, looting and rioting, kind of an accepted thing now, which means that we're going to end up needing security more and more and more. Okay, so where are we going? What are our needs? Well, first of all, knowledgeable security professionals will be at a premium. I just got an email in from LinkedIn for the security positions, very senior. We're talking 200, 300K positions in Las Vegas alone at all of the casinos and some of the big corporations, all wanting either security managers, senior security professionals. So, by the way, if you're a security professional, there's a lot of hope in your future. An accepted, accurate security process will be the key. And that's what Carver brings you, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Ability to accurately quantify results, which will influence countermeasure expenditures. If you can't quantify your results, your client's not going to spend money on your suggestions or your recommendations. So Carver has been the go-to vulnerability assessment process for the last 45 years, and it continues to outshine all others. Okay, history of Carver. Derived from CARV, that's what I started with in 1970, target analysis assessment methodology. In other words, basically, what target do I go after? Mid-1970s, airplane hijackings, embassy takeovers, kidnappings, you name it, terrorism started. Mid-1970s, found out CARV didn't do the job when we had to do a vulnerability assessment. So that was the advent of Carver. Today, Carver is used by private sector, Department of Defense, intelligence community, Department of Homeland Security's ACAM, their automated critical asset management system. So everybody's using it, and I'm kind of proud of that, actually. Okay, so what was the changes in CARV? Only really one change. That was effect. We needed some way to quantify the consequence of an attack, because terrorist operation is always done for a reason, so you need to quantify that reason. The only other change was recognizability. It used to be a spy. I'm not sure if spy is a word, but recognizability took its place. It's the ability of an adversary to recognize a target, and it's important to their operations. So target analysis, vulnerability assessment. SMI has a very unique approach to doing this, and we train this way too. A target analysis and vulnerability assessment is done in parallel. You kind of divide your head in half. One half's doing a target analysis, the other half's doing a vulnerability assessment, where you create an adversary scenario to be able to attack an asset. Once you do that, you come up with a countermeasure to prevent it. So today, SMI's approach is extensively used by thousands of security professionals across the globe to secure critical infrastructure. Vulnerability assessments, are they created equal? No. The one thing about SMI's approach, and it's not considered optional, it's got to be quantitative, which Carver does for you, and it has to be scenario-based, which the security professional will do for you. So you got to have those two. If you can't create a scenario, you don't have a vulnerability. Quantitative, you got to be able to rack and stack your results. So Carver does that, and our approach to using Carver uses the scenario-based approach. Okay, what are the threats we face and how do they impact vulnerability assessment? Threats are defined through the development of the threat assessment, the design basis threats, and we'll discuss that in a second, the threat spectrum, adversary scenarios. You must have all four of those to do a valid vulnerability assessment. Threat assessment, first step in the vulnerability assessment process. I see everybody, or a lot of people, run out to their client, go out to the infrastructure, start doing a vulnerability assessment, and don't even know what threats they're looking at. You got to do that first. So you generate the vulnerability of the threat assessment, mostly open source information, history of attacks, so on. Then you develop the design basis threats, and then you do the threat spectrum. And both of them become the roadmap for your vulnerability assessment. Design basis threats, 5 things to cover: adversary description, type equipment, knowledge, tactics, MO, goals. I'm going to put one up. I'm not going to read it because it's a little bit long, but generally my design basis threat is only 1 paragraph long, generally 4 to 5 sentences only, all right? So this is a car bomb or a large vehicle bomb. It could be for domestic or international. Here we have the Murrow building at the top. We have the Marriott at the bottom. One was domestic terrorism. The other one was international terrorism against a US target. Threat spectrum. This is an example for a power grid. Basically, we've got 6 design basis threats: VBIED, active shooter, placed IED, arson, physical attack, ballistic attack. Now, there could be others. There could be vandalism, there could be theft, there can be others. But I'm picking the ones that I'm going to be most concerned with when I go out and do that vulnerability assessment. And then I'm going to go ahead and chart those, because what I want to do is I want to be able to quantify it in some way. So now I've got ballistic attack as the least impact, okay? And then I got VBIED as the highest impact, but the least likely to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and put these on a chart, and it gives a visual to my client to say, this is what you're up against, guy. This is what you're up against. So the Carver ranking and prioritization, relatively easy. So what we're going to do, we're going to develop countermeasures based on the risk to that particular asset. So we're looking at risk and probability of attack number. The numbers will identify in rank order that particular asset and the risk and the probability of attack for that particular asset. And how do we do that? One, we do it through a whole bunch of spreadsheets. Now, one, I got to thank John Bency for this, Luke Bency's brother. He took my old spreadsheets, which were pretty archaic, and he updated them to the 21st century, 20th century, 21st century. So he created the Carver process spreadsheets, which have become the starship of the Carver course. These spreadsheets are provided to each course attendee and makes all assessments easier, more accurate, and complete. I'll just go through these. First one on the left, that's your Carver spreadsheet, all color-coded. And then the nice thing about it, as you fill in fields, it will go into the other spreadsheets, which are all linked, and fill in the fields for you where they apply. Makes it much, much easier. So you've got the Carver spreadsheet. The next is the impact and likelihood, or your threat spectrum. Then you go into a new spreadsheet, which was created, called the weighted value spreadsheet, which takes all of the information you gathered and put into Carver, and it basically gives you a chart which shows you what asset is more or less susceptible to what threat. Good visual for your client and your outbrief. Then the next one after that, to the far right, is your cost estimate spreadsheet. Generally, they always want a cost estimate. What's this going to cost me? This will give you a random number based on some results we've gotten to get you to where you need to be on rough costs. And at the bottom is a unique spreadsheet that you put in the countermeasures you're going to recommend. And once you recommend those countermeasures, you reevaluate your assets based on Carver. And because of the countermeasures, you should have a lower number. This will give you a percentage of effectiveness for doing those countermeasures. Great tool. And just to give you an idea on Carver, we give you a rating scale, 1 through 5. As you scroll over the Carver sheet in the cells where your number has to be, these pop up for that particular criteria. So basically, you don't have to be looking at different pages, different sheets to come up with your ranking numbers. Very good trick. And then we go to last couple of slides here, the matrix before your countermeasures. And this is the good, the bad, and the ugly for your client. This is where he stands right now before he does everything, before he does anything. And you can see the numbers on the far right, 90, 87, 80. These are not good. These means those particular assets are at very, very high risk for an attack. So what we do is we give them this, and then we say, okay, let's improve upon that. We add in another column called countermeasures. And we put in the countermeasures which we suggest they should use to go ahead and lower their numbers. And you can see now the numbers are pretty much all yellow on the final column, probability of attack and risk, which means we've got improvements in those assets based on the countermeasures. And we added in the last column, security improvement, 58%, 73%, 25%. And this gives him a good idea of where he should put his money to go ahead and improve upon his physical posture or his physical security. And in conclusion, I want to make this, I've made this short. Luke and I wrote a book, Carver, Target Analysis, Vulnerability Assessment Methodology. And the nice thing about the book, it reflects very positively on the course. So if you take the course, we give you the book. The book is a good refresher if after you take the course, you go a few months without doing a vulnerability assessment. This will walk you through key points of that vulnerability assessment process so that you've got it right there in front of you. It's got historical perspectives, matrices, Carver versatility, and we've got a lot of samples of previous reports that we've done. We've redacted them, so protect the innocent or the guilty, however you want to look at it. But we've done a lot there for you. So with that, let me go ahead. Is there any questions I can answer prior to me turning it back over to Luke? I made that so clear, didn't I?
All right,
Luke,
thank
you
you.
want me to go?
Yeah, no, thank you, Leo. Appreciate that. Stay with us. Stay with us here because we want to do something else with you now. So Leo and I, when we started CarverCon 4 years ago in 2018, we decided that we were going to give away an award every year. We name it after Leo. It's called the Leo LeBay Carver Award, Godfather Award. And it's for any organization out there that utilizes the Carver methodology to better improve their security effectiveness. And we after the pandemic ended, we did a lot of training courses. We did some courses for the U.S. Secret Service. We did some courses for the U.S. Marshals during the past year. We go up to Washington to do that because the feds aren't traveling right now. But with that being said, it was a tough list of who we were going to choose as this year's Leo LeBay Carver Award recipient. So with that, what I'd like to do now is, Leo, if you will, drum roll please, can you announce who is this year's winner?
Yeah, I can do that. This year, the award goes to Mark Julianis and his team at the University of South Florida Office of Corporate Training and Professional Education. I want to congratulate Mark and his team. I know Mark, fine fellow, and I know some of his team, but Mark, good job, and I hope we work together many more times in the future.
Great. Come on up, Mark. Go ahead. All right. There you go for you and your team, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo.
Much appreciated.
Thanks,
All right.
Steve.
And you know, we want to mention too something. The Carver course that we do with Leo is actually certified by ASIS International. So if you work in the security, you know that ASIS International is sort of the big governing body for security around the world. So we submitted the course a few years ago to ASIS. ASIS certified us. We are a preferred provider for ASIS. So if you do take the Carver class, you do get, I believe it's 24 continuing education unit credit hours. But through Mark and his team here at the University of South Florida, the University of South Florida has also made it a certificate course. So now when you take the course as a student, you also receive from the university a certificate as well. So it sort of has that dual certification. So that's why we are very grateful to Mark and all the strings he pulled to make that happen for the course as well. So with that, we're at 3:30 today, sort of the end of the presentation. I want to thank everybody for coming out, thank all the people online who tuned in. Before we go, I just want to pause and say, are there any questions before we go, or any questions online once again for Leo? Okay. Leo, did you get that question?
No, I didn't hear that at all.
All right, and so here I'll read it through the mic. In my experience with Carver, it was only valid when used to access the continuum of one specific system, or if stretching it to assess very similar systems. Are you saying that Carver can be applied more broadly?
Absolutely. In fact, I had some slides in here, but because we cut this back to about 15 minutes, we've used it to help companies determine what their manufacturing process does and how competitive they are with other companies. We've used it to go ahead and analyze the potential for a audio surveillance against a particular company and CEO. We've used it for counterintelligence. I did 11 naval bases where we had to take the Carver criteria and change it completely so that it was CI-centric instead of physical security-centric. So Carver can be used a number of different ways just by relooking at the criteria and changing it to fit whatever type of process, security process you're trying to do. And we can help you with that. Once we do the course, we don't forget you. We'll help you for years to come if that's what it takes.
Okay, great. I think the other questions that are up there were related to maybe our cyber folks. But again, what I'd like to do is just to say thank you to everybody who came out. Last year, like I said, we had to do this virtually because of the pandemic. So it's great that we were able to come back here to USF, and they offered us this great space, and we're very grateful to all the people who participated online. We're looking forward next year again to CarverCon 5, our 5th anniversary. Again, we'll have some great speakers. We'll have to step it up because this year's speakers were pretty good. Everybody was awesome today. Again, it was very amazing that we had Mark Helton, who was able to share the story of the Bin Laden raid. That was, like he said, that was the first time he's ever told that story. So we are really grateful for Mark for coming out. But I think with that, I would just like to say all the best to all of the security professionals out there. If you have any follow-up questions, comments, anything, the speakers will be around. Please feel free to shoot me or Leo or any of our team members any emails. We'd love to hear from you. We will be running Carver classes. Actually, we got a call from the Secret Service just the other day who wanted a last-minute course. So I know some of the law enforcement folks in the room. If you want to come up to DC, we'd certainly welcome you in the courses. If you can get away, we'd love to have you up there to cross-train with some of the folks in DC. But with that, I wish you all the best. Stay safe and stay vigilant. Oh, I'm sorry. Jay is pointing at me. Yes, sir. What's up? The table. Yes, we will do. Maybe we'll do that on a separate. I don't want to embarrass. We have awards for all of the speakers and all the panelists participants today. I don't want to embarrass them and bring them up one-on-one. They did such a great job already. But again, just want to thank all of you. Stay safe and vigilant, and we'll see you next year. Take care.
I just wanted to show my Carver shirt.
I think towards the end it got warmer, I don't know. Or I just got used to it.
I expected it to be cold, so I wore long sleeves. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you
Thanks for having us.
hosting.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was great.
Now we can get back to our regular programming.
Yep.
Yeah.
In-person events, that's human interaction.
I know, it's funny, all of you meeting in person. Meeting you for the first time.
Yeah.
In person, right? It's weird.
Yeah. I prefer it.
I mean, it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Too. It's like, oh.
I like it when I can get off work.
Yeah, that too.
So, how soon will like the Sarasota, because you guys have like property on this campus now, how soon is like that going to open?